Kill them. Boom, boom, boom. Snow swept across the frontier while beacon fires burned beneath the sky. 80,000 Tatar troops had marched on the pass and surrounded Piang City. Bow in hand, I huddled in a corner of the wall, trembling uncontrollably. Don't be scared, kid. Not that being scared will do you any good. The bearded squad leader patted me on the shoulder. You're an archer, so your troop class is better than his. If anyone dies, he'll die before you. When we plug a krenel, the spearman always stands in front. The spearman next to me was also a new recruit. He looked ready to cry when he heard that. Both hands shook so badly that his spear had turned into a vibrating rod. I had transmigrated into this body less than a day ago, only to be dragged straight onto the city wall. The worst part was that my unaided vision was worse than 20/40, yet they had made me an archer. What had those conscription officers been thinking? Stay sharp. Those bastard Tatars are coming. Once the rain of arrows over the city ended, siege ladders slammed against the wall one after another. One of them landed directly outside the krenel assigned to my 10-man squad. The bearded leader drew his steel saber and shouted, "Spearman, forward. If anyone tries to climb up, jab him back down with that stick. Archer, move to the side and support from the left. You can close your damn eyes and shoot for all I care." There were several other soldiers in our squad, all veterans like the bearded leader. I had no attention to spare for anyone else. I could only grip my bow and stare down in terror at the Tatar soldiers scrambling up the ladder as nimbly as monkeys. The rookie spearman was hopeless. He thrust several times, but the lead Tatar twisted aside from every strike. I'm shooting. The Tatar was about to leap onto the wall. I squeezed my eyes shut and abruptly released my right hand. Whoosh! When I opened my eyes again, I saw the Tatar with an arrow buried in his throat. He toppled backward from the ladder and was dead before he hit the ground. Well, look at you, kid. The bearded leader froze for a moment, then nodded approvingly. A perfect shot through the throat with your eyes closed. That kind of luck is something else. Keep it up. Just as frustration and panic surged through me, a panel suddenly appeared in my mind. The crimson letters on it were painfully bright. Rogue Soldier System activated. Host: Lin Xian. Talent: Bottom tier Archer plus. Rogue Soldier points: 1. I nearly burst into tears of joy. With a thought, I immediately pressed the plus sign after bottom tier Archer. Talent: Bronze Archer. Rogue Soldier points: 0. Daydreaming brat? Hurry up and shoot. If you're too scared to look, close those damn eyes of yours. Several more Tatars raced up the ladder. The spearman's face was deathly pale, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. His hands would not stop shaking, so how could he possibly thrust straight? Before the bearded leader finished speaking, I reached back for an arrow, knocked it, and drew the string. At that moment, my field of vision seemed to magnify. A crosshair appeared in the center, as though I had switched on an 8-power scope. My target's throat looked close enough to touch. Whoosh! The arrow struck the throat dead center again. The Tatar's eyes bulged in disbelief as he fell backward. This time, however, it was definitely not luck. I was certain this was the effect of the Bronze Archer talent. From the instant I selected that Tatar until the arrow hit him, the crosshair in my vision had remained locked on his magnified throat. If bronze came next, what about silver and gold, or even king rank? Rogue Soldier points: 1. 1 point for every Tatar I killed. It was not much, but killing them was easy. All I had to do was draw an arrow, knock it, and release my right hand. Whoosh! Before the previous Tatar had even hit the ground, another arrow tore through the air as I released the string. With the magnification and targeting effects helping me, the result was never in doubt. This arrow struck another throat dead center. Even better, when that Tatar fell backward from the ladder, he grabbed 2 unlucky men below him and dragged them down as well. The city wall was so high that even without taking an arrow, they had no chance of surviving the impact. A heavy thud rose from below. I quickly glanced at the panel and saw my rogue soldier points rise from 1 to 4. 1 arrow, 3 kills. It could not have felt better. Unfortunately, the space after Bronze Archer was still empty. The plus button I had hoped for had not appeared. I needed more points. Every other siege ladder stretching along the wall to our left and right was crowded with soldiers climbing bravely upward. Only the ladder at our position was completely deserted. A huge group of Tatars stood around its base, looking up and pointing, but not one of them dared climb again. Every soldier at our position was dumbfounded. The spearmen stared at me as if I were an immortal descended from heaven. How did you do that, kid? Even the bearded leader stood there with his mouth slightly open. A moment ago, you were shaking so badly you couldn't hold the bow steady. How did you suddenly become a different man? 3 arrows, 3 perfect shots through the throat. Boss, my family has been hunters for generations. I've handled bows since I was little. I'd just never shot a person before. Of course my hands were shaking. With no one on the ladder, I made up an excuse to cover what had happened. Oh right, I've also got this condition. I can't stand the sight of blood. One year, Butcher Wong next door was slaughtering a pig for New Year's and asked me to hold its legs. The moment I saw blood, I had an episode, grabbed his butcher knife, and almost stabbed him with it. Ever since then, they've called me blood-crazed. I held my bow in one hand and knocked an arrow with the other. Then I leaned over the wall and shouted at the Tatars below. Come on, you Tatar sons of bitches. If you've got the guts, climb up here. Let's see if I don't put an arrow through every last one of you. More than 100 Tatars had gathered beneath the siege ladder. My taunts seemed to have enraged them. They stared up at me while shouting curses in their own language. That was exactly what I wanted. Still cursing, I knocked an arrow, drew the string, and loosed it into the crowd below. Clang! Bronze Archer was still too weak. The magnification and target lock effects made my aim flawless, but the arrow's force left much to be desired. When the Tatars were on the ladder with little room to move, killing one with a single arrow was no problem. Now, however, they were gathered around the ladder with firm ground beneath their feet and their full attention on me. With a Bronze Archer's speed and power, my odds of killing one with a single shot were not high. Get to the rear and rest, kid. Don't forget, the Tatars have archers too. The bearded leader pointed farther ahead. Several Tatar archers had noticed the commotion and were jogging toward us with bows in hand. We're in the middle of a battle. This is no time to show off. It's too dangerous in front of the Krenel, and losing your life here isn't worth it. With that, he shoved the spearman I had pulled aside. You, plug the Krenel. Anyone who tries to climb up gets stabbed back down. Wah. Boss, I'm a rookie too. Boss, why don't I plug the Krenel instead? Reluctant to give up, I remained rooted in place. My grandmother taught me from childhood that a good man who won't bravely kill the enemy and defend his homeland is no better than a salted fish. With those skinny arms and legs, your grandmother must have been quite a character. The bearded leader rolled his eyes and dragged me behind him. Go on, get back. Plugging the Krenel isn't an archer's job. Your support. Stay alive for me. It's rare to find a promising seedling like you, and I'd actually be upset if you died. The Tatars below saw me pulled away, and 2 of them immediately jumped onto the ladder. Their archers had also arrived. 7 or 8 formed a line at the rear, raised their bows, and sent a volley of arrows at us. Everyone watch out. The bearded leader dropped into a crouch beneath the battlement. Even as he warned the others, he kept urging the spearmen on. Spearmen, get in position. Watch those Tatars on the ladder. If anyone comes up, stab him back down. The spearman looked stricken. Since he figured he was dead either way, he stubbornly refused to duck. Spear in hand, he closed his eyes and thrust downward. Uft! A muffled impact sounded, and blood sprayed. That was worth a point. But the line of archers below was covering the assault and had made me their priority target. I only had one head, and I did not dare risk it. More importantly, from this distance, a bronze archer like me had no chance of counter-killing those Tatar archers. The last upgrade cost 1 point. I've got 4 now and nothing has happened, so the next threshold is probably 10 points. I'm 6 points short. I need to make that up as fast as possible. I crouched beneath the battlement to avoid the arrows while my mind raced. Then I happened to glance at another defensive position about 30 feet away, and my eyes lit up. The enemy had locked down this position, but the sections of wall to either side also had siege ladders and Tatar soldiers, didn't they? When I was still about 10 feet from the Krenel with the siege ladder at the position to our right, I rose, lifted my bow, and shot. Whoosh! Ah, that position was in chaos. The ladder was covered with Tatars. 2 of them at the top were even swinging their sabers side by side. The spearman was already down, and squad leader Humatsi was desperately holding the line with several swordsmen. My arrow struck one of the leading Tatars in the chest. Screaming, he toppled backward and pulled 2 more men off the ladder with him. The numbers on my panel updated at once. My 4 points became 7, and my spirits soared. Once one of the 2 Tatars clinging to the top was shot down, the other could no longer hold his ground. He was soon hacked off the ladder as well. Humatsi gave a surprised grunt and turned to look at me. After a startled glance, he shouted at the bearded leader, "Old Wu, thanks. I knew an old friend like you wouldn't forget to help me out, even with the battle this fierce." What? The bearded leader looked completely baffled. He glanced back, then turned green with anger. Brat, who told you to run off? Get back here. Go back and sit on the bench. If I did not kill Tatars, where was I supposed to earn points? I pretended not to hear him. Reaching back for another arrow, I knocked it and drew the string. The ladder here was packed with Tatars, strung out like human candied fruit on a skewer. I chose one at random and took aim. Whoosh! Ah! A scream rang out. The arrow pierced straight through my target's throat, and he fell backward. 3 Tatars below him were knocked loose in succession, and all of them plunged to their deaths. Damn! Right through the throat. Beautiful. Humatsu's spirit soared. He gave me a thumbs up. What's your name, kid? Interested in joining my squad? Looks like you and old Wu don't get along. He shouted at you just now, and you ignored him. You're the one who doesn't get along with him. The kid may be a little rebellious, but he's the promising recruit I picked out. The bearded leader panicked when he heard that. He strode over, grabbed me by the back of the collar, and dragged me toward his own position. Then he glared at Humatsu. My archer saves your ass, and you try to poach him right in front of me? Humatsu, you really are one rotten bastard. After 1 arrow killed 4 Tatars, the data on my panel updated in real time. Talent: Bronze Archer Plus. Rogue Soldier Points: 11. Once my points reached 11, the plus sign reappeared beside my talent, just as I had expected. My breathing quickened and my heart pounded. With a thought, I immediately pressed it. Every tendon, bone, and muscle in my body was tempered and strengthened in an instant. At once, I felt completely different. When I looked into my mind again, the data on the panel had changed. Talent: Silver Archer. Rogue Soldier Points: 1. The upgrade had consumed 10 points, leaving me with only 1 again. But it was worth every point. My former Bronze Archer talent had leaped straight to Silver Archer. The jump from bronze to silver was a qualitative change. As an archer, my arms had grown far stronger, and my entire body was more robust. As for the special ability of a Silver Archer, I only needed to fire 1 arrow to discover it. Stay right here. After dragging me back to our position, the bearded leader glared at me again. Run off one more time, and I'll punish you under military law. Don't blame me when I have you flogged right here on the wall. With that, he turned and rushed toward the crenel. The spearman was about to collapse. I had been gone only a short while, yet the ladder was already covered with Tatars. Worse, a line of archers below was providing covering fire and concentrating their attack here. Even with several swordsmen and axemen helping on both sides, our position was in grave danger. Fine, I won't run off. I don't need to anymore. They're just a few ordinary Tatar archers. Since they lined up so neatly, I'll bleed them one by one. After muttering my complaints, I walked to the neighboring crenel, reached back for an arrow, and drew my bow. I locked onto one of the archers lined up behind the siege ladder and abruptly released the string. Whoosh! After advancing to Silver Archer, the pulling power in both my arms had soared. This arrow was vastly faster than my previous shots. Yet even with the magnification and target lock helping me, the Tatar archer I had targeted did not dare knock the arrow aside with his saber. The arrow skimmed past the tip of his nose. Contempt crossed his face. As he turned around, he even raised his chin at me in provocation and sneered. The arrow flew another 10 feet past him, then suddenly curved around. Before he could react, it drove into the back of his neck with a wet thud and punched forward through his throat. That! The bearded leader's body jolted. He spun to stare at me, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Brat, that arrow just now. Did you shoot it? He would rather believe a Tatar somewhere behind the battlefield had accidentally shot one of his own men than accept that I had done it. A curving arrow that killed from behind was frightening enough. How could it also be accurate enough to pierce the throat from the rear? Who else? I gave him an irritated look and muttered. I could do that when I was 13. My grandma taught me. She said spearmen have the return thrust, so if an archer can't shoot a returning arrow, he's no better than a salted fish. That boast was a little outrageous, but I had to make it. Whether anyone believed me was their problem. It was still better than exposing the system. Well said. The bearded leader's expression filled with reverence. Our grandmother. What an extraordinary heroine. Compared with her, I suddenly feel like I'm not even worthy of being a salted fish. Ignoring him, I reached back and drew another arrow from my quiver. The points on my panel had changed again, but I only had 2. It was pitifully little. My greatest concern was the number of points required for my next upgrade to Gold Archer. The threshold had jumped tenfold, from 1 point for bottom tier to 10 for silver. But the threshold from silver to gold might be 20, 50, or even 100. 100 seemed the most likely, which also put the most pressure on me. My most urgent task was to verify that as soon as possible. Whoosh! As the thought crossed my mind, I released the string, and the arrow, driven by the full force of my drawn bow, tore through the air. There had originally been 8 Tatar archers in the line below. After my first curving arrow killed one, 7 remained. They had not seen the arrow strangely curve around after passing its target. They did not know whether I had killed their comrade or whether a stray arrow had flown in from the battlefield behind them. The targeted archer twisted aside and successfully dodged. Then he kept turning to look behind him. In the next second, he witnessed his own death. The arrow that had just passed him flew another 10 feet, then abruptly curved back. Before he could dodge again, it struck him squarely in the throat and punched straight through. Holy hell! It really was him. A returning arrow. The legendary returning arrow. You couldn't find 5 master archers capable of a shot like that in all the northern Tatar realm. He's obviously a top-tier master archer, yet he's pretending to be a common foot soldier, so he can slaughter insignificant men like us from the wall. Those Chew dogs really are devious. Every time you think they can't get any more shameless, they prove you wrong. After unexpectedly running into the ancestor of all archers, the remaining 6 Tatar bowmen nearly lost their souls in terror. They shouted in panic, turned, and scattered. Every Tatar clinging to the ladder saw them flee and stood dumbfounded. When the leading man saw me reach for another arrow, he shuddered from head to toe. Instead of climbing, he tried to slide back down the ladder. He even kicked the Tatar behind him off. To hell with your second uncle. A good dog knows not to block the road. Get out of my way. It was not that the Tatar soldiers were cowards afraid of death. Every man who climbed a siege ladder had already tied his head to his belt, ready to die for the honor of being first over the wall. But with a master archer waiting above, anyone who climbed was certain to die. Why hang themselves from this one particular tree when they could attack elsewhere? With that thought, the dozen or so Tatars who had formed a long chain on the ladder vanished in the blink of an eye. The sight left not only the bearded leader, but even Humatsi at the neighboring position stunned. I stamped my foot in frustration. Hey, don't leave, guys. Stay and chat a little longer. For figures immediately charged from the left and right of the enemy commander. Agile and fast, far beyond ordinary Tatars, they raced straight for the siege ladder at my position. The bearded leader jolted when he saw them, and his expression turned grave. Brat, those men are all martial artists. They're probably coming for you. Get back and hide. Even I can't hold off 4 martial artists. We may have to fight for our lives this time. Spearman, what are you standing there for? Plug the crenel. At worst, you'll die. Just close your eyes and stab downward. Wah! All 4 Tatar soldiers were martial artists. Their footwork was powerful and their bodies agile. With several rapid leaps, they soon reached the base of the siege ladder. They looked up, cold light flashing in their eyes and murderous intent rolling off them. B-boss, those are martial artists. I'm only a rookie. I don't think I can hold them. Useless trash. Get out of the way and stop getting underfoot. The bearded leader kicked him aside, then shouted to both sides. Humatsi, pretty boy bye. If you two don't get over here and help, these 4 Tatars are going to kill me today. Wouldn't that be perfect? Then the archer would be mine. What archer? Did you two find some promising recruit? Is he really worth 2 old friends turning on each other? After the shouted exchange, the squad leaders from the positions on both sides immediately ran over. These 4 are middle-stage martial artists, just like the 3 of us. The remaining one will have to be handled by the others together. After the bearded leader spoke, he turned to the other 4 veterans at our position. In Meng, Luo Yong, you 4 peak martial disciples hold one of them off together. Even if you die, you cannot lose our position. At that moment, a figure shot up outside the crenel. Ignoring everyone else, the man fixed his fierce eyes on me and charged straight toward the rear. You're courting death. So what if you're a martial artist? Come up here and you're still easy prey. Are you Tatar dogs blind? With me, Humatsi, standing here, do you really think you can get past? Kill every damn one of them, or the 3 of us will never live this down. The 3 squad leaders each intercepted one of the 4 Tatar martial artists. The last was blocked by the 4 veterans from my squad. The 4 veterans consisted of 2 swordsmen and 2 axemen, all peak martial disciples. Yet, even 4 against 1, they immediately fell behind. They could barely defend themselves and were forced back step by step. Are middle-stage martial artists really that terrifying? Seeing In Ming and the other 3 fail to stop a single Tatar, I sucked in a sharp breath. 4 against 1, and they're still being overwhelmed. Someone's going to die any second now. Looks like they're short a spearman on the right. The spearman shuddered when he heard that. Gripping the vibrating rod in his hands, he turned and hurried right. Boss, I'm going over there to help. It was my first time seeing a middle-stage martial artist fight without restraint. His saber spun like a blazing wheel, so fast that even water might not have gotten through. My legs weakened at the sight. Then I peeked outside and saw more Tatar soldiers using the chaos to climb the ladder. I pulled back the foot I had just raised. A bunch of cowards think they can fish in troubled waters? Do you think I'm a vegetarian? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment I finished speaking, I reached back into my quiver and fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. A silver archer did not need returning arrows to deal with ordinary totters already on a siege ladder. Magnification and target lock were more than enough. Screams rose from below. All 3 leading totters took arrows through the throat. As they fell, they dragged 2 more men off the ladder beneath them. Rogue soldier points. 8. I had 3 points before. 3 men died from my arrows, and 2 more fell to their deaths, giving me 5 kills in all. That added up to exactly 8 points. The threshold from silver to gold would very likely be a terrifying 100 points. At this rate, even if Yin Ming and the other 3 all died, I would still earn only a fraction of what I needed. More importantly, after those 3 arrows, the ladder was empty again. The totters gathered below scattered once more and rushed toward other positions to our left and right. Roar! The Tatar martial artist entangled by Yin Ming and the others flew into a rage at the sight. After forcing Hu Yong back with 1 slash, he stamped the ground and charged at me, beard and hair bristling, his bearing incredibly fierce. You Tatar dog, do you think I'm just decoration? Yin Ming roared, gritted his teeth, and rushed forward to block the martial artist's path. Get out of my way. Clang. Ugh. The Tatar martial artist roared like thunder and met Yin Ming's saber head-on. His enormous strength knocked Yin Ming back 3 steps. Before Yin Ming could steady himself, the Tatter's steel saber came down again. Yin Ming had no choice but to twist violently at the waist. He avoided a vital strike, but the blade carved across his back. Blood sprayed from a wound deep enough to expose bone. I had run only a few steps when I looked back and saw it. My pupils contracted. Hot blood surged to my head, and as if my supposed blood frenzy had truly seized me, I stopped dead. I reached back for an arrow, drew my bow, and roared. You Tatar dog hurt my team leader. I'll fight you to the death. Whoosh! I fired in a moment of desperation. In addition to magnification and target lock, I pushed the silver archer's returning arrow ability to its limit. One-on-one against a powerful middle-stage martial artist, even a returning arrow would likely miss. The moment they saw me attack, the 4 veterans understood. They poured every ounce of strength into distracting the enemy. Even Yin Ming, blood streaming down his back, endured the pain, turned, and swept his saber up toward the Tatter's ribs. Uft! The arrow that had just passed its target suddenly curved back. Busy fending off Yin Ming and the other 3, the Tatar martial artist had no chance to dodge. The arrow entered the back of his neck and punched through his throat. Damn, kid. Impressive. You've got a lot more guts than that spearman. I thought you'd run right after him. Boss, our job is done. We're coming to help. 3 left. Kill them all. The walls of Piang Pass aren't a place anyone can visit and leave whenever they please. Once the Tatar martial artist fell, Yin Ming and the other 3 were reinvigorated. After praising me, they turned with sabers and broad axes raised and rushed to help the 3 squad leaders. Rogue soldier points. 28. 28 points? What the hell? I had killed only 1 Tatar, yet my total had jumped by 20. When I remembered that he had been a middle-stage martial artist, everything became clear. Tatars at the martial disciple realm were each worth 1 point. The martial artist realm was different. An early-stage martial artist was worth 10 points and a middle-stage 120. Late-stage and perfection martial artists might be worth even more. Those 3 men were middle-stage martial artists too. 20 points apiece meant 60 in all. If we killed them, I would have 88 points after adding my current 28. Even if the silver to gold threshold really was 100, I would be within reach. My breathing quickened when I realized that. Without hesitation, I reached back toward the quiver on my shoulders. Beautiful work, brat. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. A new recruit killed a Tatar squad leader in the martial artist realm? Old Wu, did you step in dogshit today? No one gets that lucky. So this is the archer you 2 were talking about? Was that the legendary returning arrow? Don't tell me all 4 of those Tatar martial artists came here for him. Roar. When the first Tatar martial artist fell, the 6 figures locked in fierce combat nearby noticed. The 3 Tatars battling them turned ashen and roared furiously. They had clearly been driven into a rage. They attacked with all their strength, hoping to force the 3 squad leaders back and join forces to kill me. That had been their true objective, the reason they had risked forcing their way onto the wall. Unfortunately for them, the 3 squad leaders were at least as strong as their opponents. Now Yin Ming, Hu Yong, and the other 2 had arrived to provide support. Breaking through would not be easy. Aren't they just 3 living targets? Then don't blame me for taking advantage. Once I understood the situation, I grinned. With a cold laugh, I drew an arrow, knocked it, pulled the string, and immediately aimed at one of them. Roar! Realizing something was wrong, the man roared again and again. Fear finally appeared on his face, while unease flickered through his eyes. Whoosh! I released the string, and the arrow tore through the air. It screamed past about a foot to the right of the target. Before he could react, it flew another 10 feet, then suddenly curved back. Uffed! The Tatar martial artist's scalp went numb. He turned just in time to see an arrow rushing toward him at tremendous speed. It struck him squarely in the throat. Rogue soldier points, 48. A middle-stage martial artist really was worth 20 points. Uffed! Uffed! Over the next half-minute or so, 2 more wet impacts rang out. The last 2 Tatar martial artists were shot in succession, both arrows entering through the back of the neck and punching out through the throat. They fell with furious eyes wide open, unable to rest even in death. Under these conditions, killing a middle-stage martial artist was as easy as reaching into a bag and taking something out. My rogue soldier points rose to 88 as expected, but the plus sign still did not appear beside Silver Archer. That alone practically confirmed that the threshold from silver to gold was 100 points. But I no longer felt any pressure. I was only 12 points short. One more Tatar in the martial artist realm or 12 ordinary martial disciples would give me everything I needed. What's your name, kid? With the battle over, Pretty Boy Bai strode toward me, excitement reddening his cheeks. Interested in joining my squad? I'll make you a team leader on the spot. Pretty Boy Bai, you should change your name to Shameless Old Bastard. The bearded leader's whiskers shook with rage. He hurried over and yanked me behind him. Did you forget I'm still alive? Why are you just like Humatsi? You dare poach my man right in front of me. The siege ladder outside this position was empty anyway. With nothing else to do, the 3 squad leaders gathered and began talking among themselves. The wound across Yin Meng's back was serious. Luo Yong and the other 2 were applying medicine. I had no time for any of that. While no one was looking, I slipped toward the position on the right again. Fighting still raged there. Totters climbed the ladder outside one after another, like an endless column of ants scaling a tree. The rookie spearman from my squad seemed to have found his rhythm after running over here. He stood before the crenel and thrust down constantly, cursing at someone. I could not tell whom. I stab. I'll stab your damn. You're still cursing? You ran off without a word. Boss is going to skin you when he gets here. I rolled my eyes and ignored him. Drawing an arrow, I stood by the neighboring crenel and aimed at the siege ladder outside. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air with a sharp whistle. A silver archer's pulling strength was already far beyond bronze. The Tatar at the top of the ladder was caught off guard. The arrow pierced his throat. As he fell backward, his right hand grabbed the man below by the collar and refused to let go, dragging him down as well. Rogue soldier points, 90. My anticipation grew more urgent, and I did not stop moving. The moment that arrow was gone, I reached back for another. My hand closed on empty air. The quiver on my back was bare. Panicked, I hurried around the wall, picking up loose arrows. Unfortunately, the Totters on the ladder had recognized the danger. They glanced toward me, and the formation immediately descended into chaos. They shouted in fear while scrambling downward. He's here. He's here. He doesn't have a fixed position. He's running all over the wall. He's a top master archer who can shoot returning arrows. Why doesn't he go after the officers? He keeps hounding insignificant men like us. This is bullying. Stop talking and run. That kid is gathering arrows all over the wall. You're blocking my way and still dragging your feet? Here's a kick. Down you go. The ladder dissolved into chaos. I used the opportunity to gather more than a dozen arrows, returned to the crenel, raised my bow, and fired. Whoosh! Whoosh! Uft! The whistle of arrows soon filled the air. The Totters on the ladder became living targets. As wet impacts sounded one after another, they took arrows and fell in succession. Several others panicked so badly that they squeezed their eyes shut and jumped. Every one of them hit the ground and died on the spot. After less than a minute, the siege ladder outside this position was empty too. I glanced at the panel in my mind. Talent, Silver Archer Plus, Rogue Soldier Points, 103. Once my points broke through 100, the plus sign appeared beside my talent again, just as expected. Silver Archer was already this powerful. What special ability would Gold Archer grant me? The thought had barely formed when I pressed the plus sign on the panel without hesitation. The panel flickered the next second, and its data updated in real time. Talent, Gold Archer, Rogue Soldier Points, 3. Just like the previous upgrade, warmth flowed through my limbs and bones. The strength of my body and the power in my arms increased dramatically. At the same time, a mass of detailed archery techniques unpacked itself in my mind, and I mastered all of it in an instant. But I would have to draw my bow and fire once to learn how those techniques actually manifested. Boom, boom, boom. War drums sounded from the far end of the plain. The siege ladders against the wall were withdrawn, and the Tatar soldiers retreated like an ebbing tide. If you've got the guts, come back here. Let's see if I don't put an arrow through you. Whoosh. After advancing to Gold Archer, my arm strength had soared again. I filled the string of the ordinary 132-pound bow in my hands with only a slight effort. The arrow looked perfectly ordinary when it first left the string. But after flying roughly 380 feet, it suddenly seemed to ride invisible waves. Its path rose and fell, unpredictable and erratic. Even in my former world, that was cutting-edge hypersonic missile technology. Now the same principle had appeared in an arrow I had casually fired. The talent ability of a gold archer was terrifying. Unfortunately, the figure on horseback was too far away. The withdrawal drums had sounded in the Tatar camp, and he had already turned his horse and ridden off. The arrow finally exhausted its force and dropped, missing its target. I had known that would happen. I had simply used the opportunity to test the special ability of Gold Archer. The result thrilled me. Cutting-edge hypersonic missile technology applied to an arrow in the age of cold weapons. How could I possibly miss? Even a powerful martial artist watching such an arrow approach would have no idea how to intercept its constantly rising and falling flight path. The bearded leader, Kumatsi, and Pretty Boy Bai approached shoulder to shoulder. After seeing my arrow miss, they exchanged glances and consoled me one after another. Your archery is extraordinary, kid, but your arms are too weak. The arrow was strong at first, then ran out of power. One gust of wind had it wobbling all over the place. Technique is one thing, your foundation another. Later, I'll teach you the Overlord Force, the military cultivation art passed down through generations of Piang Pass defenders. Train diligently. Once you cultivate internal force and become a martial artist, drawing a bow will be a completely different experience. But you'd better not hold such a grudge. That rider was a 1,000-man commander, a martial master. Even if Old Wu and the two of us joined forces, we wouldn't last 3 or 4 moves against him. Did that not mean he could kill one of them with every move, as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs? So martial masters were that powerful. A kill at that level had to be worth more points, right? The threshold from silver to gold had already reached 100 points. If Gold Archer followed the same tenfold increase, advancing again would cost a massive 1,000. Killing only martial artists seemed like trying to put out a cartload of burning wood with a cup of water. But if I could shoot 1 or 2 martial masters, how exciting would that be? If the 3 squad leaders knew that a rookie on his first battlefield was already calculating how to shoot down a powerful martial master, their souls might have fled their bodies from fright. I turned and looked around. Bodies lay everywhere at almost every defensive position. Tatar soldiers killed after reaching the wall, and Piang Pass defenders who had died fighting atop it. The squads led by Humatsi and Pretty Boy Bai on either side had both suffered casualties. They were clearing the bodies from their positions. Our fallen comrades were placed in body bags and would later be buried near the southern gate of Piang Pass. A peak known as Soldier's Soul Mountain stood there. Below its midpoint were countless graves, all belonging to heroes who had died defending the pass. As for the Tatar corpses, their heads were cut off before their bodies were thrown straight from the wall. Tatar burial teams would collect them later. Every severed head represented military merit and the highest kind of honor. The bearded leader's full squad should have contained 11 men. But when I arrived, even counting me and the other new recruit, the spearman, it had only 7. Our squad had suffered no casualties in this battle. While the wall was being cleared, we talked among ourselves, and I finally learned everyone's name. The bearded man was our squad leader, nicknamed Old Wu, and a middle-stage martial artist. The 4 veterans were all peak martial disciples, either swordsmen or axemen. Yin Meng and Luo Yong were the 2 team leaders. The other veterans were Wang Jian and Qi Fong. The new spearman was named Sun Ji. We returned to camp a short while later. In high spirits, Old Wu beckoned Sun Ji and me over. Come here, you 2 brats. Before it's time to eat, I'll teach you the military cultivation art passed down through generations of Piang Pass defenders. This art is called the Overlord Force. It follows a fierce and domineering path and is especially effective for tempering the body. What comes next is the formula for breathing and circulating force. Listen carefully. Old Wu's expression turned solemn. He enunciated every word. Overlord Force rises like a mountain. Breathe deep and long. Focus the mind. Gather the breath. Drive strength to the crown. Store your power. Then exhale with a savage roar. The Overlord Force formula was only a little over 100 characters long, yet obscure and difficult to understand. Sunji had already pulled out a small notebook and was writing while he listened. I needed to hear it only once for every word to be branded into my mind. With the system's help, I could not have forgotten it if I tried. You two are still unranked martial disciples. Train diligently. Once you cultivate your first thread of internal force, you'll cross into the martial artist realm. Yiming, Luo Yong, and the others have trained for years, yet they've only reached martial disciple perfection. They're still a step short of generating that first self-sustaining thread of internal force. After passing down the formula, Old Wu encouraged us earnestly. For the two of you, simply studying the formula until you understand it will probably take more than a month. There's no need to rush. It looked like this cultivation art was anything but simple. The moment Old Wu finished reciting the formula, the panel in my mind changed. When its data updated, two entirely new categories appeared. Host, Lin Xian, Cultivation Art, Overlord Force, Beginner, Realm, Martial Artist, Early Stage, Talent, Gold Archer, Rogue Soldier Points, 3. Of the new Cultivation Art and Realm categories, the Overlord Force being only at beginner level made sense. Yiming, Luo Yong, and the other two veterans had practiced the Overlord Force for years. Although each had cultivated a thread of Overlord internal force, they were still a little short of making it self-sustaining. Even now, all four remained martial disciples at perfection, one step away from the martial artist realm. Yet I had just started and was already an early-stage martial artist. The thread of force circulated through my limbs and bones, entered my core, then emerged again, repeating the cycle without end. The system's support was just that amazing, damn considerate and user-friendly. This had to be the so-called Overlord internal force. There was only one thread of it, but it already circulated endlessly through my body, self-sustaining and inexhaustible. That fact alone meant I, a new recruit, had overtaken Yiming, Luo Yong, and the other veterans after their years of hard training. It was only natural that I had crossed into the early-stage martial artist realm first. In other words, I'm starting in the martial artist realm. With the system helping me, I don't even need to train. The Overlord Force inside me circulates on its own every second of the day, even while I eat and sleep. I'm about to take off right where I stand. Old Wu finished speaking and turned to leave, so I hurriedly stopped him. Boss, I've already mastered the Overlord Force. Can you teach me a weapon skill? A bow alone isn't enough. If a Tatar gets close, I'll be dead as hell. What? You've already mastered it. Old Wu froze, then rapped me hard on the head. I couldn't tell before, brat. Your archery may be good, but your talent for bragging is even better. Yiming, Luo Yong, and the other two veterans burst into laughter. Even Sun Ji curled his lip, taking the chance to get even. Boss, maybe our little Xian Xian has a photographic memory and is a once-in-a-generation martial genius. I've only just finished writing the formula down, and he's already mastered it. We have no choice but to admit defeat. Little Xian Xian. I laughed in anger, rolled up my sleeves, and walked toward him. Come here. You like giving people nicknames, huh? Today we'll find out whether I'm little Xian Xian or your little teeny weeny. HM. Internal force. Old Wu's expression shifted. With a surprised grunt, he stepped forward and placed his fingers on my wrist. After a brief examination, he sucked in a sharp breath. Internal force circulating without end. You really cultivated a thread of Overlord force. But just a moment ago, there was clearly nothing inside you. Yiming, Luo Yong, and the other two jolted. They all stepped forward and turned to grip my wrist and examine me. Yet in the span of a moment, a thread of Overlord force had appeared inside me. It circulated through a complete cycle without pause, self-sustaining and inexhaustible. Is something wrong, boss? I was secretly delighted, but feigned confusion. The formula was simple. I listened once and breathed the way you said. After a few cycles, my lower belly got warm. Then a little mouse appeared and started racing around inside my body. It hasn't stopped since. A genius. A martial genius. After hearing my explanation, Old Wu had no further doubts. His beard trembled with excitement. All martial paths lead to the same destination. You could shoot a returning arrow at 13, which proves your comprehension is extraordinary. No wonder you grasped the formula so quickly and advanced straight into the martial artist realm. He had plainly accepted that I had mastered the Overlord force and that my internal force had become self-sustaining, allowing me to enter the martial artist realm in a single leap. Since you're already a martial artist, I should naturally teach you a weapon skill. Old Wu nodded with a smile. His eyes settled on me, and the longer he looked, the happier he became. Tell me, brat, what martial skill do you want to learn? saber, spear, or broad axe? Is there anything else? I scratched the back of my head, uncertain. I don't really like any of those. Boss, does the Piang army have a more powerful staff art? Something that sweeps through an entire army and knocks down a whole crowd with one swing. You want to learn the staff? Old Wu was surprised, but he did not object. He quickly nodded. I don't know much about staff arts, but our 100-man commander specializes in one. He uses a majestic set called the Frenzied Demon Staff Art. People call him Mad Manly. If you want to learn, I'll find him now. With your martial talent, his art may finally have an heir. He'll probably be even happier than I am. Yin Ming, Luo Yong, and the other veterans crowded around me, examining me from head to toe like a monster. They poked here, squeezed there, and clicked their tongues in wonder. We were both new recruits, yet the difference in treatment was enormous. Compared with me, whom Old Wu and the veterans treasured, Sun Ji felt he was worth less than a weed by the roadside. Who wants to learn my Frenzied Demon Staff Art? Before long, a rough, booming voice came from nearby. I never pass my staff art to others lightly, but if you want to learn, I'll give you a chance. Watch it once. If you can reproduce at least 20%, you pass. If you can't manage even 20%, you'll have wasted my time. Don't blame me when I serve you a beating with this staff. In the Great Chu Army, squad leader was the lowest officer rank. A squad leader commanded 10 soldiers, including 2 5-man team leaders. Above squad leader was 100-man commander, who commanded 10 squads and 100 soldiers. A battalion commander led a full camp. 10 captains who each commanded 1,000 men, for a total force of more than 10,000. The defender of Piang Pass was Zhao Dinglu, the grand general who pacifies the north. 5 battalion commanders served under him, leading 5 camps and 50,000 troops in all. The man now approaching us was a huge, muscular brute. Bald and dark-faced, with coarse features, he carried a long black iron staff across one shoulder. He strode like a tiger, resembling a black tower in human form. This was 100-man Commander Mad Manly. Although he was only a martial artist at perfection, his physique and the staff art he practiced gave him an aura that seemed even more imposing than that Tatar 1,000-man commander in the martial master realm. You're the brat who wants to learn my Frenzied Demon Staff Art. Old Wu pointed at me. Mad Manly looked me up and down with apparent disdain. Skinny arms, skinny legs. You think you're built to wield a staff? But since Old Wu asked, I'll still give you a chance. Did you hear the rules I just explained? Humph. My Frenzied Demon Staff Art is an internal staff art. Years ago, an expert believed to be an immortal master taught it to me. He said its internal force formula concealed the secrets of the immortal path and must never be passed to anyone without extraordinary comprehension. I've told that story countless times, but no one believes me. Whenever those bastards I drink with get drunk, they make fun of me for it. But after all these years, not one person has passed my test and learned the internal force formula from me. Remember this well. I will demonstrate the 9 forms of the Frenzied Demon Staff only once. If you can reproduce at least 20% after watching once, I'll teach you the physical forms. If you can reproduce at least 60%, you'll qualify to receive the internal force formula and inherit the Frenzied Demon Staff Art. But if you can't manage even 20%, then not even Old Wu's reputation will save you from a few strikes of my staff today. Let it serve as a warning. With that, Mad Manly swung the long black iron staff from his shoulder and immediately began his demonstration. His voice rang out. Watch closely, brat. First form, Frenzied Demon Dance. Staff shadows fly as the demon rises, souls scatter, and even ghosts and gods weep. Second form, staff stirs wild thunder. Wild thunder shakes the highest heavens. Beneath one's staff, heaven and earth are nothing. Third form, staff shatters the firmament. The sky splits beneath the staff, fierce winds rise, and the earth's shadow tilts. Fourth form, ninth form, Frenzied Demon ends the world. When the Frenzied Demon's staff descends, all things beneath heaven turn to dust. Mad Manly performed all 9 forms in succession. Though his cultivation was only in the martial artist realm, the immense force of his performance was terrifying. By the time he completed all 9 forms, waves of force had swept sand and gravel through a 30-foot radius. The dust was so thick that no one could see a hand before his face. Even Old Wu, a fellow martial artist, looked afraid. He had already retreated 50 or 60 feet with Yin Ming, Luo Yong, and the others, yet the fierce wind and force from the staff still made their clothes snap violently around them. To see every tiny movement Mad Manly made within the blowing dust, I even activated the magnification and target lock ability I had gained at Bronze Archer. With the system supporting me, Every movement that passed before my eyes, even the smallest detail, was instantly and permanently imprinted in my mind. When Madman Li completed the final form and lowered his staff, I quickly glanced at the panel in my mind. A new category had appeared between realm and talent. Martial skill, frenzied demon staff art, forms only. Since the system listed it, I had clearly mastered the staff art completely. The words forms only, in parentheses, meant I had learned only the physical moves, not the internal force circulation formula required to unleash their full power. Well, did you see it clearly, brat? I stood there wide-eyed and silent. Madman Li extended the black iron staff toward me with one hand and urged me on. Got the courage to perform it for me. If you aren't sure you can reproduce 20%, lie down now and raise your ass. Maybe if you're honest about it, I'll hit you a little more gently. You want to beat my ass with a staff? I'm afraid you won't get the chance. I rolled my eyes and took the black iron staff from him. Calling him directly by his nickname, I showed no fear. Watch carefully, Madman Li. This staff art isn't anything special. After seeing it once, reproducing every last bit will be easy. First form, frenzied demon dance. Second form, staff stirs wild thunder. Third form, roaring each name. I performed the 9 forms in succession. Every motion flowed smoothly into the next. I missed none of the smallest details. At a glance, I looked as if I had immersed myself in the art for 8 or 10 years. Madman Li, who had been impossibly arrogant a second earlier, stood with his mouth hanging open, petrified. Ahem. Commander, the moves this kid performed seem to be exactly the same as yours. Several seconds passed before Old Wu finally reacted. He coughed twice and cautiously reminded him. I told you, this kid is a martial genius. He understood the overlord force after hearing it once. Looks like he learns martial skill forms the instant he sees them too. Once he understands one thing, he can infer the rest. Old Wu cupped his hands and smiled broadly. Congratulations, Commander. Congratulations. Your frenzied demon staff art finally has a worthy air. Ha ha ha. Well said. I've never seen a martial genius like this in my life. I'm taking him as my disciple. If anyone tries to steal him, don't blame me for turning hostile on the spot. After all that flattery, Madman Li nearly lost control of his excitement. He threw back his head and laughed, then draped an arm across my shoulders and led me toward a secluded place. Come on, kid. I'll pass the internal force formula to you right now. Let's get farther away from everyone. An immortal master really did teach me this formula. If you can uncover the secret hidden within it, you might even step onto the path of immortal cultivation one day. But remember, this is of enormous importance. Once I teach you, you must never let a third person hear it, especially Bearded Wu. He looks rough and straightforward, but he's as crafty as a thief. Old Wu. After passing me the internal force formula of the frenzied demon staff art, Madman Li warned me again and again. Even as he left, he cast several uneasy glances at Old Wu. Old Wu's face turned green with anger. Breathing heavily through his nose, he dragged Yin Ming and Luo Yong over to hear his grievance. It turned out that Madman Li loved alcohol more than his own life. Once, before a night march, Old Wu had secretly poured out more than half the liquor in his flask and replaced it with water. From that day on, Madman Li had considered him as crafty as a thief. Years had passed, and he still brought it up. I turned my attention to the change on the panel in my mind. Martial skill, frenzied demon staff art, beginner. After I received the internal force formula, the words forms only after frenzied demon staff art had changed to beginner, just as expected. That meant I had fully learned the art, including both its forms and its internal force formula. At last, I possessed a martial skill that could protect my life. But if I could upgrade my archer talent by spending rogue soldier points, what about my cultivation art, realm, and martial skill? Maybe I simply have too few rogue soldier points. I'm down to 3 again. I need to kill more enemies and earn more points. Come with me, brat. After we ate, Old Wu summoned me and led me toward the armory. You're a martial artist now, so an ordinary bow no longer suits you. I'm taking you to requisition a war bow. And since you're practicing the commander's frenzied demon staff art, I should requisition a black iron staff forged from fine steel for you as well. But neither counts as ordinary military equipment. They have to be exchanged for military merit. I've accumulated some merit over the years leading Yin Ming, Luo Yong, and the others, so I'll advance it for you. Remember to kill plenty of enemies and distinguish yourself later. That's the only way to repay us. Only after reaching the armory did I learn that the bow I had used before was not even a true one-shire bow. In the Great Chu army, a true one-shire bow was already considered a powerful war bow. It had a draw weight of about 132 pounds and a maximum range of roughly 525 feet. Since one great chew pace measured about 42 to 46 inches, that came to approximately 150 paces. Old Wu had brought me here to exchange my weapon for a true one-sure war bow. But another bow caught my eye, and I pointed at it. "Boss, that one looks much better. Can I have it?" "You've got nerve, kid." The veteran overseeing the armory rolled his eyes. "That's a three-sure bow. Its maximum draw weight is nearly 400 pounds, and its range exceeds 300 paces. You're only an early-stage martial artist. Can you even draw it?" 300 paces was close to a quarter mile, more than 1,000 feet. Even the effective range of such an exceptionally powerful bow reached about 820 feet. An ordinary martial artist would struggle to draw it fully. Even if he forced it open, he could not guarantee his aim. Only a master archer in the martial master realm could likely handle a three-sure bow with ease. Even if I can't draw it fully yet, a bow like that combined with my archery will be like giving wings to a tiger. Ignoring the veteran, I stared directly at Old Wu, my mind made up. Besides, just because I can't draw it now doesn't mean I'll never be able to. What if I can pull it to full draw in a few days? Uft. The armory veteran could not hold back. He burst out laughing, mockery written across his face. But Old Wu remembered my heaven-defying martial talent. In the end, he gritted his teeth and spent every scrap of military merit our squad had accumulated over the years. At last, he obtained the three-sure bow and a black iron staff for me. I'm alone in the world anyway, and with my lousy temper, I'm not suited to being an officer. Squad leader is as high as I'll ever go. More military merit is useless to me. After we left the armory, Old Wu patted my shoulder, placing great hopes on me. But Yin Ming, Luo Yong, and the other two are different. They have wives, children, and families back home. They can exchange military merit for silver and send it to them. You just used every bit of merit our squad possessed. If you don't kill plenty of enemies, you'll have failed Yin Ming and the others. That Tatar held a high rank. He was not only a martial master, but a 1,000-man commander. If I shot him and earned that military achievement, would it not be a wonderful surprise for Old Wu, Yin Ming, and the others? Boom, boom, boom. The 2nd Battalion was defending the wall again today. Its squads ran toward the northern wall in orderly columns. Yesterday's Tatar attack was only a test. Beating the drums and attacking the pass first thing this morning is unusual. Stay sharp. Let's all try to leave the wall alive. Every extra day you live is a day you've earned. Yin Ming, Luo Yong, and the other two were veterans and martial disciples at perfection. Although I had been a rookie yesterday, today I was already a martial artist. Don't be scared, teeny weeny. Sun Ji's face was bloodless and he looked ready to cry, so I casually comforted him. Do what you did yesterday. Stand in front, close your eyes, and stab downward. You're a spearman. That thing in your hands is long enough that a Tatar will have a hard time touching you even after you stab him to death. Well, you're no good either, Lin. All you do is make smart remarks. My words only made things worse. Sun Ji actually wiped away tears, aggrieved and full of resentment. I'm obviously the weakest one, so why do I have to stand in front? What did I do to deserve this? Once we reached the wall and saw the plain, even Old Wu was caught off guard. His expression shifted. The Tatars had deployed far more troops than yesterday. Looking across the plain, I saw countless figures packed together like ants. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I followed Old Wu and the others onto the wall, then immediately crouched beneath the battlement at our position to avoid the rain of arrows. Clatter, clang, clatter. The 7 of us were still crouched beneath the battlement, sheltering from the rain of arrows, when strange clattering sounds came from the outer side of the wall. They were the sounds of siege ladders striking the battlement. Old Wu, Yin Ming, and the other veterans had heard them countless times. The Tatar archers are withdrawing. After several volleys, the rain of arrows stopped. Old Wu's spirits rose, and he immediately shouted, "Move! Spearman, get forward and plug the crenel. Archer, support from the side. Everyone else, hold the line with me, and what the hell?" Before he could finish, Old Wu swore. His voice was thick with anger and disbelief. The rest of us stood and peered over the wall. Our eyes widened into circles. 3 siege ladders had been placed side by side beneath our crenel, each crowded with Tatars climbing upward. Compared with yesterday's single ladder, the pressure had more than tripled. Our position was the only one receiving such special treatment. Humatsi's and Pretty Boy Bai's adjacent positions still had 1 ladder apiece, just like yesterday. 3 ladders side by side? Those Tatars have no conscience. 3 can come up at once, 4 or 5 if they squeeze together. They can watch each other's backs. How are we supposed to defend against that? That damn Tatar 1,000-man commander on horseback must have come up with this rotten plan. The 4 martial artists he sent yesterday all died here. So now he's using a dirty trick because he can't accept it. Wah, Lin, you're a walking disaster. I finally understand. You won't be satisfied until you get me killed. Sun Ji had fallen into despair. He turned to old Wu as if he had given up on life. Boss, I've only got 2 hands and 1 spear. With the Tatars doing this, I couldn't stab them fast enough even if I used both hands and feet. Useless trash. Get to the rear. If you can't stab fast enough, you're in charge of the golden broth. Old Wu glared and kicked him backward. Aim carefully when you pour it. Spill any on me, and I'll skin you alive. The so-called golden broth was actually liquid manure boiled to scalding temperature. Besides stinking to high heaven, it left the men below screaming. Even if it did not kill them, the burns would temporarily take them out of the fight. It was highly effective in a siege defense. Its physical damage was bad enough. With the medicine of this era, an infection from the bacteria would essentially be incurable. Its psychological damage was even more extreme, especially because it devastated enemy morale. In terms of value for effort, it was hard to beat. Its only flaw was the unbearable stench. Whoever carried the buckets could easily spill some on himself. Even if only the enemy below was drenched, the smell rose to the defenders on the wall. It was a dirty trick that inflicted 1,000 points of damage on the enemy while dealing 300 to oneself. For that reason, unless they had no other choice, the soldiers at each defensive position avoided using it. Even old Wu, who had served in the army for more than 10 years, had never heard of 3 ladders placed side by side. The enemy's sudden focus on our position had driven him into a corner. His willingness to use the golden broth proved he was ready to risk everything to hold the line. Here they are. Just carry the buckets out one by one and pour them down. Yin Ming brought a bewildered Sun Ji into a side room in the gate tower. Pinching his nose in disgust, he pointed at a pile of tightly sealed wooden buckets. Aim for the Tatars on the ladders when you pour. Better yet, stay as far from us as possible. Spill any on me and you'll regret it. That's all. Sun Ji stared for 2 seconds, then ecstasy spread across his face and his breathing quickened. Brother Yin, you really do treat me well. Don't worry. I'm no good at plugging a krenel, but I'm great at pouring manure. Who cares if it stinks? The important thing is that it's safe. With that, he happily wandered among the 100 or so buckets of golden broth. You really are a special kind of talent. Utterly defeated, Yin Ming muttered, shook his head, and returned to our position. The 3 Tatars leading the assault were clearly confident that their triple ladder tactic would force old Wu and the others to lose the position. Once they opened a breach here, climbed onto the wall, and held out until reinforcements arrived, the honor of being first over the wall would unquestionably be theirs. You want to take my position and claim first over the wall honors? You must still be dreaming. Old Wu's ferocity had been aroused. He casually flourished his saber twice and ordered coldly, I'll hold the middle ladder. Yin Ming and Wang Jian, Luo Yong and Qi Fong. You 4 split into pairs and hold the left and right. Anyone who comes up gets cut back down. Boss, why don't you let me hold all 3? The 3-sure bow was strapped across my back. I lowered the black iron staff from my shoulder, leaped onto the krenel, and crouched there facing all 3 ladders. Shooting isn't my only talent. I'm good at whack-a-mole too. I beat the whole game when I was 8 or 9. Old Wu and the others were completely lost. They had no idea what I meant. But they were already prepared for my monstrous performances, and my claim that I had beaten it at 8 or 9 sounded impressive. Though suspicious, they gritted their teeth and remained silent. My spirits rose. The leading row of Tatars was already approaching, waving gleaming steel sabers in challenge. I laughed. A longer weapon is stronger. I've got solid ground beneath my feet while you're wobbling on ladders, and you still dare provoke me. As soon as I finished, I gripped one end of the black iron staff with one hand, raised it like a whack-a-mole mallet, and slammed it downward. Bang! Crack! Crack! I struck 3 times in succession. With the bronze archer's magnification and target lock supporting me, my blows were fast, vicious, and accurate. In less than a heartbeat, the far end of my staff hit all 3 Tatars on the head. This was an iron staff, and I was hammering downward from above as if wielding a mallet. The result was easy to imagine. Each strike silenced a man. The 3 Tatars in the leading row had their skulls shattered and brains sprayed apart. Without even a chance to scream, they crumpled and tumbled from the ladders, dragging several more men down with them. That works. Old Wu's scalp tightened. He stared as if seeing a celestial being and cried out, Who taught you that move, brat? Your technique is so smooth. Don't tell me you used to play whack-a-mole with people's heads. Crack, crack, crack. The leading row of totters had barely fallen from the ladders when the second row rushed up behind them. Crouching on the crenel as if I were playing a game, I held the black iron staff in one hand and struck down 3 times. Muffled cracks sounded in quick succession. 3 more skulls burst, and their owners died on the spot. After the second round, I glanced at the panel in my mind. Rogue Soldier Points, 14. My Rogue Soldier points had jumped from 3 to 14. Only 6 totters had taken direct blows to the skull, but in each of the 2 rounds, another 2 or 3 unlucky men had been dragged from the ladders and crushed below. The crowds of totters fighting to climb upward now saw the horrifying scene. As they craned their necks and looked up, undisguised terror spread through their eyes. An invisible fear raced through the air. How is this happening? What the hell is he doing? Isn't a spearman supposed to plug the crenel? Since when can someone do it with a staff? Is that even how a staff is used? It's more terrifying than a spear. 1 blow, 1 shattered skull. What does that kid think we are? Compared with a spear that has to be pulled back after every thrust, hammering continuously with a staff really is faster and easier. That move is vicious. It's like he invented it specifically for us. Why the hell are you talking so much? You're blocking my way. Down you go. Here's a kick. Recognizing the danger, every Tatar on the ladders panicked. The top 2 or 3 rows seemed to reach the same agreement. Instead of advancing, they tried to scramble down. But too many Tatars were crowded below, all surging toward the 3 adjacent ladders. Most cared only about seizing a place on a ladder. They had never looked up and had no idea what was happening above. Several men gritted their teeth and jumped. Every one of them fell to his death. Those who did not dare jump were soon pushed back to the tops of the ladders, where they inevitably became another row of moles for my black iron staff to crack open. That kid is invincible. No kidding. He handled 3 ladders side by side that easily. What a vicious move. He's sitting on the crenel alone, holding a long staff as leisurely as Jiang Taigong waiting for fish. Every strike hits. Incredible. The difference is that Jiang Taigong fished for fish. This kid is fishing for lives. Whoever comes up dies. Coming through, you Tatar dogs. Lord G brought an extra course for you. What are you trying to do, you bastard? The totters on the ladders are already scrambling down as if their parents failed to give them enough arms and legs. Why are you bringing that stinking stuff over now? If you pour it, you won't hit a single Tatar. The smell will come up here and knock me unconscious instead. Take it back where it came from. Cause trouble again, and I'll skin you. Sun Ji stopped and stood frozen for a while. Once he understood, he ran back with his 2 buckets of golden broth. Boss, I'll guard them for now. Whenever you need the golden broth, just shout, and I'll be here immediately. What does he mean, guard them? Old Wu looked utterly defeated. He stared at Yin Ming in disbelief. What did you tell him? What's he going back to guard? The 100 or 200 buckets of golden broth? Is he afraid someone will sneak onto the wall to steal our shit? Boss, Commander, you came at the perfect time. The moment they saw Madman Li, Humatzi and Pretty Boy Bai ran over from the positions on either side. Each grabbed one of his arms and refused to let go. Commander, you're playing favorites. We've served under you with Old Wu for how many years? We're all old comrades. Look at that fellow crouching on the crenel. How many totters has he knocked down with that giant stick? Even 3 adjacent ladders aren't enough to keep him busy. How can you favor one man over another and teach a secret move like that only to Old Wu's soldier? We don't care. We want to play whack-a-mole too. Pick anyone you like from our squads and teach one man on each side. After all that effort, my rogue soldier points had risen to only 23, yet not one Tatar remained on the 3 ladders outside. I was nowhere near satisfied. Bunch of cowards. With no other choice, I jumped down from the crenel and headed to Humatzi's position on the right. There was only 1 ladder here, but it was crowded with Tatars fighting to climb. Humatzi's spearmen had died yesterday. Several veterans were simply swinging their sabers at the men coming through the crenel. I'll smash you. Crack, crack. The moment I arrived, the sight of so many targets delighted me. I leaped onto the crenel and swung my black iron staff without stopping. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 Tatars had brains smeared across their faces and tumbled backward to the ground. Madman Li had only come because he heard Old Wu was receiving special attention and facing an unprecedented triple ladder assault. Worried, he had hurried over to look. He never imagined I would deal with all 3 ladders alone, remain unsatisfied, and then scamper like a monkey to Humatzi's position to continue. Even he was caught off guard. After staring blankly for a while, he awkwardly wiped sweat from his forehead. Did that kid take the wrong medicine? Why does he look even crazier than me? But as heaven is my witness, stop pulling on me. I really didn't teach him that move. Madman Li, Have used a staff for almost 20 years and killed countless enemies. I've never fought as unpredictably as he does. I only learned today that a staff could be used that way. Damn it. Is that bastard an archer or some other kind of monster? Whoever heard of a master archer who puts away his bow and runs around smacking people with a shit-stirring stick? What the hell are you saying? If you don't know how to curse, keep your mouth shut. If his weapon is a shit-stirring stick, what does that make us? Stop arguing and move down. You're blocking my way. After several men were knocked from the ladder, all the remaining totters panicked. They cursed constantly, but did not hesitate, scrambling downward as fast as they could. When it comes to cowardice, none of you will surrender first place. Tui. When all my moles vanished in an instant, my nose nearly twisted from anger. I spat, jumped down from the crenel, and ran toward Pretty Boy Bai's position on the left. Well, that's that. Everyone at all 3 positions gets to rest now. 3 positions and 5 siege ladders. And that kid defended them all by himself? He's a monster. If he could run a little faster, I'd almost believe he could handle all the dozens of ladders along this whole stretch of wall alone. Commander, the apple truly doesn't fall far from the tree. Madman Lee has taught a little madman, and the student looks even crazier than the master. I'm at least half his master. If his style doesn't resemble mine, should it resemble yours? That's enough. Let him do as he pleases. But keep an eye on him. Don't let the totters use some dirty trick to pull that nail from our wall. Madman Lee was a 100-man commander responsible for 10 squads. He had to oversee all 10 defensive positions along this section of the wall and could not remain here forever. Mother of all bastards. Climb up here. Why does every one of you retreat the moment you see me? Did I trample your ancestral graves? Not long after Madman Lee left, I reached Pretty Boy Bai's position and immediately started cursing. I really was furious. I had run here huffing and puffing, only to strike 3 moles before the supply ended. A huge crowd stood below, yet not one man dared climb the ladder again. Every one of them was worth points. I could see them, but could not collect them. Who would not be anxious? Then I remembered my 3-sure war bow. You're going to stand below and refuse to climb? Fine. Don't blame me when I call your names one by one. I casually tossed the black iron staff onto the wall, removed the war bow from my back, knocked an arrow, and drew the string. After magnification and target lock engaged, I released my right hand, and the arrow shot out in an instant. I was now a gold archer and had reached the early stage martial artist realm. My arm strength was already exceptional. On top of that, I had replaced my ordinary bow with a 3-sure bow whose effective range was nearly 1,000 feet. What did the 40 or 50-foot distance from the wall to the ground matter? Whoosh. Uft. 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 Having found a new way to earn points, I had no intention of stopping once I began. Sharp whistles and wet impacts rang out continuously while the arrows and the quiver on my back rapidly disappeared. The distance was too short, while my arm strength and the 3-sure bow were too powerful. Combined with the magnification and target lock I had gained at Bronze Archer, not one Tatar I selected could escape death. Damn it. He put away the staff and switched back to his bow. He's a top master archer who can shoot returning arrows. Standing above us on the wall. How is this any different from the Grim Reaper calling names? He's too vicious, like a human butcher, and he looks half crazy on top of it. He's the human butcher madman. We can't afford to provoke him. If you know that, then retreat. Hurry, open the distance, or every one of us will die here today. The crowd around the siege ladder panicked, their faces filled with grief and anger. Still cursing, they turned and scattered. I glanced at the panel in my mind. Rogue soldier points, 48. An ordinary Tatar was worth only 1 point. That efficiency left me deeply disappointed. Even setting aside whether my cultivation art, realm, and martial skill could also be improved with points, Gold Archer alone would probably require 1,000 points for its next upgrade. Even more frustrating, after I shot more than a dozen men, every other Tatar beneath the ladder outside Pretty Boy Bai's position fled. The enormous area below became empty, leaving me unable to earn even 1 more point. Furious, I gripped my war bow and ran back. My own position had 3 ladders side by side, and even more Tatars gathered around them. But those men had suffered deeper psychological trauma. The moment they saw me return with my bow, more than 100 Tatars recoiled like victims of a conditioned response and rushed backward. Another wide, open space appeared. You Tatar dogs are absolutely shameless. What happened to attacking the city? Would a little professionalism kill you? Grief and indignation overwhelmed me. I spat over the wall again. Tui. So much for the Tatars being fierce, courageous, and unafraid of death. It's all damn bragging. Within moments, The ground below all three positions was completely empty for hundreds of feet. There were other defensive positions farther away on both sides. But even if I went to the trouble of running there, what would happen? After I killed a few Tatars, they would flee the same way. I could exhaust myself racing around without earning many points. With no Tatars to kill, I stamped and jumped in frustration atop the wall. The Tatar captain responsible for this section saw that even 3 adjacent ladders had failed to overcome me. Unprecedented humiliation surged through him, and his desire to kill me instantly reached its peak. Hiya, this is bad. Get back here, brat. Find somewhere to hide until the danger passes. The tallest tree in the forest gets broken by the wind. You made too much trouble and drew too much hatred. Someone has targeted you. That man on horseback is a martial master and a Tatar captain who commands 1,000 men. Even our 100-man commander couldn't defeat him. If he reaches the wall, you're dead. As Old Wu and the other 2 shouted for me to avoid the danger, they tightened their grips on their steel sabers and rushed toward the crenel. But with only their middle and late-stage martial artist strength, even all 3 attacking together could never stop a powerful martial master. They might spill their blood on the wall in the very first exchange. Boss, we'll die either way. At worst, we fight him to the death. No matter how powerful a martial master is, he can't do anything if he never reaches the wall. The willingness of Old Wu and the others to sacrifice themselves reddened my eyes. Warmth crossed my heart, and my own ferocity erupted. Instead of retreating, I advanced several steps, planted myself at the crenel, raised my bow, and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp whistles pierced the air. Arrows tore forward one after another, all aimed at the rider. Almost immediately, a series of clangs sounded. I fired 7 or 8 arrows, and he knocked every one aside with his saber. Their only effect was to slow his charge. He knew I could shoot returning arrows, so every shaft that passed a short distance to either side put him on guard. While swinging his saber, he repeatedly looked back to watch for arrows curving around. Arrows. I need more arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. I never stopped shooting. My opponent was still hundreds of feet away. Even with a 3-sure bow in the hands of a gold archer, my arrows were knocked aside one after another. At this range, they posed little threat. My only hope was to suppress him with a massive volume of arrows, while secretly mixing returning arrows and Wave Rider shots into the barrage. Old Wu, Humatsi, and Pretty Boy stared in astonishment, their hearts pounding with uncertainty. None knew whether my plan could work. When they heard me shout, all 3 jolted and immediately understood. What are you waiting for? Find arrows. The more, the better. Yin Meng, Luo Yong, and every soldier at all 3 positions snapped from their daze. They began gathering every undamaged arrow on the wall. You Tatar dog, hurry up. Let's see if I don't shoot you dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. My right hand blurred as I drew, knocked, and released. I worked so fast I nearly gave off smoke, raining arrows downward in a continuous stream to suppress him. In the blink of an eye, I fired more than 20 arrows, including 2 returning shots. I followed that wave with several more arrows. Every one was a Wave Rider. I had committed all my strength. If this could not kill him, the attempt would fail. Once he closed the distance, climbed a siege ladder, and reached the wall, the consequences would be disastrous. Clang, clang, clang. No matter how skilled the archer, a man only in the martial artist realm would never be taken seriously by a martial master. Once they fought at close range, life or death would be decided instantly. Clangs rang out without pause. The Tatar 1,000-man commander knocked aside every arrow coming straight at him. He remained intensely alert to the arrows whistling past on either side, often turning to track them. He was guarding against my hiding returning arrows within the dense barrage as killing moves. The instant the 2 returning arrows hidden in the storm curved back, he detected them. Twice, he hurriedly twisted aside. Returning arrows were deadly against ordinary martial artists, but they were only small tricks before a martial master. When he remained vigilant, they could accomplish nothing. Ha ha ha. Shoe Dog Archer, you really are crafty. Too bad you can't fool me. You dare challenge a martial master with only this much skill. After easily dodging 2 returning arrows, the Tatar commander's confidence soared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wave I had fired after the 2 returning arrows was now within 100 feet of him. Their formerly straight paths suddenly became erratic. 7 or 8 arrows rose and fell as if riding waves, moving with the agility of living things. Yet every one remained locked firmly on the Tatar 1,000-man commander. Hiss! What technique is this? Why have I never heard of it? The bizarre sight changed the commander's expression. He sucked in a sharp breath and cried out in horror. Instinctively, he yanked hard on his reins, completely losing his composure. The arrows rose and fell like ghosts riding waves. Even with the strength of a martial master and a steel saber in his hand, he did not know how to respond. One might not have mattered, but 7 or 8 were flying toward him at once. The impossible sight had exceeded everything he understood. Clang, clang. 8 Wave Rider arrows closed on him in a flash, and clangs immediately rang out. A martial master was truly powerful. Even in this situation, he managed to knock 5 arrows aside. The remaining 3 struck their target with wet thuds. One hit his left chest, one landed below the base of his sternum, and one pierced his right thigh. The impacts hurled him from the saddle and sent him rolling across the ground. Those injuries were not fatal by themselves. Unfortunately, the horse panicked and reared with a shrill cry. When its forelegs came down, the right hoof landed squarely on his forehead. A muffled crack sounded. The Tatar commander convulsed several times, then went still. I glanced at the panel in my mind, and my blood instantly raced. Rogue soldier points, 248. I had possessed only 48 points. The sudden jump to 248 meant killing the commander had earned exactly 200. The point values for killing martial artists had already been verified. 10 for early stage, 20 for middle stage, and presumably 50 for late stage and perfection. By that logic, the rewards for martial masters should increase tenfold. 100 for early stage, 200 for middle stage, and 500 for late stage and perfection. In other words, the Tatar 1,000-man commander I had just shot was not only a powerful martial master, but a middle stage one. How is that possible? He actually succeeded? In a one-on-one fight, an archer in the martial artist realm shot a powerful middle stage martial master head-on. That's an extraordinary achievement. Sure, he got lucky when a gust of wind made the arrows rise and fall, but the kid still has every right to be proud. Every soldier at the 3 positions behind me had witnessed the Tatar 1,000-man commander's death. Shock and wild delight filled them. Compared with returning arrows, which they could barely understand, Wave Rider arrows were simply beyond the comprehension of this world's martial artists. The mass of Tatars surging across the plain behind their commander also witnessed his death. In their eyes, their 1,000-man commander had fought 100 battles and never lost. He had charged forward on horseback with his spirit soaring to the heavens. Yet he had been shot from the saddle before he came anywhere near the wall. The sight was like the collapse of their faith and the shattering of a monument. By contrast, my slightly thin figure suddenly became towering and majestic. Every Tatar looked lost. The terror in their eyes intensified, becoming a panic that spread like a rising tide. After killing the Tatar commander, my rogue soldier points jumped to 248, and another change appeared on the panel. Realm, martial artist, early stage, plus. The cultivation art and martial skill categories, which were both at beginner level, still showed nothing. But this proved that I could directly raise my realm by spending rogue soldier points. Without hesitation, I pressed the plus sign with a thought. The data updated immediately. Realm, martial artist, middle stage, rogue soldier points, 148. The upgrade consumed 100 points, raising my realm from early to middle stage martial artist. The effect delighted me. I could feel the little mouse roaming inside my body grow much stronger. Every cell of my tendons, bones, and muscles became tougher. Other martial artists often needed a year or even several years to advance from early to middle stage. With the system's support, I completed the process instantly. But why had it cost 100 points? I needed to understand that. Only after finding the pattern could I predict the thresholds for future upgrades. Killing a Tatar martial artist earned 10 points at early stage, 20 at middle stage, and presumably 50 at late stage and perfection. Advancing myself from early to middle stage martial artist had cost 100 points. Did every realm upgrade cost 10 times the points awarded for killing an enemy at the same stage? In other words, would advancing from middle to late stage require 200 points? One test will tell me. I have 148 points left, only 52 short of 200. I just need to shoot a few more Tatars. I glanced at the quiver on my back. Thanks to Yin Ming and the others silently supplying me, it was already full. I leaped down from the crenel, landed on a siege ladder, and descended to the middle. Then I planted my feet and challenged the enemy ahead in a loud voice. Were you Tatar dogs born as timid as mice? I've chased you all the way onto the ladder, yet no one dares come forward. If you're so afraid of death, why fight a war? Go home and drink your mother's milk. Can that bastard even call himself human? He's too arrogant, too outrageous. Human butcher madman is only a nickname. Does he really think he's the king of hell, here to collect our lives? No matter how strong he is, he's only one man with one bow. There are so many of us, How many arrows can he possibly fire? Exactly. He came down onto the ladder to humiliate us. I can't endure this. Let's all attack together. Every one of us could spit once and wash him off the ladder. Kill that bastard and claim a great achievement. Kill. The Totters who had retreated in panic flew into a rage. Cursing, they turned and charged back. That was exactly what I wanted. I laughed coldly, knocked an arrow, and drew the string. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp whistles soon sounded in succession as arrows tore through the air. I stood alone and proud upon the ladder, raining arrows from my bow. Like the Grim Reaper calling names, every shot carried away a Tatar life. At the top of a towering observation wagon, a dignified man in a brocade robe was studying the walls of Piang Pass through a monocular telescope purchased from Persia at great expense. Ever since the Tatar 1,000-man commander was killed, the man had kept me centered in his lens. He was Ji Bachu, the southern pacification prince of the northern Tatars. Now, after watching me stand alone on the ladder and continuously reap Tatar lives with my arrows, his expression was dark as deep water. 3 positions and 5 siege ladders, all held by one man. After shooting a captain and 1,000-man commander under my command, he still dares act so arrogantly and hold the pass alone. Does he truly believe the northern Tatars have no heroes? Xiao Nime, deliver my command at once. We withdraw for today. Investigate this man's background immediately. When the battle resumes, he must be killed. Whoever brings me his head receives 100 taels of gold and a fief of 1,000 households. Below the observation wagon, Deputy General Xiao Nime, dressed in light armor, jolted. He looked toward the walls of Piang Pass across the plain, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, then turned and hurried away to relay the order. Boom, boom, boom. When the Tatar withdrawal drums sounded, their forces retreated across the plain like an ebbing tide. The quiver on my back had just emptied. I laughed coldly, turned, climbed the ladder, and leaped onto the wall. My recent shooting spree had been thoroughly satisfying. Among the Tatars I killed were 3 early-stage martial artists, each worth 10 points. Realm, martial artist, middle stage, plus, rogue soldier points, 213. The threshold from middle to late-stage martial artist really was 200 points. That meant the next upgrade would almost certainly cost 500. Killing only ordinary Tatars would take too much time and effort. But if I could kill Tatar martial artists, I would need only a few dozen. Suppressing my excitement, I pressed the plus sign with a thought. After spending 200 points, my rogue soldier points fell to 2 digits again. Only 13 remained. But it was worth it. My cultivation had advanced into the late-stage martial artist realm in one leap, surpassing even Old Wu. A warm current spread through my body. My physique grew stronger and my power increased dramatically. Even the little mouse within my meridians changed from one into a long procession, chasing one another through me as the force circulated without end. Brat, your aura. Old Wu, Humatsi, and Pretty Boy Bai came to meet me. Sensing the change in my aura, they looked astonished. Why do you feel different from a moment ago? Even Humatsi, a late-stage martial artist, is only about this strong. Boss, I really did break through. Knowing I could not hide it, I began making outrageous claims again. That shooting spree felt so good that I got excited. The little mouse in my meridians started giving birth. One became a whole string. How is that possible? After a quick examination, Humatsi's mouth fell open. His internal force extends in an unbroken chain, and his aura is deep and enduring. Those are the signs of a late-stage martial artist. This kid really advanced to the late stage. Old Wu, Pretty Boy Bai, Yin Meng, Luo Yong, and the more than 20 soldiers at the 3 positions were dumbfounded. They stared at me as if I were a monster. Yesterday, I had been a new martial disciple. In one day, I had become a late-stage martial artist. No one had ever heard of such growth. I've truly seen something new today. You, brat, are a genuine monster. Old Wu pursed his lips, looking slightly wounded. Then he turned away. That's enough. The Tatar withdrawal has sounded. Let's get off the wall. As we passed the side room in the gate tower, we found Sun Ji squatting outside its door on guard. When he saw the battle was over and everyone was leaving the wall, he stood, closed the wooden door, and deliberately fastened a padlock. Then he hurried after Old Wu. Boss, I locked the door. Should I keep the key? Get lost. Old Wu's face turned green. He kicked at Sun Ji. It's only 100 or so buckets of golden broth. Why the hell did you lock the door? Are you really afraid someone will steal our shit? Old Wu, bring that kid over here. We had just descended from the wall when someone called from a distance. 100-man Commander Madman Li was beckoning. A military officer in light armor, a little over 30, stood beside him. That's our captain and thousand-man commander, Huang Jian. He may be a few years younger than Madman Li and me, but he's a middle-stage martial master. Old Wu murmured a few words, then led me forward quickly. At his signal, we cupped our fists together. Greetings, Captain Huang. You're the archer who stood alone on a siege ladder and held the pass by himself? Huang Jian looked me over, approval in his eyes, then nodded with a smile. So you're a late-stage martial artist. No wonder you could shoot a Tatar captain in the martial master realm. Madman Li says you were born into a hunting family and had already mastered returning arrows. You also earned his favor and received the frenzied demon staff art. Your martial talent must be extraordinary. Your reputation as the human butcher madman has spread throughout the defenders of Piang Pass after that battle. The Grand General also seems interested. He ordered me to bring you before him. The defender of Piang Pass, Zhao Dinglu, bore the title Grand General who pacifies the North. 5 battalion commanders at acquired realm perfection served under him, leading 5 camps and 50,000 troops. His personal combat strength was invincible. Among all 50,000 soldiers of Piang Pass, he was the only innate realm martial artist. He was said to enforce strict military law while caring deeply for his soldiers. The troops at Piang Pass admired him enormously. For such a man to suddenly take interest in a common soldier like me surprised even Madman Li and Old Wu. They were excited and nervous at the same time. Grand General Zhao Dinglu was standing before the command tent. None of the 5 battalion commanders was present. Several deputy generals and a ring of personal guards surrounded him, while a young woman in light armor stood nearby. She had elegant brows, phoenix eyes, a beautiful face, and a graceful figure. She looked not yet 20, about my age. Her light officer's armor added heroic bearing to her feminine beauty, making her impossible to ignore. That's the Grand General's only daughter, Zhao Minhua. She may be about your age, but the Grand General trained her from childhood. She's already a middle-stage martial master, just like Captain Huang, and serves as one of the Grand General's deputy commanders. Old Wu lowered his voice and warned me, "You're young, brat. You probably haven't seen an extraordinary warrior woman like her before. Don't stare at her later." General Zhao's standards are impossibly high. The men at Piang Pass who admire her could form a line from outside the pass to the inside, but not one has caught her eye. Reporting to the Grand General, Madman Li's new disciple has arrived. When we reached them, Huang Jian cupped his fists and announced clearly, his name is Lin Xian. He comes from a hunting family and has practiced archery since childhood. Combined with his exceptional martial talent, he has already reached the late-stage martial artist realm. In the recent battle, he shot a Tatar 1,000-man commander at the middle-stage martial master realm. He also killed more than 100 Tatar soldiers with his staff and bow, earning considerable merit. You're the human butcher madman who defended 3 positions and 5 siege ladders alone. Zhao Dinglu studied me with great interest, bright light repeatedly flashing in his eyes. A late-stage martial artist at such a young age, and skilled in returning arrows. Truly rare. No wonder you caught Madman Li's eye. You killed many enemies today and even crossed realms to shoot a Tatar captain in the martial master realm. Such merit deserves a reward. Do you want an official post or its value in silver? Grand General, I want neither. I drew a breath, cupped my fists, and lowered my head. Like my squad leader, I'm alone in this world. Silver is of no use to me. As for an official post, I'm still a new recruit. I can defend our homeland and kill the enemy on the front lines while following my squad leader. Please record the military merit from this battle under the names of everyone in my squad. My squad leader used all the merit they had accumulated to obtain a black iron staff and a 3-shire bow for me. It is only right that I repay the favor now. Well said. I approve. After studying me for several moments, Zhao Minhua turned to Zhao Dinglu and spoke at the right moment. Father, since he wants neither silver nor an official post, why not transfer him into your personal guard? Zhao Minhua smiled slightly and continued at the right moment. None of your guards is a top master archer capable of returning arrows. Besides, the way he knocked Totters off the wall with a staff was interesting. I heard he calls it whack-a-mole. I want to learn both techniques. In other words, her main reason for suggesting that I join Zhao Dinglu's personal guard was that she wanted me to teach her returning arrows and whack-a-mole. The guards around the Grand General had served him for years, yet Zhao Minhua had never shown special interest in any of them. Now a brand new recruit received that honor the instant he arrived. How could the others possibly accept it? Lin Xian, what are you waiting for? Get on the horse. When I remained silent, Zhao Minhua pointed at a nearby war horse and raised her chin at me in challenge. My father's personal guard isn't easy to enter. Since I recommended you, I must personally test your returning arrows first. General Zhao, I can't ride. I shook my head, then cupped my fists with a wry smile. Besides, my returning arrows are a technique for killing enemies. It isn't convenient to demonstrate them away from the battlefield. It would be unfortunate if I accidentally shot you dead. Impudent Lin Xian. Take a look at yourself before making such outrageous claims to General Zhao. Lu Feng glared and rebuked me. Then he turned and cupped his fists to Zhao Dinglu. Grand General, one firm requirement for entering the personal guard is martial artist perfection. That is the rule. Since General Zhao recommended him, we would never dare belittle her judgment. But this man has not reached martial artist perfection. If he wishes to join the personal guard, he must first prove his strength before the men will accept him. Grand General, please allow me to represent my brothers in the personal guard and challenge him. I had not reached martial artist perfection. Even with Zhao Mingyue's recommendation, I had to defeat Lu Feng to enter the personal guard. Otherwise, even if the Grand General approved, none of his guards would accept me. Lu Feng, are you questioning my judgment? Halfway through speaking, Zhao Mingyue turned and saluted Zhao Dinglu. Father, since he looks down on others, let Lin Xian compete with him. I want to see how a martial artist at perfection will defend against a returning arrow that even a middle-stage martial master could not escape. Very well. I also wish to see this legendary returning arrow with my own eyes. Zhao Dinglu thought briefly, stroked his beard, and nodded. Lin Xian, compete with Lu Feng. You may use either your staff or your bow, but both of you must stop before inflicting serious harm. Xing. Once Zhao Dinglu gave permission, Lu Feng drew the saber at his waist and strode toward a warhorse. In close combat, you probably wouldn't get a chance to draw your bow. Since the Grand General wishes to see your returning arrows, I'll mount up. Lu Feng leaped into the saddle, contempt spreading across his face. He pointed his saber at me from afar. Kid, I'll give you 100 paces. Your archery lets you attack from a distance, so those 100 paces give you the advantage. Even if I fight on horseback, I'm not taking advantage of you. Hiya. With that, Lu Feng slapped the horse's rump using the flat of his saber and raced off to the left. I rolled my eyes, dragged the black iron staff with one hand, and ran to the right. When Zhao Dinglu, Madman Li, and Huang Jian saw me move, they exchanged glances. Concern appeared on all three faces. Show me whatever damn skills you have, kid. Hiya. Lu Feng yanked the reins and wheeled around. His mouth remained mocking, but his movements were decisive. Brandishing his steel saber, he charged straight at me. Grand General, I have not reached martial artist perfection and do not meet the requirement. I had no intention of entering the personal guard. But this man deliberately provoked and repeatedly insulted me. Even if I never join the guard, I must show him my strength today. Forgive me. After speaking clearly, I rested the black iron staff against my left shoulder, removed the three-sure bow, knocked an arrow, and drew the string. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I fired 3 arrows in succession, 1 ahead and 2 behind, forming a triangular pattern as they tore through the air with piercing whistles. After advancing to late-stage martial artist, my arm strength had risen dramatically. I could now draw the three-sure bow fully, and the speed of its arrows was far beyond before. Clang! Lu Feng swung his saber and knocked aside the arrow flying directly at his face. But the other 2 arrows passed well to his left and right in the blink of an eye. Everyone could tell that the returning shot was hidden among those 2. Perhaps both could curve back. Alarm surged through Lu Feng. As the arrows passed him, he twisted in the saddle and looked behind. The instant he turned, the arrow on the left suddenly curved. Before Lu Feng could see it clearly, the shot knocked his helmet from his head. Beautiful, bright colors flashed through Zhao Mingyue's beautiful eyes. She clapped and praised me without reservation. At last, I've seen the legendary returning arrow. Such miraculous technique is breathtaking. I had succeeded with a single clean shot. By all logic, Old Wu, Madman Li, and Huang Jian should have been thrilled. What? Still not convinced. I rolled my eyes, slung the bow across my back, and glanced sideways at Lu Feng. Don't forget, if this were a battlefield, you'd already be a corpse. Put that way, whether you admit defeat doesn't matter. You'd have stopped breathing. Uft. Anyone selected for the Grand General's personal guard was undoubtedly among the finest soldiers at Piang Pass. By defeating Lu Feng with 1 arrow, I had established my might. Once word spread, the human butcher madman's fearsome reputation would become a favorite tale among all 50,000 defenders. Yet for some reason, Old Wu remained slightly frowning and depressed on the way back to camp. Several times he looked at me as if he wanted to speak, but each time, He ended with a long sigh. The latest recruits had just been conscripted from inside the pass. Everyone looked terrified and trembled uncontrollably. Casualties on the front are severe, and replacements from within the pass aren't arriving fast enough. Our squad still won't be filled this time. After Old Wu was summoned away, he returned with 2 new recruits. A full squad should contain 11 men. Even counting these 2, ours had only 9. Our squad still doesn't have a strong spearman. Since you 2 are new, you'll train with spears, just like Sun Ji. After a few instructions, Old Wu tossed each recruit a spear, ordered Sun Ji to train them, and washed his hands of the matter. Not bad, teeny-weeny. I winked at Sun Ji. You became a team leader just like that, with 2 men under you. Impressive. The 2 recruits could not read the mood. They smiled, bowed, and nodded to Sun Ji. Greetings, Brother Ji. You're Brother Chicken. Your whole family is Brother Chicken. Sun Ji kept a straight face, full of resentment. I have a proper name, Sun Ji. Either use the whole thing or call me Brother Sunday. Anyone who calls me Brother Ji again will regret it. In his eyes, I was now a celebrated figure who had impressed even the Grand General. I was no different from veterans such as Yin Ming and Luo Yong. What are you staring at? Hold your spears properly and follow me. When the 2 recruits remained dumbfounded, Sun Ji kicked at them, shouldered his spear, and led the way to the training field. He cursed as he walked. Pay attention later. Learn and train properly. Anyone who performs badly gets no dinner. Lin Xian, get out here. Zhao Mingyue suddenly called from outside. You have nothing else to do, so I'll teach you to ride. Once you know how, you can teach me returning arrows and whack-a-mole. The normally aloof General Zhao had taken the initiative to visit a common soldier. No one had ever heard of such a thing. If word spread, it would cause a sensation. General Zhao, there's nothing fun about whack-a-mole. Blood and brains fly everywhere. It's terribly inelegant. I reluctantly came outside, unwilling in every possible way. As for returning arrows, they depend on talent. You can't learn them through casual practice. Besides, I've gotten horse-sick since childhood. Why don't we forget the whole thing? That isn't your decision. Zhao Mingyue glared at me, firm and uncompromising. A grown man who can't ride a horse, yet you still look down on me? You aren't horse-sick. You're clearly Mingyue-sick. She leaped onto the horse and crooked a finger at me. Come on. I already removed the saddle. Black wind is strong enough to carry 2 people. You'll learn faster while we ride. Are you even a man? I'm not afraid of gossip. Why should you be? Zhao Mingyue rolled her eyes and impatiently patted the horse's back in front of her. Get on. Why is a grown man acting so delicate? Don't worry. I'll protect you. Sharing a horse with a woman felt strange. Nervous and excited, I hurriedly shifted my hips backward. My body naturally leaned forward until my head rested beside Zhao Mingyue's neck. My hot breath brushed her smooth, delicate skin, raising goosebumps along her graceful neck. Her cheeks reddened. She turned and glared. Why are you so close? You've got nerve, brat. You dare take advantage of your general? Heaven is my witness. I'm alive, not a corpse, and I'm a young man full of hot blood. I leaned even farther forward and pressed close against Zhao Mingyue. General Zhao, I have to move back. I'm afraid that if something presses against you, it'll be awkward. Zhao Mingyue froze, then understood instantly. Even her pale neck flushed red. Biting the corner of her lip, she cursed, You shameless rogue. Try it if you dare. I'm a saber fighter. As if to hide her panic, she slapped the horse's rump and cried. Hiya. The startled horse bolted without warning. My head jerked forward, and my lips smacked against Zhao Mingyue's cheek. Both my arms wrapped around her waist. Soldiers inside and outside the training field stopped and stared. They whispered in groups of 2 and 3, too shocked to speak aloud. No one had ever seen anyone so intimate with General Zhao, much less share a horse with her. The public display was outrageous. Lu Feng looked up and saw us. Grief and rage nearly overwhelmed him. Riding one horse together? He even dares put his hands on her. Is there no law left? They aren't even trying to hide it. Then he seemed to remember something and looked down at the command token in his hand. Inside a command tent, Lu Dingquan, commander of the 2nd Battalion, was discussing military affairs with several subordinate generals. When Lu Feng arrived, they cupped their fists together. Young master. Yes, you may leave. Lu Feng dismissed them expressionlessly. I'm delivering an order from the Grand General. Father, we just received intelligence that the Southern Pacification Prince's supply convoy will arrive tonight. The Grand General wants you to send a 1,000-man unit to Yellow Wind Valley and burn all their provisions. Lu Feng handed the command token to Lu Dingquan. After a pause, he continued resentfully. One mistake on a mission like this, and no one returns. In the past, The captains in the battalion drew lots to decide who went. But there's no need this time. Father can assign the mission directly to Huang Jian's 7th unit. Lu Dingquan froze. No one knew a son better than his father. After looking at Lu Feng twice, he left the tent and gazed toward the training field. When Lu Dingquan returned a short while later, his face was dark. The human butcher madman serving under Madman Li of the 7th unit? Don't worry, my son. Huang Jian and his 7th unit will not escape tonight's raid. They dared interfere with my plans. If they fail to return, they will have brought it upon themselves. 15 minutes later, a messenger summoned Huang Jian to the battalion commander's tent. The 2nd Battalion's other 9 captains and 1,000-man commanders went with him. Tonight, the Southern Pacification Prince's supply convoy will pass through Yellow Wind Valley, about 9 miles northeast of here. According to our intelligence on its travel schedule, the convoy will likely camp in the valley overnight. Battalion Commander Lu Dingquan swept his gaze across the officers and spoke calmly. The Grand General has ordered our 2nd Battalion to dispatch a 1,000-man unit, raid the camp, and burn the Tatar supply convoy. 2,000 infantrymen escort it. The mission will be difficult. One mistake and no one returns. Lu Dingquan pointed at the cylindrical container on the table. Since this is a suicide mission, we follow the rules and draw lots. The 7th unit's performance in today's defense was obvious to all. By custom, Huang Jian draws first. But when Huang Jian pulled out his lot and saw the red paint on its lower end, everyone froze. The tent fell deathly silent, and the atmosphere instantly became oppressive. The 9 safe lots were painted blue at the ends. Only the death lot was red. Huang Jian had drawn first and immediately selected the death lot. Was his luck really that terrible? Someone remembered the human butcher madman riding one horse with General Zhao on the training field. Everyone at Piang Pass knew that Lu Feng, the battalion commander's only son, admired General Zhao. Rumor said the human butcher madman had humiliated him before lunch. Under those circumstances, Huang Jian drawing the death lot on his first attempt clearly meant Lu Dingquan had secretly rigged the selection to punish him. Behind the Tatar camp across the plain, Deputy General Qiao Nime leaped onto his horse. He swept his gaze across 500 light cavalrymen who had just assembled and spoke coldly. Supplies in the main camp are running low. The supply convoy from the rear will camp tonight in Yellow Wind Valley, about 9 miles northeast. The prince is worried the Chu dogs at Piang Pass will send men to raid the camp and burn the provisions. He ordered us to meet the convoy. If the Chu dogs don't come tonight, so be it. If they dare appear, kill everyone you see. If even one escapes, it means there are no capable men under my command. Hiya. The soldiers of all 5 battalions at Piang Pass had assembled in their respective camp areas for dinner. White flour buns. Heaven, how many days has it been since we ate these? Did supplies for rewarding the army arrive from inside the pass? If there's food, eat it. Can a white flour bun stop your mouth? You were born to chew hard rations. Hot white flour buns with pickled vegetables. They smell incredible. Eat the buns first. Save the beef jerky for an emergency. Old Wu bit into his bun, his expression solemn. He glanced at us new recruits and quietly reminded us. Yin Meng, Luo Yong, Wang Jian, and Qi Fong said nothing. In perfect understanding, they tucked the beef jerky into their clothes and lowered their heads to eat the buns. Sun Ji and the 2 new recruits alternated bites of bun and beef jerky, laughing happily with grins almost reaching their ears. Old Wu finally shook his head, sighed, and muttered, "Eat, then. It might be your last meal before execution. At least you'll start the journey with full stomachs instead of becoming hungry ghosts." Sun Ji froze. After a slight frown, he lowered the jerky from his mouth, resisted his craving, and quietly tucked it into his clothes. Until darkness approached, the Tatar camp across the plain showed no activity. It looked like we might sleep peacefully tonight. The troops of all 5 battalions relaxed slightly, and the mood in camp eased. After dinner, just as the sun began to set, Captain Huang Jian summoned all 1,000-man commanders. Once the order was delivered, every member of the 7th unit assembled. "We have a mission tonight. Don't ask for details. You'll be told when we arrive." Huang Jian's expression was solemn as he looked over the nearly 1,000 men gathered before him. He nodded slightly. "We are issuing supplies now. Each man receives 4 white flour buns and 2 tinder strikers. Every squad receives 3 quivers containing 30 fire arrows. These fire arrows were made by wrapping saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal in animal hide and placing the packet inside a hollow arrowhead. The design was convenient because it could be ignited with a tinder striker immediately before the arrow was fired. It was unlike the oilcloth-wrapped method, which required heating the arrowhead red-hot and wrapping it in oilcloth at the last moment. That method was slow, laborious, and far less discreet. However, the wrapped fire arrow had a larger arrowhead, so a quiver held only 10. An ordinary quiver held 20 arrows. Once the supplies were issued, Old Wu placed 2 tinder strikers and 4 buns into each squad member's hands. Then he passed 3 quivers to me. 2 quivers of ordinary arrows and 1 of fire arrows. These were prepared especially for you. Use them carefully. He tossed the remaining 3 fire arrow quivers to Sun Ji and the 2 new recruits. You 3 carry these. Stay close to Lin Xian when we reach our destination. Use the fire arrows you're carrying first. Boss, why are we carrying these? 3 quivers for every squad. Can we even use that many? Sun Ji seemed to realize something. His face turned pale and his voice trembled. Besides, we're inside Piang Pass. The Tatar camp is across the plain. We couldn't hit it from the wall even if we tried. If you already know that, why ask? Old Wu immediately saw that Sun Ji was fishing for information and glared at him. Carry the quivers and follow at the rear. If you want to see tomorrow's sunrise, you'd better stay sharp tonight. I don't want any of you to go out and never return. If you die, there'll be no one to inherit the 100 buckets of golden broth in that side room. Midnight. Yellow Wind Valley. Although called a valley, the area was not surrounded by mountains. It was a broad, level plain, with rolling forested hills to the north and south. The Southern Pacification Prince's supply convoy from the rear had camped on this open ground to rest. Nearly 3,000 supply wagons stretched into the distance, each piled with sacks of grain and military provisions. The exhausted drivers had already gone to sleep. The 2,000 escorting infantry had made camp, and most were inside their tents. Only a small number patrolled. Nearly 1,000 soldiers from the 7th Unit formed a long line through the forest. The convoy was enormous. A night raid depended on speed and surprise, so we had to extend our line of fire to ensure maximum effect. Sun Ji and the 2 recruits had eaten all 3 of their extra buns during the march. Their stomachs now growled. The faint scent of beef jerky drifted into their noses, making them stare hungrily, but no one paid them any attention. Fui! At the center of the forest, a signal arrow shot into the sky. Captain Huang Jian had given the order to attack. In an instant, nearly 1,000 figures surged from the forest. Like a black ripple flowing across the white snow, they rapidly approached the convoy camp. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Those Chu sons of bitches are raiding the camp. Get up and kill them. Kill! The Tatars were all awakened. Roars and battle cries filled the camp. Figures rushed from their tents, some without even putting on their outer robes. They grabbed sabers and spears, falling into chaos. The 7th Unit advanced until it was only a few dozen paces from the convoy, then stopped. The archers acted immediately, accepting fire arrows lit by the soldiers beside them and launching them continuously. The arrows fell silently and soon ignited the convoy along its full length. Most of the Tatar supplies were dry grain and fodder that burned easily. Some wagons carried high-quality charcoal and other heating fuel. Once those caught, no one could extinguish them. The fire spread quickly. Several Tatars charged toward us, murderous intent rolling off them. You're the sons of bitches, you Tatar dogs. Brothers, kill 1 and we break even. Kill 2 and we profit. Get them! Old Wu roared and charged with his steel saber. Yin Meng, Luo Yong, and the others followed immediately, and a bloody battle erupted. They were not trying to become entangled in a prolonged fight. They were buying me time and providing cover. Sun Ji and the 2 recruits were busy drawing arrows and lighting them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. My movements were fast as lightning and completely practiced. My right arm drew, knocked, and released so rapidly that it nearly smoked. The 3 fire arrow quivers carried by Sun Ji and the others were soon empty. I glanced at the panel in my mind and was surprised to see my rogue soldier points rise from 13 to 18. It was possible that my fire arrows had accidentally struck Tatars, but the odds were low. It was far more likely that the raging flames had burned men to death. Did that mean I earned points for every Tatar killed by a fire I started? More importantly, hundreds of drivers and soldiers had gathered around one particular area. They were not joining the fight, only guarding that place. Teeny weeny, you 3 stay with boss. I'm going ahead to take a look. After giving the casual instruction, I ran forward without looking back. At the same time, I drew another fire arrow from the quiver on my back. Old Wu happened to see me. Cold sweat burst across his body, and his eyes nearly split with fear. Get back here, brat. Captain Huang said no one was to risk going deep into the camp. Once the signal sounds, we withdraw. Damn it. Stay here. I'm going to drag him back. Smoke nearly rose from Old Wu's head in panic. He gave Yin Ming and Luo Yong a quick order, hacked down the Tatar before him, and prepared to charge after me. Nay, thud thud. Damn Chu dogs. They really dared raid the camp? I got careless. I only dozed for a moment, and they succeeded. Kill them. Cavalry units poured from a forest to the northwest. Xiao Nime led them. He had arrived long ago with 500 light cavalrymen and waited in that forest. The sight enraged Xiao Nime until his eyes nearly split. Roaring as if he wanted to devour someone, he charged the moment the words left his mouth. Fui. Seeing the situation turn dangerous, Huang Jian made an immediate decision. A signal arrow shot into the night and burst into brilliant colors, the order to retreat. As agreed, everyone who saw it had to withdraw to the designated gathering point, reassemble, and leave quickly. Boss, Lin Xian lost his head. He's already disappeared. The Tatar cavalry is closing in. You won't find him if you charge in. You'll only throw away your life. He can only rely on himself now. That kid doesn't have the face of a man destined to die young. He'll fight his way out. Go. Yin Ming, Luo Yong, Wang Jian, and Shi Fong seized Old Wu. Dragging and hauling him, they forced him into the forest behind them. At the same time, I had already penetrated deep into the enemy camp. I lit 3 fire arrows, knocked them in succession, and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fire arrows arced high into the air and landed among the densely parked wagons. Raging flames erupted in moments. I carried a 3-shire war bow and a black iron staff across my back. My appearance was unmistakable. Xiao Nime happened to see me. A thought flashed through his mind. He reined in his horse, wheeled around, and shouted in delighted surprise. The human butcher madman? It takes no effort to find what heaven delivers. Everyone listen. Ignore the other Chu dogs. Close formation and encircle him from both wings. Capture the human butcher madman alive. This will be a tremendous achievement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows whistled through the air as I fired repeatedly. My 10 fire arrows were soon gone. I threw aside the empty quiver and looked around. The route by which I had entered was no longer visible. Burning supply wagons filled every direction, together with panicked Tatars and wagon drivers. The 7th unit's mission was complete. They would certainly suffer casualties while withdrawing, but unless something unexpected happened, the main force should return safely to Piang Pass. I quickly checked the panel in my mind. My rogue soldier points had risen to 36. More than a dozen Tatars or drivers fighting the fire had burned or suffocated to death. Only then did I calm down. Risking myself by charging deep inside for such a small reward had been hot-headed and reckless. Cavalry units were galloping closer from both the distant left and right. The leading Tatar deputy general on the right wore light armor. Judging by his aura, he was no early or middle stage martial master. He had to be at least late stage, perhaps even martial master perfection. Human butcher madman, you can't escape. The man was huge, with a voice like a bronze bell and an imposing aura. Listen carefully. The man who captures you alive today is Xiao Nime, vanguard general under the Southern Pacification Prince. Xiao Nime? Screw your sister? I rolled my eyes and shouted back without restraint. Then I'll screw your mother too. What kind of idiotic name is that? Was your mother really fine with your father being so cultured? How do you know Xiao Niwa? Xiao Nime froze in the saddle, suspicion crossing his face. Xiao Niwa is my elder brother, a general before the prince's tent in the acquired realm. A minor martial artist like you, even a top master archer, doesn't qualify for my brother to act personally. I alone am, more than enough to kill you. What a remarkably talented family. Utterly defeated, I rolled my eyes, muttered, and turned toward the forest north of the enemy camp. It was not that I did not want to run south. The Tatar cavalry closing the encirclement had already blocked that route. Trying to reunite with our main force in the south would be walking into a trap. Whoa! Because visibility was poor and the trees blocked their path, all the cavalrymen reined in and gathered outside the forest. Everyone dismount, spread into 10-man squads, and form a search net. After a moment of thought, Xiao Nime issued the order. He can't escape. The farther north he runs, the deeper he enters our territory. Capturing him is only a matter of time. At his command, the Tatars tied their reins to tree trunks, separated into groups of 10, and entered the forest one squad after another to begin the search. Vanguard General Xiao Nime was a martial master at perfection. The force also included 5 cavalry 100-man commanders, all early or middle-stage martial masters. Even the weakest ordinary cavalrymen were early-stage martial artists. Most were at middle or late stage. In the Tatar army, anyone who had not reached the martial artist realm could not join the cavalry corps. Xiao Nime had brought more than 500 Tatar martial artists to search for a single Chu archer in the martial artist realm. The disparity in strength was as great as heaven and earth. My only path out was to turn around, carve a bloody road through my pursuers, tear open the encirclement, and break out quickly. I can't keep going forward. If this lasts until daylight, my situation will become even more dangerous. Realizing that, I stopped abruptly. Cold light flashed in my eyes as I turned and reached for an arrow. The 2 quivers on my back contained 40 ordinary arrows in all. Even while breaking through, I had to conserve them as much as possible. Then again, some of the Tatar cavalrymen pursuing me would be mounted archers carrying quivers. They offered a way to replenish my supply. Before long, disordered footsteps sounded from the right front. A Tatar cavalry squad was approaching. They abandoned their horses and continued on foot? That's good news. Judging by the sound, this unit has at most a dozen men. They must have spread into squads to form a search net. I crouched behind a large tree. As the thought crossed my mind, I drew my bow toward the noise. The bronze archer's magnification and target lock activated, and I immediately discovered something new. So the bronze archer talent grants night vision in addition to magnification and target lock. I just never noticed before. Whoosh! I released the fully drawn string. The arrow tore through the air, its piercing whistle especially harsh in the silent darkness. The 11 approaching figures instantly grew tense and stopped. Unfortunately for them, they could see only 6 or 10 feet ahead, and even that was dark and blurry. Though they heard the arrow, they could not tell whom I had targeted. A faint wet impact sounded almost immediately. A Tatar took an arrow through the throat and fell backward without a chance to grunt. I glanced at the panel. Rogue soldier points, 56. 1 arrow had earned 20 points. The unlucky man was a middle-stage martial artist. I froze briefly, then my breathing grew heavier as I understood. I almost forgot. Every enemy this time is Tatar cavalry. Since they're cavalry, they're probably all martial artists. Even an early-stage martial artist is worth 10 points. Middle stage is worth 20, while late stage and perfection are each worth 50. Danger and opportunity exist together. That saying is absolutely right. Being trapped behind enemy lines might turn into a magnificent feast of slaughter for me. The harvest is about to begin. Damn it, someone was hit. The forest is pitch black. We can't see our hands in front of our faces. How did he do that? Take cover. Now, one of them had fallen without even a grunt, most likely from an arrow through the throat. The remaining 10 Tatar cavalrymen panicked, roaring as they rushed behind tree trunks. If I could not shoot them from the front, I only had to move sideways until they came into view. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Uft. The harvest had arrived. How could I let such an opportunity pass? I never stopped moving, repeatedly reaching back for arrows, knocking them, and drawing the string. In the darkness, death struck again and again. 10 more arrows shot out in an instant. In less than half a minute, the entire squad was annihilated. Every man took an arrow through the throat or head and died swiftly and miserably. Shouts rose from far away on both sides. Other search squads were closing in. Several arrows had struck skulls, ruining their heads, so I discarded them. I recovered the remaining shafts and placed them in the quiver on my back. Once that was done, I did not dare remain. Using the night as cover, I immediately ran toward another area. An opportunity this good might not appear again for a very long time. While changing position, I quickly checked my panel. Rogue soldier points, 276. After shooting the first target, I had 56 points. Then I fired 10 arrows and killed 10 more men, all martial artists. 4 early-stage martial artists, 40 points. 4 middle-stage martial artists, 80 points. 2 late-stage martial artists, another 100 points. That added up to 220. Combined with the 56 I already had, the total was exactly 276. I'm currently a late-stage martial artist, and killing another late-stage martial artist earns 50 points. If my earlier analysis was correct and an upgrade costs 10 times the kill reward at the current stage, then advancing from late stage to martial artist perfection should cost 500 points. I'm already past the halfway mark. One more search squad will put me over. A martial master? Before this squad realized the Grim Reaper had selected them, that martial master was destined to become my first target. To be safe, I used a returning arrow. Whoosh! A martial master's hearing and vigilance were indeed far superior to those of an ordinary martial artist. If I had fired a normal straight shot, he might have located it by sound and knocked it aside with his saber despite the darkness. When the arrow whistled past about 5 feet to his side, he visibly relaxed, mistakenly concluding that he was not the target. A moment later, The arrow had traveled only another 10 feet when it suddenly curved back. He had no time to react. A faint wet sound followed. The strangely curving arrow entered the back of his neck and punched through his throat. My breathing quickened as I checked the panel. Rogue soldier points, 476. 200 points with one arrow. He had been a middle-stage martial master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, I pressed the attack and fired 10 arrows in succession. Death struck repeatedly in the darkness once more. This time, I did not even bother pulling arrows from the corpses. The squad included 2 Tatar archers, each carrying a quiver. After taking both quivers, I tore the martial master's identification badge from his belt and stuffed it into my clothes. I picked up a steel saber, severed his head, tied it behind my waist, then hurried away to change position. My points had reached 646. After crossing the 500 threshold, the plus sign reappeared beside Realm, just as expected. I immediately pressed it with a thought. The data updated in real time. Realm, Martial Artist, Perfection. Rogue Soldier Points, 146. The upgrade consumed 500 points, but my realm advanced to Martial Artist Perfection. A warm current spread through my body and reached every limb and bone. Every cell in my tendons, bones, and muscles was tempered. The tiny mice of true energy in my meridians multiplied and moved even faster. Both Perfection and late-stage martial artists are worth 50 points when killed. Based on that, now that I'm at Martial Artist Perfection, my next upgrade should also cost 500 points. But this time I'll cross an entire major realm, so the requirement may be different. Even so, it should at most double. In other words, unless something unexpected happens, advancing into the early-stage Martial Master realm will probably cost 1,000 points. I appeared to be more than 800 points short, but every target I was hunting was a martial artist, with even a few martial masters mixed among them. A gap of 800 points did not seem so hard to close. Cold light flashed in my eyes. I drew an arrow and immediately crept toward the disordered shouts coming from the left front. At the sight of my second ambush, Vanguard General Xiao Nime had received word and hurried over with a squad. This is the second squad to be completely wiped out. After quickly examining the scene, Xiao Nime's face turned ashen, and he ground his teeth in hatred. Almost every man was killed by a single arrow through the throat or head. Worse, he can still kill martial masters above his realm in this environment. I underestimated him badly. Pass the order. The human butcher madman appears to possess night vision. Do not underestimate him. The instant anyone finds his trail, use a luminous whistling signal arrow to warn the others. Under the cover of night, I moved with a cat's agility and a ghost's strangeness. Without making a sound, I selected a third search squad. This unit had only 10 men and no martial master. Together, they were worth barely more than 200 points. I did not disdain them. I drew an arrow, locked onto the first target, and abruptly released the string. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air. Its whistle was faint but sharp, especially piercing in the silent darkness. Once again, it struck the throat. My selected target fell backward without a chance to make a sound, eyes still open in death. Damn it! That madman targeted us. He's alone against half a cavalry unit, but instead of running, he's hunting us. How damn crazy is he? Everyone, take cover immediately. The whistling flare. Hurry, launch the whistling flare. Phui. One man pulled a small tube from his clothes and pointed it at the sky. Red light shot upward and illuminated the forest below. Their so-called whistling flare was simply a luminous signal arrow. I had been hidden by the night. My first arrow exposed only my approximate area. There. I see him. Archers, what are you waiting for? Shoot him. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Shouts rose from the left and right ahead. Numerous figures were charging toward me. Arrows whistled sharply as mounted archers fired before the flare's light faded. I looked up at the sky and frowned, but my hands never stopped. I dodged the incoming arrows while repeatedly drawing and firing my bow. By the time the flare overhead disappeared, I had shot 9 arrows. All 9 remaining Tatars in the squad had fallen. They're all coming this way. What a nuisance. After muttering, I rushed forward, picked up a quiver, turned, and ran deeper into the forest. As I moved, I checked my panel. My rogue soldier points had reached 366, a decent harvest. This was the third search squad I had hunted. Even ignoring martial masters, I needed only 3 more 10-man squads to reach 1,000 points. Phui. Even worse, the enemy had seen the first flare work. A second now rose and illuminated the night again. They were willing to expend signal arrows continuously to track me. Those things are supposed to send signals. I refuse to believe every man has one. Absolutely shameless. Tui. Whoosh. Deeply frustrated, I raised my bow, fired once, then cursed and ran deeper into the forest. Under these circumstances, I could only kill while fleeing. Leisurely hunting from the darkness as before was impossible. I reached behind me and counted 37 arrows across my quivers. 3 squads meant 30 men. If I guaranteed every shot hit, my remaining stock would be enough to reach 1,000 points even without replenishment. And so I fled deeper into the forest with a massive tail of Tatar pursuers. Whenever an opportunity appeared, I swiftly drew and fired. The whistling flares behind me almost never stopped. Often, within only a few breaths of one fading, another shot into the sky with a piercing shriek and illuminated my back. If we had been on an open plain, I would already have been intercepted and surrounded. After all, my pursuers included 5 martial masters, among them Xiao Nime. Everyone was faster than I was. I did not know how much time had passed. When only one quiver remained on my back and it held just 4 arrows, I glanced at the panel. Realm, Martial Artist, Perfection, plus. Talent, Gold Archer plus. Rogue Soldier points, 1,076. Once my points crossed 1,000, the plus sign appeared beside Realm, just as expected. The previous upgrade to Gold Archer had cost 100 points. Following the tenfold pattern, advancing from Gold to Diamond Archer naturally required 1,000. Diamond Archer would undoubtedly be more powerful and certainly grant a new talent ability. But in my current situation, archery was not my weakness. My personal combat strength was. Once I advanced to Martial Master, I still could not defeat Xiao Nime, who was at late stage or even perfection. But the 4 early and middle stage Martial Master cavalry commanders would no longer threaten me. Realm is king. There's nothing to hesitate over. I made my decision and pressed the plus sign beside Realm with a thought. The familiar warmth rapidly spread through my body, tempering every cell in my tendons, bones, and muscles. My physique and strength increased, while the little mice flowing through my meridians grew so dense they seemed almost solid. When I looked at the panel again, the result filled me with wild delight. For categories had changed at once. Cultivation Art, Overlord Force, Minor Mastery, Realm, Martial Master, Early Stage. Martial Skill, Frenzied Demon Staff Art, Minor Mastery. Rogue Soldier points, 76. After spending 1,000 points, only 76 remained. My cultivation rose from Martial Artist Perfection to Early Stage Martial Master. Unexpectedly, both Cultivation Art and Martial Skill advanced from Beginner to Minor Mastery. The leap from Beginner to Minor Mastery was a qualitative transformation that greatly increased my overall combat strength. My realm was only Early Stage Martial Master, but with the Overlord Force and Frenzied Demon Staff Art at Minor Mastery, even without archery, my overall combat power was no weaker than that of an ordinary middle stage martial master. This was the ability to cross stages through genuine, hard combat strength. Even if I could cross only one minor stage, its significance was enormous. There are still 5 martial masters behind me, 2 at early stage and 2 at middle stage. None of them can threaten me now. The only threat is Xiao Nime at late stage or perfection. But I still have 4 arrows. If I can wound him with those 4 shots and fight while he's weakened, killing him is not impossible. As the thoughts flashed through my mind, I stopped dead, murderous intent surging, and suddenly turned. Fui! After a brief darkness, another whistle pierced the air. A luminous signal arrow shot upward and burst into blazing red light, driving back the night. Xiao Nime was racing forward with his steel saber when he jerked his head up. The corner of his eye twitched violently. An unprecedented sense of danger struck him. Acting on pure reflex, he raised his right arm and swung his saber repeatedly. Clang, clang. Crisp impacts sounded and sparks sprayed as his steel saber knocked 2 arrows to the ground. One was clearly a returning arrow. After passing his right side, it curved back and nearly killed him from the 5 o'clock direction. You little bastard. Attacking from the darkness. You almost made me. Uft. Ah. Xiao Nime broke into a cold sweat from fright and began cursing in furious shock. Before he finished, another arrow passed on his left, curved sharply, and attacked from the 7 o'clock direction. This time, he failed to dodge. By the time he sensed danger, it was too late. The arrow entered beneath his right shoulder blade, just to the right of his spine, and buried itself more than 2 inches deep, drawing a terrible scream. The general was hit. Damn it. He used barely a few seconds of darkness perfectly. 3 arrows in succession caught the general off guard. Quick! Remove the arrow and stop the bleeding. Men in front, stay alert. Don't let that madman fire again. The nearby Tatars reacted as if facing the most dangerous enemy alive. Shouting, several rushed to Xiao Nime, pulled out the arrow, and applied wound medicine. The injury was not fatal, but damage around his right shoulder blade affected his entire arm. His combat power was restricted, and he could now unleash barely 60 or 70% of his strength. Although he had originally been a martial master at perfection, the threat he posed to me had dropped to roughly that of a middle or late-stage martial master. I had only one arrow left. I placed it on the string and strode from the forest with my black iron staff across my back. When I was less than 100 paces from Xiao Nime, the other 4 martial masters arrived. Everyone else spread out. Xiao Nime's face was ashen. He stared at me so fiercely his eyes nearly split. An archer without arrows is a tiger without teeth. If I still cannot kill him, how can I show my face before the prince? The ordinary soldiers exchanged glances, then slowly retreated with steel sabers in hand. But the 4 martial masters remained behind Xiao Nime without moving. They had clearly seen that he was badly weakened and could no longer display the strength expected of a martial master at perfection. You alone? That boast is a little too big. I curled my lip, swept my gaze across the 4 martial masters, and finally settled it on Xiao Nime. Crooking a finger, I said, I'm in a hurry. All 5 of you attack together. Although I was only an early-stage martial master, the Overlord Force and Frenzied Demon Staff art at minor mastery gave me hard combat power equal to any middle-stage martial master. Combined with my advantage in night vision, fighting several opponents below late-stage martial master would be difficult but far from hopeless. More importantly, one last arrow remained on my bowstring. At this close range, a sudden shot would likely send another opponent to his death. What arrogance! General, since he seeks death, let's attack together and end this quickly. He killed so many warriors of the Northern Tatars that even cutting him 10,000 times would not be excessive. Let us kill him together and avenge the fallen. Kill! My arrogance enraged the 4 Tatar cavalry commanders. Their faces twisted as they roared and charged simultaneously, rushing ahead of Xiao Nime. Whoosh! Before they finished speaking, cold light flashed in my eyes. I released my right hand, and the arrow tore through the air. Then I threw my bow and empty quiver to the ground, gripped the black iron staff, stamped down, and charged. A wet impact immediately sounded. At less than 100 paces, an arrow fired from full draw with my martial master strength was too fast and too powerful. It curved back with no room to evade and instantly punched through the side of a middle-stage martial master's neck. Damn it! Seeing another of his 4 subordinates killed at close range before his eyes, Xiao Nime erupted in rage and charged with a roar. Frenzied demon dance. Staff stirs wild thunder. My staff danced like the wind. One sweeping strike forced all 3 furious cavalry commanders backward. I followed them like a shadow, closing until I was almost pressed against them. Before one early-stage martial master could recover, I unleashed the second form and smashed my staff into his skull. His head burst instantly. A martial master should never have died so easily, but I had struck with lightning speed. My first arrow had shocked them, and they had not yet adapted to the frantic rhythm. Surround him. Don't let him escape. The situation changed too quickly. Even Xiao Nime panicked. He brought his saber down toward my head in a mountain-splitting chop and roared. Escape? Aren't you talking about yourselves? I sneered, twisted aside from the saber, then swung my iron staff backward to meet the middle-stage martial master. Gritting my teeth, I took a palm strike from the remaining early-stage martial master against my back. As I staggered forward, I swept my staff around and forced Xiao Nime back as he closed in. At the same time, I reached with my left hand. Half a broken arrow slid from my sleeve. I thrust diagonally upward beneath the middle-stage martial master's left ribs and drove it into his heart. The man froze, eyes widening as blood leaked from his mouth. A sneak attack? You, shameless. Shameless. I rolled my eyes without the slightest guilt. I'm fighting 5 of you alone, and you expect me to follow a neat set of rules and fight honorably. As soon as I finished, the ashen-faced Xiao Nime attacked again. I had been waiting for that moment. I deliberately exposed an opening and took another punch from the early-stage martial master against the right side of my chest. Then I seized the opportunity to unleash the strongest killing move among the 9 staff forms. Frenzied Demon ends the world. Die. Boom. The strike carried overwhelming force. True energy poured from my body as the staff smashed into Xiao Nime's chest, caving in his breastbone. He sprayed blood and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. When the frenzied demon's staff descends, all things beneath heaven turn to dust. At major mastery, This incomparably domineering strike was said to turn everything in the world to dust. How could a severely wounded martial master at perfection withstand it? Xiao Nime flew more than 10 feet before crashing down. Unwilling to accept it, he struggled to raise his head, eyes nearly splitting. "You're next." "How is that possible?" "He killed the general?" "He fought 5 alone, crossed stages, and still killed the general." "How did he do it?" "It happened too fast, like lightning." The entire group was wiped out in the blink of an eye. "Looks like he really was in a hurry." "Stop talking and run." Crack. When the more than 100 Tatar cavalrymen gathered nearby saw Xiao Nime killed by a single staff blow, terror nearly drove their souls from their bodies. They cried out, then turned as if by agreement and scattered like frightened animals. Even more figures were rushing over from the distance. Once they recognized the danger, they wheeled around and ran. At that same moment, my staff landed on the final early-stage martial master's head. Another muffled crack sounded, and his skull burst. All 5 powerful martial masters had been killed by my thunderous assault. 2 early-stage martial masters were worth 100 points each, the 2 middle-stage men 200 each, and Xiao Nime, at martial master perfection, was worth 500. Those 5 alone earned me 1100 points. The number on my panel rose to 4 digits, and the plus sign appeared again. But I had no time to allocate points. With a savage grin, I swung my black iron staff and charged once more. The remaining Tatar cavalrymen were all martial artists. Even if they surrounded me, none could withstand a single exchange. But even the weakest early-stage martial artist among them was worth 10 points. Stronger men could be worth 20 or even 50. Damn it, he's chasing us again. The general is dead, yet he still won't let us go. What does he want? Does he think he can wipe out half a cavalry unit by himself? What a delusion. Run, scatter. We can't defeat him anyway. Whether we live or die is up to fate. Crack, crack, crack. When the fleeing cavalrymen looked back and saw me pursuing, terror nearly made them lose their souls. Furious, grief-stricken shouts filled the noisy forest beneath the night sky. 7 or 8 Tatars were not far ahead. Their will to fight had vanished, and they stumbled desperately through the uneven ground like homeless dogs. Cold light flashed in my eyes. While running, I swung the black iron staff with one hand like a whack-a-mole mallet, striking one Tatar skull after another and bursting them open. At my current strength, those martial artists were little different from ants. Even one at perfection required only a single staff blow. I looked like the true Grim Reaper harvesting lives, casual, effortless, and at ease. The slaughter continued. Lives were harvested. Xiao Nime had brought more than 500 men, half a cavalry unit, to encircle me alone. In the end, they were the ones hunted and scattered. When the first pale light appeared in the east, I stopped. My body was covered in blood and filth. The robe of a true soldier I wore was beyond use. Among the corpses of the Tatar cavalry behind me, many wore clothing barely stained with mud. I killed them. There's no taboo left to fear. All 6 men had been martial masters, representing considerable military merit. I naturally could not waste it. Realm, martial master, early stage, plus, talent, gold archer plus, rogue soldier points, 3,286. After killing Xiao Nime and the other 4, I pursued the fleeing force and killed nearly 100 Tatar cavalrymen. That was why my rogue soldier points had climbed so high. The threshold for upgrading Gold Archer was 1,000 points. An early-stage martial master was worth 100 points when killed. Since advancing within a stage cost 10 times the matching kill reward, moving from early to middle-stage martial master also required 1,000. This time, I did not need to choose. I possessed more than 2,000 points, so I could upgrade both. My points plummeted to 1,286. But my realm advanced to middle-stage martial master, while Gold Archer became Diamond Archer. Warmth spread through my body. In my mind, a mass of profound archery techniques unpacked itself. The gains were enormous. My overall combat strength rose by an astonishing amount. Advancing from Diamond Archer to Starlight Archer requires 10,000 points. I can forget about that for now. As for Diamond Archer's special ability, I have no arrows right now. There's no hurry. I'll discover it when I test one later. Advancing from middle to late-stage martial master requires 2,000 points. I'm only a little over 700 short, so there's no need to rush that either. The sun is already up. To prevent more complications, I should start back to Piang Pass. I picked up my war bow, slung it over my back, and followed my original path with the black iron staff in hand. Along the way, I found 2 full quivers and carried them with me. Before long, I left the forest. At least 70% of the provisions delivered from the rear for the Southern Pacification Prince had been destroyed. The remaining 30% had probably been transported away during the night. A few warhorses remained tied to trees outside the forest. Honestly, I still had an aversion to riding. Running more than 9 miles on foot would waste too much time and effort. More importantly, the supply convoy left after the incident before dawn. It has probably reached the Tatar camp across the plain. Most of the Tatar cavalrymen who escaped should also be close. To prevent the Southern Pacification Prince from sending an even stronger general to hunt me, I must return to Piang Pass as quickly as possible. Horse sick or not, I'll get used to it after vomiting a few times. Hiya. After muttering, I sighed and stopped hesitating. I untied a warhorse, leaped onto its back, slapped its rump, and galloped toward the battlefield plain outside Piang Pass. After returning to Piang Pass, I pieced together what had happened from battle reports and other people's accounts. Boom, boom, boom. Across the plain, war drums suddenly thundered in the Tatar camp. Tatar soldiers surged forward in groups. When one wave fell, another immediately replaced it. Siege ladder infantry, archer formations, cavalry corps, catapults, observation wagons, battering rams, and more poured onto the plain and swept toward the northern gate of Piang Pass. An hour earlier, less than 30% of their original provisions had reached camp. The convoy had also delivered the terrible news of the raid and catastrophic losses. Ji Bachu, Southern Pacification Prince, had erupted in rage. His roars nearly tore apart the entire command tent. Worse was still to come. Before he recovered from the shock, the Tatar cavalrymen who escaped in succession brought another piece of disastrous news. The human butcher madman, whose brutal reputation had recently risen among the defenders of Piang Pass, had single-handedly killed Vanguard General Xiao Nime and all 5 Martial Master cavalry commanders accompanying him. Of the more than 500 men in that half-cavalry unit, nearly 200 had also been killed. Barely more than 300 returned. The news struck Ji Bachu like lightning from a clear sky. He staggered and nearly fell. Once he recovered, towering hatred and fury consumed him, and he immediately ordered an attack on the pass. A massive battle erupted. The Tatars were exceptionally ferocious today, making the defense of Piang Pass especially difficult. But it was the 1st Battalion, not the 2nd, fighting on the walls. Inside the city camp, the 2nd Battalion waited in 1,000-man units. If the wall fell into danger, they would immediately reinforce it. The night raid had been a tremendous victory. We had successfully burned the provisions mobilized from the rear for the Southern Pacification Prince, earning extraordinary merit. The nearly 1,000-man unit had suffered casualties of only about 10%. More than 800 returned. Yet neither Captain Huang Jian nor Old Wu and the others could feel happy. Old Wu, Yi Meng, and the rest sat inside their barracks. The room was already small. Everyone lowered his head in grief. The gloomy, oppressive atmosphere made it difficult to breathe. It's all my fault. I knew Lin Xian suffered from blood frenzy. Why didn't I take precautions and assign someone to watch him? Now not only is Lin Xian gone, but the 100-man commander went down with him. Master and disciple died together, and the frenzied demon staff art will be lost. Slap. Old Wu clutched his hair with both hands and lowered his head in self-blame. The more he spoke, the worse he felt. Finally, he slapped himself across the face. Boss, don't do this. It hurts us to watch. Sun Ji's eyes were red as he grabbed Old Wu's hand. Besides, Lin Xian killed so many Tatars that he already made back the cost of his life. Even if he never returns, there's nothing to regret. Don't worry. Our squad won't collapse. You still have us. You think you can compare with Lin Xian? Other than carrying golden broth, what can you do? Old Wu glared and kicked him away. Is that how you comfort someone? No one will mistake you for a mute if you keep quiet. Get lost. Outside Grand General Zhao Dinglu's command tent, Zhao Minhua sat alone beneath a tree. Her face was expressionless, but unmistakable regret and worry filled her eyes. Inside the tent, Zhao Dinglu was meeting with several battalion commanders. Other participants included multiple martial masters at perfection and even deputy generals in the acquired realm. Zhao Dinglu frowned and asked in a low voice, "What do you wish to say?" "Father, Lin Xian." Zhao Minhua spoke first, but Zhao Dinglu cut her off with a furious shout. "Silence! Why are all of you joining this foolishness? Get out!" "Father, Zhao Minhua was about to continue when a personal guard hurried in and cupped his fists. "Grand General, news from the wall. It seems Lin Xian, that little madman, has returned. But he's alone on one horse. There's no sign of 100-man Commander Li." Wild joy spread across the faces of Huang Jian and Zhao Minhua. Without another word, They turned and left. Come, let's go to the wall. After a brief thought, Zhao Dinglu rose and led the battalion commanders and deputy generals from the tent. Lu Dingquan, commander of the 2nd Battalion, followed last with a dark expression. Madman Li probably won't return. Send the information about his relationship with Lin Xian to our people. They'll know what to do. Remember, this is extremely important. Nothing can go wrong. Have the death warriors raised by the Lu family handle it. On the battlefield plain, Ji Bachu had ordered the attack purely to vent his anger. As a result, the Tatars fought more courageously than usual. Not one dared slacken. They charged forward at any cost. The battle had lasted less than half an hour, yet many corpses already lay beneath the northern wall. Tatar soldiers and Chu defenders thrown or hacked from above. Everyone's attention was fixed on the wall. No one noticed when a lone rider suddenly emerged from a forest at the right edge of the plain and galloped toward Piang Pass. The rider wore Tatar cavalry armor and rode a northern Tatar warhorse, so at first he attracted no attention. In front of the Tatar camp, the ashen-faced Ji Bachu stood on a tall observation wagon and studied the battle through his monocular telescope. Which commander's overfed cavalryman is behaving like that? If the Chu dogs across the field see him, won't they laugh that every man under me is useless? The messenger below looked confused. He watched for a moment, then spoke uncertainly. Your Highness, all our cavalry is holding the line at the rear. That man charged diagonally from the edge of the plain. He's riding one of our war horses and wearing our light cavalry armor, but something feels strange. He doesn't look like one of us. Hiya, everyone move. Whoever blocks me dies. Blurred, on the right side of the plain, roughly 1,000 feet from the wall. I galloped with the black iron staff across my back. My right hand held the reins, and my left carried my bow. A bulging cloth sack of unknown contents hung on the horse's left side. With only 1,000 feet remaining to the wall, my excitement grew. I roared fiercely as I rode, projecting a savage aura. But after only a few shouts, my stomach churned. Alarmed, I leaned left, lowered my head, and vomited again. It's him. Who else could ride a horse while vomiting like a dog? Zhao Minhua had just reached the wall. She saw me and immediately shouted. Excitement filled her face, and her small fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. Zhao Dinglu reached the wall with several battalion commanders and deputy generals. When they saw me, they exchanged strange looks, but relief and delight shone in their eyes. Only Lu Dingquan remained expressionless. Cold light flashed deep in his eyes. My courage only intensified his desire to kill me. Move. Get the hell out of my way. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The closer I came to the wall, the denser the Tatars became. I urgently needed to reach the wall, and they were also worth points. With no time to worry about exposing myself, I reached back for arrows and fired repeatedly. More than 10 arrows flew, and everyone hit. My rogue soldier points climbed slowly, but the shooting completely exposed my identity. A master archer who never misses? And a black iron staff across his back. Watching through his telescope from the distant observation wagon, Ji Bachu suddenly understood. He jumped in rage and nearly coughed blood. It's him, the human butcher madman. That little bastard killed so many warriors under me, yet he dares ride alone onto the battlefield? Does he believe there are no capable men in my service? Messenger, pass the order immediately. Deploy the cavalry and pursue him with full force. He must be surrounded and killed. At his command, the Tatar cavalry holding the line behind the siege army moved immediately. Units circled from both sides of the plain and galloped toward me, murderous intent surging. Unfortunately, the distance was too great. Although many cavalrymen had deployed, it was nearly impossible for them to catch me before I reached the wall. Before long, I arrived beneath Piang Pass. Arrows remained in my quiver, but I had lost interest in shooting. The expendable Tatars filling the front lines were ordinary martial disciples, each worth only 1 point. Martial artists worth double digits were rare. I slung my bow across my body, reined in, removed the black iron staff with my right hand, and leaped from the horse. Then, cloth sack in my left hand and staff in my right, I stamped forward. How many times do I have to say it? Move. Whoever blocks me dies. The northern gate was several hundred feet to the right and tightly sealed. A huge group of Tatars was ramming it with a battering ram. I had no intention of entering through the gate. To reach the wall, I only needed to find a nearby siege ladder and climb. Any Tatar I met along the way could be handled like a mole, one staff blow apiece. It's him, the human butcher madman. That godforsaken bastard is too shameless. How did he appear behind us? He's even wearing our cavalry armor. What the hell happened? A dignified master archer, yet all he does is scheme shamelessly. First, he pretends to be an ordinary Chu soldier and runs around the wall. Then he disguises himself as one of us and attacks from behind. All he does is bully miserable common soldiers. Why are you talking so much? The madman is coming straight at us. Why are your legs shaking? Move. You're blocking me. Run. Totters surged like a tide beneath the siege ladder, originally fighting one another to climb. When someone recognized my surprise attack from the rear, everyone panicked. Shouting wildly, they scattered in every direction. Bunch of cowards. I'm already beneath your city wall, and not one of you dares fight. Crack, crack. I charged while cursing, holding the cloth sack in one hand and dragging the black iron staff behind me with the other, contempt written across my face. From time to time, I raised the staff and swung it one-handed like a club. Whack-a-mole appeared once again. Every blow silenced a man, and not one Tatar I selected escaped with his skull intact. That kid is even crazier than Madmanly. The student truly surpassed the master. It runs in the lineage. Crazy, yes, but his courage is just as exceptional. What a satisfying sight. One man, one horse, charging from behind the enemy. No one can withstand a single exchange. He moves through them as if no one were there. Incredible. From atop the wall, several battalion commanders and their deputy generals witnessed everything at close range. Excitement reddened their faces, and they cheered loudly. Even Zhao Dinglu felt his blood boil. His breathing grew faintly heavier, and bright light shone in his eyes. Thrilling. Exciting. That looks incredibly fun. Zhao Mingyue clenched her fists, brilliant color repeatedly flashing through her beautiful eyes. I've decided. I must learn whack-a-mole. If he refuses, I won't be polite. Humph. If I can't beat him, I'll pester him until he agrees. When we first met yesterday, I had been only a late-stage martial artist. But from this close, Zhao Mingyue, the battalion commanders, and the deputy generals could naturally see that I had reached the middle-stage martial master realm. He escaped death overnight, and his cultivation advanced this quickly. He's already a middle-stage martial master. Huang Jian's eyes widened, leaving only endless admiration on his face. Old Wu was right. This kid's martial talent is monstrous. I've never heard of anything like it. Huang Jian spoke without intention, but Lu Dingquan listened closely. Standing 5 feet behind him, Lu Dingquan's brow twitched. The murderous intent flashing in his eyes burned hotter than ever. Crack, crack, crack. I had reached the siege ladder and continued swinging my staff. One after another, the Tatars blocking the way had their skulls shattered and brains sprayed apart before falling. By the time I passed the ladder's midpoint, only 2 Tatars remained above. This madman doesn't follow reason. Whoever heard of someone fighting upward from the bottom of a siege ladder? I've never even heard of it. He ignores every rule. Don't come any closer. With no path forward and no way back, both men hardened their hearts and jumped from the top of the ladder. They immediately screamed. The drop was 30 or 40 feet, and in their haste, neither landed on his feet. Both struck chest first and died on the spot. Impudent Lin Xian, do you know your crime? The instant I leaped from the siege ladder and landed on the wall, Lu Dingquan's expression darkened and he struck without warning. Men, seize him and take him to the military prison immediately. The sudden turn caught everyone off guard. Every soldier present jolted, and their faces changed. Commander Lu, what are you doing? Zhao Mingyue's almond eyes widened. She stepped in front of me and demanded sharply. Lin Xian barely escaped back alive. What gives you the right to order his arrest? What gives me the right? Lu Dingquan's pupils contracted as he answered righteously. He disobeyed military orders last night and entered the enemy camp without authorization. I am also the commander responsible for the 2nd Battalion. Does General Zhao believe that a battalion commander cannot discipline a soldier under his command? Furthermore, Lin Xian was trapped behind enemy lines and surrounded by hundreds of Tatar cavalrymen. Now he suddenly returns without a scratch, wearing their light cavalry armor. I suspect he has defected. What is wrong with arresting him for questioning? That is a vicious lie. Zhao Mingyue pointed below the wall and argued furiously. All of us just watched Lin Xian kill his way forward. He killed at least dozens of Tatars. How could he have defected to the northern Tatars? If he defected, then the southern pacification prince must have sent him back to Piang Pass on an important mission. Lu Dingquan refused to relent, his words growing more excessive. Why would he hesitate to sacrifice a few dozen insignificant foot soldiers for that purpose? Most of the defenders gathered nearby looked angry and indignant. The human butcher madman had forged his fearsome reputation in blood on the walls. Watching me crush through the Tatars as if they were nothing had thrilled them even more. In their eyes, I had become a war god who fought his way up from the lowest ranks through sheer ability. an example, an idol to them all. You called the men I just killed insignificant foot soldiers. What about these? I recognized that Lu Dingquan was deliberately targeting me. With a cold laugh, I reached into my clothes, pulled out 6 identification badges, and threw them to the ground. These are. Huang Jin jolted and stepped forward. He picked up all 6 badges and examined them carefully, then identified the 6 heads on the ground. He turned and cupped his fists to Zhao Dinglu, his face excited. Grand General, the 500 cavalrymen escorting yesterday's supply convoy were led by Vanguard General Qiao Nime under the Southern Pacification Prince. 5 cavalry 100-man commanders in the Martial Master realm should have accompanied him. All 6 men's identification badges are here. Although we cannot confirm that the other 5 heads belong to those cavalry commanders, this one unquestionably belongs to Qiao Nime. He was Ji Bachu's Vanguard General and a Martial Master at perfection. Lin Xian's killing him is a tremendous military achievement. The surrounding soldiers grew excited. The way they looked at me became even more fervent and admiring. Even the battalion commanders and deputy generals sucked in sharp breaths and clicked their tongues in wonder. The Tatars sent more than 500 cavalrymen to surround me alone. Yet I killed 6 Martial Master officers and corps commanders, including Vanguard General Qiao Nime, at Martial Master perfection. Such a record might have been understandable for a battalion commander or acquired realm deputy general. But I was an ordinary foot soldier from the lowest rank. It was unbelievable. Commander Lu, what else do you have to say? Zhao Mingyue was equally astonished. Once she recovered, she studied me deeply, brilliant color flashing in her eyes. Then she raised her chin at Lu Dingquan. Would the Southern Pacification Prince really sacrifice even his Vanguard General to protect a low-ranking soldier who had defected? That would devastate military prestige and morale. What could he possibly gain? Even if we set aside the suspicion of defection, he must be imprisoned for disobeying orders. Lu Dingquan frowned but refused to relent. General Zhao, merit must be rewarded and faults punished. That is the law of Piang Pass. If we ignore our rules, how can the troops respect us? No matter how great Lin Xian's achievement, he indisputably disobeyed orders last night and entered the enemy camp without authorization. As commander of the 2nd Battalion, I cannot escape responsibility either. I hereby find myself 1 year's salary. But Lin Xian is a soldier in my battalion. I have always governed impartially and will never show favoritism. If the Grand General believes my handling of this matter is unfair, he may dismiss me from command immediately. Lu Dingquan was willing to sacrifice a full year's salary. He had swallowed an iron weight and set his heart on the decision. With him clinging to the issue, no one could do anything. Commander Lu speaks too gravely. After studying Lu Dingquan deeply, Zhao Dinglu spoke. Rewarding merit and punishing faults are military law. Lin Xian is a soldier of your 2nd Battalion. It is only right for you to discipline him after he violates those laws. I will not interfere. Mingyue, step aside. Commander Lu will handle the matter impartially. As for the achievements Lin Xian earned in this campaign, record them for now. Once Commander Lu has dealt with his disobedience, we will discuss the reward. I had indeed violated orders, but I had caused no serious consequences. Even the maximum punishment should be no more than a military flogging. With so many soldiers at Piang Pass watching, even if Lu Dingquan held a private grudge, would he dare devour me whole? Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, withdrawal drums sounded across the plain, and the Tatars retreated like a tide once more. Everything that happened on the wall spread without legs throughout Piang City. Soldiers and civilians everywhere discussed it. When Old Wu and the others, still grieving and blaming themselves in the barracks, learned I had returned alive, they nearly lost control from excitement. But when they heard Lu Dingquan had ordered my arrest the instant I reached the wall and sent me to military prison, Yin Meng, Luo Yong, and the others flew into indignant rage and cursed him on the spot. That afternoon, the military prison of Piang Pass. I was locked in a cell. My war bow and black iron staff had been confiscated and thrown into a corner against the wall outside. The Tatar light armor had naturally been stripped from me as well. I had been left in only a thin white underrobe until Huang Jian had someone send me a warmer outer robe. The beef jerky and white flour buns Huang Jian tried to send were stopped outside. The military prison was sizable, containing more than a dozen cells, yet I was its only prisoner. That kid is lucky to be alive, but he's a walking disaster. The 2 guards glanced at me while drinking and spoke quietly. He caused the trouble and escaped back, but Madman Li paid for it. Exactly. Madman Li may be crazy, but he's loyal. On the way back, he learned the kid had entered the enemy camp and vanished. He roared, turned around alone, and went back. He may be at martial artist perfection, but he's stranded outside by himself. 9 chances out of 10, he won't return. That's why loyalty isn't worth it in this world. Madman Li went back to save him, and no one knows what happened, while the kid returned first without a care. What a piece of garbage. Tui. I had been sitting on dry straw with my eyes closed. Hearing them, my body jolted. I opened my eyes, and they immediately turned red. Come on. Keep drinking. Did we drink this much already? I don't think I can handle it. Why is the room swaying? Finish this cup and rest. My head is spinning too. Crack. I rose inside the cell and gripped the chain on its door. With a sudden release of my middle-stage martial master internal force, I easily snapped one link. I slung my bow across my back, picked up the staff, and walked to the table. I wrapped up most of the remaining braised beef and stuffed it into my robe, took 2 white flour buns and the mostly full wine flask, then turned and left. No one was outside. After all, we were inside Piang Pass. Though the prison stood in a secluded corner, it was still within the military camp. Passing a barracks, I helped myself to several quivers. 2 went across my back, while I carried the rest. After finding a warhorse, I hung the extra quivers along both sides of its belly, mounted, slapped its rump, and hurried toward the northern gate. Whoa! The gate ahead was tightly closed, forcing me to rein in. More than 20 gate guards blocked the way with spears and steel sabers. A captain in the martial master realm led them. When he saw me, the officer froze, then demanded, Lin Xian, why are you here? You need the Grand General's token to leave the city. Otherwise, even if a battalion commander comes, he won't pass while I remain standing. Madman Li went back to save me and is stranded outside. I must leave and rescue him today. I explained my purpose. Cold light flashed in my eyes as I swung the black iron staff. Since you won't let me pass while standing, you can lie down instead. Forgive me. I did not use much force. I aimed at the side of his neck, intending only to knock him unconscious. To my surprise, when the staff was still 6 inches away, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed without another sound. I stared in astonishment at the ring of gate guards behind him. You're following his example. The men cried out, rolled their eyes, and collapsed one after another. I instantly understood. I dismounted, opened the gate, led the horse through, then mounted again and cupped my fists. Thank you. Hiya. He truly deserves to be Madman Li's disciple. A big madman taught a little madman. But he really is loyal. Birds of a feather. Men drawn together by the same spirit. The only one who suffers is me. How can I report to the Grand General if I don't have a lump on my head? He turned toward the gate guards who had just climbed to their feet and pointed at one with a spear. Rolling his eyes, he muttered, What are you waiting for? Turn the spear around and use the butt to raise a lump on my head. Put some strength into it. 2 minutes later, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth and a lump the size of a baby's fist swelling atop his head, the captain raced toward the command tent in panic. Disaster, Grand General. The human butcher madman left the city to save Madman Li. I later learned that Huang Jian had just visited the barracks after arranging for a robe to be delivered to me. The food had been refused because the 2nd Battalion's prison guards were Lu Dingquan's trusted men, leaving him helpless. Yin Ming, Luo Yong, Wang Jian, and Qi Fong were furious and kept demanding to confront Lu Dingquan, but Old Wu stopped them. Even Zhao Minyue's insistence had failed. If a few common soldiers went, they would only implicate themselves. See? This is what happens when you show off. People don't say the first bird to stick its head up gets shot for nothing. Outside the barracks, Sun Ji whispered to the 2 recruits. That guy is powerful, but he still doesn't understand how life works. Your brother Sun sees far more clearly. Follow me from now on. We'll keep our tails tucked and guard the 100 buckets of golden broth in the side room. It's safe, and we won't offend anyone. The 2 recruits were named Yang Tsong and Zhang Hu. Disaster. Lin Xian injured the gate commander and forced his way out. He says he's going to rescue Madman Li. At that moment, noisy shouts rose outside, throwing half the camp into an uproar. This is bad. That foolish kid caused trouble again. Old Wu jolted, his expression changed, and he rushed outside. Quick, let's go see. That brat is loyal, and Madman Li judged him correctly, but he's far too impulsive. They hurried from camp toward the gate. The instant they arrived, they saw Zhao Minyue, splendidly dressed on an enraged warhorse, bow across her back and spear in hand, charging into the gate tunnel with murderous intent. What the hell? What is General Zhao doing? Old Wu sucked in a sharp breath and cried out. Old Li, that big madman, just taught a little madman. Now it looks like a madwoman has appeared too. When Old Wu, Yin Ming, and the others reached the gate tunnel, the place was in chaos. The gate captain was climbing from the ground while cursing, so aggrieved he nearly cried. Wow, General Zhao is completely unreasonable. I never said I wouldn't open the gate. She should have at least given me a chance to finish the act. Besides, I never offended her. Did she have to strike that hard? She nearly split my skull. Another huge bloody lump had appeared on his forehead, symmetrical with the first. Like a pair of small horns, they made him look unusually miserable. At the end of the tunnel, the gate had been opened by roughly 10 feet. Through the gap, Zhao Mingyue could be faintly seen galloping away amid rising dust. What is this supposed to mean? Has General Zhao truly fallen for that brat? Old Wu shook his head and sighed bitterly. Now we're in trouble. Even if they rescue Madman Li, all three will be thrown into military prison. Even the Grand General will have difficulty handling it. Exactly. Sun Ji, delighted by the commotion, eagerly agreed. Boss, when Lin Xian returns, talk to Captain Huang and have him transferred. He's unquestionably a walking disaster. Old Wu's anger surged. Rolling his eyes, he kicked Sun Ji. Get lost. Outside the city. After leaving, I did not head for the Tatar camp across the plain. Following the route by which I had returned, I rode diagonally northeast toward the plain's right edge. I did not know whether Madman Li had been captured or killed, but with his martial artist perfection, strength, and the savage power of the frenzied demon staff art, he had probably not yet fallen into enemy hands. I rode while vomiting. About half an hour later, shouts and sounds of fighting suddenly came from ahead. Hundreds of Tatar cavalrymen had completely surrounded an area. Riders on the outside galloped in circles, filling the scene with dust. Battle cries and roars came from within the encirclement. I could faintly hear Madman Li's voice. Ji Bachu had sent this half-cavalry unit. He had originally ordered the assault on the pass in a fit of rage. Later, he suddenly ordered a withdrawal because I had escaped to Piang Pass, and because he received a secret report from the Lu father and son. He changed his plan, deciding first to capture Madman Li, then use him to lure me from the city and obediently deliver myself to death. Inside the encirclement, Madman Li stood on foot with his black iron staff, fighting dozens of cavalrymen circling him. More than 10 saber wounds covered his body, and blood soaked his military robe. His hair and beard bristled while the black iron staff danced like a storm. Though his aura remained majestic, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight and could not last much longer. 3 cavalry captains led the force, all martial masters, 1 at late stage and 2 at middle stage. But none had joined the fight. They remained mounted outside the inner encirclement, laughing from time to time as they watched Madman Li's desperate struggle like that of a trapped beast. Get the hell out of my way. Whoever blocks me dies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I drew arrows with my right hand and fired in succession. To capture bandits, first capture their king. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse. My first target was the most dangerous opponent, the late-stage martial master. He would be difficult to kill. I raised my bow and fired 6 arrows, 1 at his horse and 5 at him. Of the 5 aimed at the man, 3 flew straight. 1 was a returning arrow, and the last was a wave rider. I had committed everything. You think you can take a commander's head with 1 arrow amid 10,000 troops? Do you believe you're the world's greatest archer? Hiya! My shout drew the late-stage martial master's attention. Contempt spread across his face when he saw me. He did not take me seriously and instead charged on horseback. Clangs sounded in succession. Worthy of a late-stage martial master, he swung his steel saber repeatedly and knocked down all 3 straight arrows. But the arrow passing farther to his right drew his attention. When he turned to look, it suddenly curved back. A returning arrow? Nothing special. Clang. Because he was prepared, he twisted aside and knocked even the returning arrow away with 1 slash. Before he could react, my shot at the horse pierced its belly. The animal screamed and collapsed to the right, dragging the late-stage martial master off balance. A late-stage martial master was worth 500 points. My total had already approached 2,000. Killing him pushed me directly across that threshold, and a plus sign silently appeared beside Realm. Without hesitation, I pressed it with a thought. Realm, Martial Master, Late Stage. Rogue Soldier points, 68. The upgrade consumed 2,000 points, leaving only 2 digits. But my realm advanced from middle to late stage, and my hard combat strength rose astonishingly. The next advancement, from late stage to Martial Master Perfection, would require 5,000 points. The hundreds of cavalrymen before me were all martial artists. Among them were even 2 middle-stage martial master captains, each worth 200. If I killed them all, I should earn 5 or 6,000 points. As those thoughts flashed through my mind, cold light crossed my eyes. I reached toward the quiver hanging by my horse, knocked another arrow, and continued shooting in a rapid stream. Damn it! How can he be this strong? He killed a late-stage martial master with one volley. His archery is even stronger than we expected. Retreat immediately. Don't give him another opportunity. Outer cavalry, listen. Change formation, charge forward, and stop him. Only then did the two middle-stage martial masters recover in horror. Recognizing the danger, they immediately reined back and ordered the cavalry circling outside to form a battle formation, charge, and intercept me. Brat, you really are alive. I knew it. I finally passed down the frenzied demon staff art. How could my heir die so easily? Kill them. Ha ha ha. Madman Lee saw me and was reinvigorated. He threw back his head and laughed, and the force of his black iron staff suddenly intensified. To my left lay the battlefield plain. Another unit was now charging from that direction. It consisted of only a few dozen cavalrymen, yet the sense of danger they gave me was unprecedented. The dozens of riders behind were all late-stage or perfection martial artists and posed no threat. But the leading man wore a general's armor and wielded twin maces. His aura did not resemble a martial master's. He was most likely a far more powerful acquired realm expert. Among the defenders of Piang Pass, barely more than a dozen men had reached the acquired realm. Lu Dingquan and the other 4 battalion commanders were all late-stage or perfection acquired realm experts. The remaining dozen or so were at early or middle stage. Each was either a deputy general before Zhao Dinglu's command tent or a subordinate general serving one of the battalion commanders. If the approaching Tatar general truly was in the acquired realm, he was almost certainly a major general under Ji Bachu, far above a vanguard general like Qiao Nime. Wakaka, Chu Dog ahead. Are you the human butcher madman of Piang Pass? The man raised both maces overhead, his face fierce and his bearing like the mighty Zhang Fei. His savage eyes fixed on me as he roared. I am Qiao Niwa, general before the Southern Pacification Prince's tent. You killed my blood brother. Today, I will cut you down without mercy. Since he was Qiao Nime's elder brother, there was no longer any doubt about his acquired realm cultivation. Qiao Nime had said it himself. His elder brother was an acquired realm general serving directly before the prince's tent. I'll screw your second uncle too. Don't let the wind catch that oversized tongue of yours. Slightly alarmed, I changed my plan. I pulled the reins and began circling away. If you want to kill me and avenge Qiao Nime, we'll first see whether you have the ability. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The instant I finished, my right hand moved like the wind. I knocked and fired 4 or 5 arrows in succession. Against a powerful acquired realm expert, my only chance was to suppress him with arrows at medium or long range. If he closed in, the consequences would be disastrous. The acquired realm far surpassed martial master. Even combining returning arrows and wave riders posed only a minimal threat. My 5 arrows included 2 returning shots and 1 wave rider. Yet, Xiao Niwa dodged or knocked away every one. Your archery truly is extraordinary. Even I have never seen its equal. After knocking away all the arrows, pride spread across Qiao Niwa's face. He slapped his horse and chased again. Unfortunately, such clever little tricks are meaningless before absolute strength. Killing you today is only a matter of time. The acquired realm was too powerful, and ordinary arrows lacked the necessary lethality. When an expert at that level defended deliberately, finding an opening was indeed difficult. Screw your mother. You call yourself a general before the Southern Pacification Prince's tent, yet you've seen so little of the world. You sound like a country bumpkin. I circled on horseback and shouted back without restraint. Your acquired realm may be powerful, but claiming my archery can't hurt you is pure boasting. Who the hell are you looking down on? Whoosh. This time, I fired only 1 arrow. It seemed to be neither a returning shot nor a wave rider. Empty posturing. Qiao Niwa dismissed it completely. With a cold grunt, he swung 1 mace to knock it aside. The instant the iron mace touched the incoming arrow, everything changed. Bang! The intact arrow suddenly exploded into dozens, perhaps hundreds, of tiny fragments. Accelerating outward, at least a dozen pierced Qiao Niwa's face. Several more entered through gaps in his scale armor and buried themselves deep in his body. The wounds were not fatal, but the pain was real. Qiao Niwa screamed and roared. Blood quickly covered his entire face, making him look like a terrifying ghost. This was Diamond Archer's special ability, Explosive Arrow. No one below the martial master realm could use an explosive arrow. An ordinary martial artist's true energy was too weak. To fire the technique, I had to inject a thread of true energy into the shaft. Once the arrow left the string, Any external force touching it caused an immediate explosion. An intact arrow, including a returning shot or wave rider, had difficulty injuring an acquired realm expert. But an explosive arrow that shattered into dozens or hundreds of tiny fragments was different. More importantly, it exploded at close range. Unless an innate realm expert released true energy as a protective barrier, no one could defend against it. Damn it! What kind of archery is that? How did a perfectly good arrow suddenly explode? Not even the Northern Tatars' most famous master archers possess such an ability. Is this man's archery truly the best beneath heaven? He injured an acquired realm expert with one arrow from hundreds of feet away. Even if he dies today, his life was glorious. The dozens of cavalrymen behind Xiao Niwa had watched the arrow wound him. They cried out in shock. When they looked at me again, their solemn eyes contained intense fear. After witnessing the terrifying power of the explosive arrow, all quietly changed their minds. They obediently followed Xiao Niwa. Without an order, no one dared take initiative and rush forward to become prey. Ha ha ha. Satisfying. Truly satisfying. Inside the encirclement on the other side, Madman Li saw everything from afar and laughed wildly. So an acquired realm general is nothing special. He barely finished boasting before getting slapped in the face. I'm dying of laughter. He had been close to collapse, but my arrival reinvigorated him. Now adrenaline surged through him as if he had received an injection of chicken blood. His full potential erupted. The black iron staff danced wildly and forced the surrounding cavalryman back from its edge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ordinary straight shots were useless and would only waste arrows. Among the 6 I fired, I included 2 returning arrows, 2 wave riders, and 2 explosive arrows. Even if 6 talent-enhanced arrows could not shoot Xiao Niwa from his horse, they should make him suffer. As the thought crossed my mind, hoofbeats suddenly came from the left rear, rapid as rain and approaching at full speed. My body jolted. I looked back, and the figure entering my vision made me frown. What's going on? Why did she come too? Hiya, Lin Xian. Commander Li. Find a way to break out immediately. The rider was Zhao Mingyue. She had galloped all the way here, burning with anxiety. When she finally saw Madman Li and me, light flashed in her eyes and she shouted, "That man is an acquired realm general before the Southern Pacification Prince's tent. We are no match for him. Dragging this out will only hurt us. General Zhao, take the kid and leave. Don't worry about me." Madman Li laughed openly and swept his black iron staff, frightening a Tatar rider into rearing backward. The frenzied demon staff art has an air. Even if I die today, I have no regrets. Slash. The words had barely left his mouth when a rider charged past from behind and slashed. Madman Li dodged hurriedly, but the blade still cut his back. He staggered, sprayed blood, and nearly collapsed. Shut your crow's mouth. Since I came out here, I'm taking you back. Otherwise, wouldn't I owe you forever? Furious and alarmed, I raised my bow and fired 3 arrows. General Zhao, take him first, or all of us will be worn down here. Don't worry. With my archery, I can hold Xiao Niwa and cover your retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if answering me, 3 arrows shot out in a triangular formation. They instantly killed 3 cavalrymen near Madman Li. Every man struck in the throat and knocked from his horse. At the same time, the 6 arrows I had fired at Xiao Niwa earlier took effect. He barely dodged the returning arrows and wave riders, but the fragments from the 2 explosive arrows struck again. Xiao Niwa howled in pain. He can injure an acquired realm expert? His archery really is incredible. Even Zhao Mingyue was startled when she saw Xiao Niwa's blood-covered, frenzied face. Reinvigorated, she snatched several quivers tied together from her horse and threw them toward me. Catch. I'll take him first, but will you promise to return alive? Ha ha ha. Perfect timing. Don't worry. If Screw Your Mother wants to keep me here, he'll need a lot more ability. I caught the bundle and saw 5 quivers. Delight filled me. I casually placed them across my horse, drew another arrow, and fired at Xiao Niwa. I haven't even married yet. Dying this young would be such a waste. Hiya. Slash. Slash slash. Zhao Mingyue fell silent. She squeezed the horse's flanks and charged toward Madman Li, swinging her steel saber with her right hand. She cut 3 riders from their horses along the way. She reached him just as another cavalryman attempted to strike Madman Li from behind. She hurled her saber with full force and killed the attacker. Get on the horse. Zhao Mingyue leaned down, grabbed Madman Li's left arm, and hauled upward, helping him leap onto the riderless Tatar warhorse. At the same time, she scooped up a fallen steel saber. Biting her lip, cheeks faintly red, she said, "Lin Xian, remember your promise." Come back alive, and I'll give you a wife. Hiya. As soon as the final words left her mouth, she tapped Black Wind's right flank with the steel saber and prodded the horse beneath Mad Manly. Mad Manly had exhausted his strength. He lay across the horse, clutching its mane, consciousness already fading. He allowed Zhao Mingyue to take the reins and guide Black Wind while towing his horse rapidly toward Piang Pass. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Stop them. The two remaining martial master cavalry captains laughed coldly and immediately charged on horseback. Before they went far, however, two arrows whistled from behind and punched through the backs of their necks. Both fell from their horses without a sound. 400 points, easily earned. The brief delay was enough for Zhao Mingyue and Madman Li to shrink into two black dots in the distance. Unless a large cavalry force blocked them ahead, they would unquestionably reach Piang Pass. With nothing left to worry about, I saw the blood-covered Qiao Niwa charging toward me and pulled the reins. I turned away and headed straight for a distant forest to the northeast. Chase him. Chase. Everyone move. Wakaka. Qiao Niwa jumped in fury. At his command, several hundred cavalrymen followed. They spread left and right, becoming a flood that pursued me. My rogue soldier points had reached 648, still far below the 5,000 threshold for martial master perfection. I had more than 100 arrows. Without the 5 quivers Zhao Mingyue had delivered when I needed them most, I would already have been desperately short. On open ground like this, killing Qiao Niwa is nearly impossible. The rolling mountains are not far ahead. Once we enter the forest, everyone must dismount, and the complex terrain will give me more opportunities. But unless I'm certain, there's no reason to waste too many arrows on Qiao Niwa. Before reaching the forest, I'll shoot as many cavalrymen as possible. I can only accumulate the 5,000 points slowly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once the thought formed, I stopped hesitating, drew an arrow, turned, and fired repeatedly. This time, I ignored Qiao Niwa and targeted the Tatar cavalrymen around him. Against my current archery, cavalrymen only in the martial artist realm had no ability to resist. I released one arrow after another. I could not claim a perfect hit rate, but at most 1 or 2 arrows in 10 missed. By the time my points approached 2,000 and only 40 arrows remained, I finally reached the forest's edge. Whoa! I reined in, leaped down, slung the final 2 full quivers across my back, and ran into the forest. The trees ahead were dense. More than 300 Tatar cavalrymen still pursued me, but they had to dismount to enter. Their speed would be limited, giving me more room to act. If I could kill Qiao Niwa, then even after using every arrow, I was confident I could annihilate all the remaining pursuers with only my black iron staff. Everything depends on whether I can find a chance to shoot that bastard. If I can't, I must stop fighting once my arrows are gone. My only choice will be to find an opening, break out, and escape. I sighed softly, then darted like a rabbit and ran deeper into the forest without looking back. Led by Qiao Niwa, the more than 300 Tatar cavalrymen abandoned their horses and entered the forest. They spread to both sides, rapidly searching and closing an encirclement. Almost every man had a bulging waist pouch. When they deployed, each had carried several luminous whistling signal arrows. They had come prepared. You little bastard. You can't escape. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not a man. Move faster, men. The Khitan border lies only a few dozen miles ahead. We must stop this thief before the boundary and never let him escape into Khitan territory. Wakaka. Qiao Niwa's furious roars sounded constantly behind me. From time to time, arrows whistled past on my left and right. My arrows were running low. I had no intention of shooting again before dark. Recovering as much strength as possible came first. What I had not expected was that Qiao Niwa, an acquired realm expert, was far faster than I was. Before long, his roars drew much closer. Hearing that Wakaka howl made my scalp tighten. Whoosh, whoosh. With no choice, I turned and fired 2 explosive arrows. Without pausing after lowering my bow, I continued running. Explosions soon sounded behind me, followed by Qiao Niwa's furious roar. He had probably been wounded again. His speed slowed, and the distance widened. But with an acquired realm expert's speed, he would soon catch up. I would have to fire again to reopen the gap. Repeating that cycle, the pitiful 40 arrows in my 2 quivers would not last long. Time passed rapidly while I fled. Before I realized it, darkness approached. My spirits rose. I had just begun considering using the night to counterattack and attempt to kill Qiao Niwa when something changed behind me. Fui! The familiar piercing shriek sounded. A luminous whistling signal arrow shot into the sky, and its blazing red light illuminated the forest newly covered by night. I instinctively looked back. I could clearly see Qiao Niwa's savage, blood-covered face about 300 feet behind. Farther back, numerous Tatar cavalrymen had spread to both sides and followed closely. This is bad. He's close again. Damn Tatars. Did every one of them prepare luminous signal arrows in advance? Whoosh, whoosh. My heart sank. I fired 2 arrows backward without watching the result and continued sprinting. The hundreds of pursuing Tatars clearly all carried luminous signal arrows. They did not care about conserving them. The instant the red glow of one faded, someone launched the next. Sometimes 2 or even 3 rose simultaneously, making the dark forest bright as day. I had nowhere to hide. Not only had my plan to counterattack beneath the night failed, but I could no longer escape the pursuer's visual lock. Worse, Qiao Niwa's acquired realm speed was far greater than mine. Even when explosive arrows forced him to stop and let me reopen the gap, he soon closed it again. After roughly half an hour, every arrow was gone. My hand found only empty quivers. My expression changed, and every nerve tightened to the limit. Damn it. At worst, I fight him to the death. Cursing through gritted teeth, I tore the empty quivers from my back and threw away the 3-shur bow with them. HM, what's that? The kid threw away his bow. Is he finally out of arrows? Let's see how he dies now. I had run only about 300 feet when Qiao Niwa's surprised voice sounded behind. He had clearly found my discarded bow. Triumph filled his voice. Put more effort into it, man. He's a tiger without teeth now. Once we surround him, one blow of my mace will knock him flat. Remember, I want him alive. We'll drag him back, tear out his tendons, skin him, and cut him 10,000 times. After he has suffered enough, we'll send him to the king of hell. Ha ha ha. Without explosive arrows suppressing him, Qiao Niwa would catch me quickly. Once I became trapped in close combat, my late-stage martial master strength would not last more than a few exchanges against him, even if I fought with my life. If no opportunity appeared, I would truly end today captured by a great enemy and subjected to endless humiliation and torture. Hiss. This is. As thoughts flashed through my mind, I sucked in a sharp breath and stopped abruptly. What? You finally stopped running. More Tatars arrived behind and to both sides, sealing every path of retreat. For a mere martial master to force me this far, you have every right to be proud. Qiao Niwa seemed certain I could not escape and no longer hurried. He studied me with a vicious gaze. You killed my blood brother. By rights, cutting you 10,000 times would not be excessive. But your archery is unparalleled beneath heaven. Letting such talent die would be a waste. If you kneel immediately, swear submission, and pledge your life to me, I may spare your miserable existence. Qiao Niwa never stopped advancing as he spoke. He forced me backward step by step until I reached the edge of a cliff with nowhere left to retreat. I kneeled to heaven, earth, and my parents. What are you, a Tatar dog, supposed to be? You want me to kneel? You aren't worthy. Roar. Unprecedented despair closed around my heart. I risked everything. As I roared back, I drove all my power through my body, swung the black iron staff like a storm, and smashed it at Qiao Niwa. You seek death. The old bastard flew into a rage. He shouted, stamped forward, and met me head-on. Close combat erupted. Clang, clang, boom. After only a few exchanges, I was outmatched. Qiao Niwa found an opening and brought one mace down heavily against my chest. I sprayed blood and flew more than 10 feet like a kite with a broken string. When I began to fall, no solid ground remained beneath my feet. After I awoke, I confirmed the following events at Piang Pass and the imperial capital through military reports, imperial decrees, and accounts from Old Wu and the others. Piang Pass. Night fell. Besides the soldiers patrolling the wall, a crowd had gathered there. Huang Jian, Old Wu, Hu Matzi, and Pretty Boy Bai, Yin Ming, Luo Yong, Wang Jian, Qi Fong, and the more than 20 soldiers from the 3 defensive positions. Even the gate captain with 2 bloody lumps on his head was present. Inside the military prison in the city camp, Madman Li was severely wounded. After receiving medicine, he was wrapped from head to toe like a rice dumpling and remained unconscious. Otherwise, given his personality, he would never have stayed quiet after learning I had not returned. Although Zhao Minyue was imprisoned, her heart could not settle. She paced constantly inside the cramped cell and repeatedly asked the guards whether I had returned. No one knew how many people across the vast Piang city tossed and turned that night, unable to sleep. Even after the defenders ate breakfast, the Tatar camp across the plain outside the northern gate showed no movement. An imperial censor's delegation escorted by 2,000 cavalrymen arrived from the Great Chu imperial capital and entered Piang city through the southern gate. Upon receiving the news, Grand General Zhao Dinglu immediately summoned his 5 battalion commanders and the deputy generals before his tent. They assembled in formation to welcome the delegation. Hoofbeats sounded shortly afterward, and Emperor Xuanzong of Chu's envoys reached the military camp. Although 2,000 cavalrymen escorted the group, the actual delegation contained barely more than 10 people. Their leader was Lu Lin, left vice-censor-in-chief of the censorate. Only a little over 30 and merely 3 or 4 years older than Lu Feng, he was already an innate realm expert, as powerful as Zhao Dinglu. After everyone rose from their bows, he glanced expressionlessly at Zhao Dinglu from the corner of his eye. Lu Lin closed the imperial decree and casually held it out. General Zhao has defended the northern frontier for many years. His Majesty has summoned you this time to reward and comfort you. There is no need to overthink it. Why do you not receive the decree at once? Zhao Dinglu jolted. Though his face darkened, he had no choice. He stepped forward and respectfully accepted the decree. His Majesty misses the general deeply. We must not keep him waiting. Rest tonight, and tomorrow morning we will depart for the imperial capital. Lu Lin nodded slightly and continued. You may bring 2 subordinate generals and 100 personal guards. More will be unnecessary. We are returning to the great Chu imperial capital, not marching into battle. In addition, Lu Lin paused and swept his gaze across the 4 battalion commanders whose faces were equally dark. Finally, he settled on the delighted Lu Dingquan. The war on the northern frontier continues, and Piang City cannot go a day without a commander. His Majesty wishes General Lu to assume temporary command of the pass and grants him the title Grand General of Northern Concord. General Lu, will you not receive the decree? As he spoke, he drew another imperial decree from his robe and presented it with a smile to the ecstatic Lu Dingquan. The words Northern Concord struck Zhao Dinglu like a hammer, and his heart sank into an abyss. The other 4 battalion commanders and the deputy generals could no longer suppress their anger. They were about to step forward and argue when Zhao Dinglu spread his arms and stopped them. Congratulations, General Lu. After Lu Dingquan thanked the emperor and accepted the decree, Lu Lin produced a brocade box and handed it over with great solemnity. This is a foundation-nourishing pill, a gift from the state preceptor. It is said an immortal master personally refined this pill for cultivators of qi and immortality. It has the miraculous ability to strengthen one's foundation and increase one's power. General Lu will temporarily command Piang Pass and defend Great Chu's northern frontier. His responsibility is enormous. Your current cultivation at acquired realm perfection is somewhat weak for the task. The state preceptor personally explained that with General Lu's martial foundation, taking this pill will let you break your shackles and enter the early stage innate realm in one night. There is no need to worry. Prepare yourself. Then take the pill tonight and attempt your breakthrough. By the time Censor Zhao and I depart for the imperial capital tomorrow, General Lu should have advanced successfully. With innate realm cultivation, there will be no concern about your guarding this northern pass. As he spoke, the imperial envoys chatted and laughed with Lu Dingquan before turning toward the command tent. Zhao Dinglu, a dignified grand general, was left behind as if forgotten. No one paid him further attention. Only the deputy generals and 4 battalion commanders remained around him. Rage burned in their eyes, fists clenched as they protested bitterly. Grand General, the Lu family controls the court, and Emperor Xuanzong is incompetent and tyrannical. Nothing good will come from this summons to the capital. We must not fall into their trap. Rather than go to the capital and die, we should rebel now. These generals were different from Lu Dingquan, who had been parachuted into command at Piang Pass 2 years ago. Every man present had followed Zhao Dinglu for years. They were his true trusted core, privately called the Zhao family army without exaggeration. Forget a mere left vice-censor-in-chief. If Zhao Dinglu raised his arm and called, even to rebel against the great Chu court, these generals would not hesitate. Yet Zhao Dinglu possessed iron loyalty. Even after such unjust treatment, he appeared never to have considered rebellion. He shook his head with a bitter smile. I do not fear the reputation of a disloyal rebel, but all our families live in the imperial capital. Can we abandon them? Treacherous officials hold power, and the emperor is incompetent. I dislike the court's schemes and have devoted myself to the northern frontier. I wanted only to use my hot blood to preserve peace around Piang Pass. I never expected that even Piang Pass would change hands overnight. After a long sigh, he looked across the generals and warned them earnestly. When I return to the capital, I will do everything possible to negotiate. If the court's loyal ministers unite, there may still be a chance to reverse this. From now on, Obey General Lu's commands. Do not act rashly. Endure what you can and wait for my news. Zhao Dinglu turned toward the camp. After several steps, he paused. While I am gone, I must ask all of you to take good care of Minhua. The next day, a heavy, oppressive gloom hung over Piang City from early morning. All 50,000 soldiers of the Piang Pass garrison assembled on the drill ground to see off Zhao Dinglu, Grand General who pacifies the north. The endless ranks of defenders wore reluctance and worry on their faces, but more than anything, they looked lost. Zhao Dinglu wore only light traveling gear. He vaulted onto his horse with just 2 deputy generals and 100 personal guards at his side, calm and unhurried. After turning to survey the entire army, he smiled and cupped his hands. Gentlemen, the peace of the northern frontier and the survival of Piang Pass will depend on your loyal, iron resolve from this day forward. Guard them with everything you have. You worry too much, General Zhao. Lu Dingquan strode out from the distant command tent with a group of deputy generals and personal guards. Lu Feng, who had once served as one of Zhao Dinglu's soldiers, now wore the light armor of a deputy general. After Lu Dingquan had opened his acupoints with true qi and carefully guided his energy, his cultivation at martial artist perfection had broken through smoothly into the early-stage martial master realm. As for Lu Dingquan, with the help of that foundation-nourishing pill, he had advanced overnight from acquired realm perfection to the early-stage innate realm. He approached with a ruddy glow and a triumphant air. I am now an innate expert myself. With me guarding this place, General Zhao need not trouble himself over the safety of Piang Pass or the northern frontier. You would be better served considering how you will report to His Majesty after returning to the capital. Up ahead, Lu Lin was already growing impatient within the escort of 2,000 cavalrymen. He frowned slightly and spoke in a cold voice. General Zhao, may we depart? Soldiers, until we meet again. Hiya. Zhao Dinglu ignored him. He cupped his hands to Piang Pass's 50,000 soldiers, yanked his horse around, and galloped toward the southern gate with his 2 deputy generals and 100 personal guards. Hear my command. The moment the procession left, Lu Dingquan's expression darkened and he issued a military order. The traitor Lin Xian is defiant and insubordinate and is suspected of deserting to the enemy. Effective immediately, strike him from the rolls of the Piang Pass garrison. Until his corpse is found, his name will remain permanently on the pass's wanted list. Lu Dingquan paid no attention to the reaction. He swept a cold gaze over Battalion Commander Song Xiaojiang and the other 3 battalion commanders, snorted, flicked his sleeve, and strode back toward the command tent. Lu Feng, who had been following behind him, waved his right hand and led a squad of the commander's personal guard straight to the military prison. Is 100-man Commander Li all right? Didn't the army physician examine him? How could his injuries be so grave that he still hasn't regained consciousness? Lu Feng glanced at Madman Li, who lay motionless in the neighboring cell, and offered a few hypocritical words of concern. Then his gaze shifted to Zhao Minhua. Minhua, I assume you've heard what happened outside. General Zhao just left. He is returning to the capital with left Vice Censor-in-Chief Lu to meet His Majesty. But don't worry. Even with General Zhao gone, Piang City is still your second home. I have entered the martial master realm and been promoted to deputy general, while my father commands the entire pass. No one here will dare mistreat you. Spare me your hypocrisy. Before he could finish, Zhao Minhua's frost-covered face tightened, and she cut him off with a furious shout. Who gave you the right to call me Minhua? Lu Feng, don't think I don't know that you and your father plotted all of this in secret long ago. Even Lin Xian's furious departure from the city must have been caused by the jailer you ordered to reveal Commander Li's condition. Such a vicious scheme. You're shameless. Ha! So what if it was? Lu Feng threw back his head and laughed, his face smug as his gaze gradually turned vicious. A lowly foot soldier dared fight me over a woman? He got exactly what he deserved. As for Yunf, I have never failed to obtain a woman I wanted. I might as well tell you the truth. Grand General Zhao will never return from this audience in the capital. You are now a fish on my chopping block. If you cooperate, I may still leave you a shred of dignity. But if you refuse the toast and insist on drinking the punishment instead, once word arrives that His Majesty has executed Zhao Dinglu, the 50,000 soldiers of Piang Pass will lose all hope. Even if I take you by force then, who will still dare object? I spit on you. If that day ever comes, I, Zhao Minhua, will smash my head against the wall before I ever let you have your way. Halfway through her words, Zhao Minhua seemed to remember something. A sharp light flashed in her eyes, and her voice turned glacial. Just wait. My father and Lin Xian will both be fine. They will return to Piang Pass. Believe it or not, the moment either one of them returns will be the moment you and your father lose your heads. Judging from the furnishings, the owner of the house was a hunter. A bow and arrows hung on the wall beside several large slabs of dried meat. Father, I think he's awake. A woman's delighted voice reached my ears, as sweet and melodious as a warbling oriole. After sleeping for so long, it's about time. An honest-looking man in his early 40s came over and waved with a genial smile. Go on, hurry and make some meat soup. He hasn't eaten in 3 whole days. I froze for a moment and instinctively looked at the panel in my mind. It now had another new category, and my rogue soldier points had changed as well. Auxiliary talent, Khitan language, rogue soldier points, 1,876. I had traveled northeast after leaving Piang Pass. Later, Xiao Niwa struck me in the chest with his mace, and I had coughed up blood, lost consciousness, and fallen into the icy river. I must have drifted in and out of the water, carried a great distance farther northeast by the current until I finally reached the Khitan border, where this hunter's family rescued me. Disaster. The Tatar cavalry are here. Wah. Mama, I'm scared. Only after throwing off the covers and climbing out of bed did I discover that I wore nothing but white underclothes. My military robe was gone, probably torn loose and carried away by the current. Worse yet, I had discarded my 3-shur bow earlier, and my black iron staff had clearly vanished when I lost consciousness and fell into the river. There was a bow hanging on the wall, but how could a hunter's bow compare with a powerful 3-shur war bow? Child, hurry and put on this robe. The hunter's face was grave as he took an animal hide robe from a cabinet and handed it to me. The Tatar soldiers have come to seize able-bodied men. We need to hide in the mountains at once. Alas, although this is the borderland between Khitan territory and the northern Tatars, our Aodon tribe takes the Mastiff ancestor as its totem. We are different from the main Khitan clans, who revere the wolf. They refuse to recognize us and even regard us as the lowest of outcasts, a disgrace to the Khitan people. For years, we've barely survived in the cracks of this borderland. The Tatars often come to seize our men, while the main Khitan clans care nothing for whether we live or die. The Khitans revered wolves, and their warriors often tattooed a savage wolf's head on their chests as an emblem. That fact alone was enough. As long as I drew breath, any Tatar who dared come to the Aodon tribe to seize men for the front lines would have to ask whether I agreed. Uncle, little sister, neither of you needs to hide. No one in the Aodon tribe needs to hide. I pulled on the robe, cold light flashing in my eyes, and strode outside. With me, Lin Xian, here, I'll kill every Tatar who comes. If 2 come, I'll kill them both. Lin Yuan? Big brother, is that your name? It sounds wonderful. She froze for a moment, then tugged the hunter after her and hurried to catch up. Big brother Lin Yuan, my name is Nalan Shuang, and my father is Nalan Beong. All several thousand members of the Aodon tribe share the surname Nalan. Uncle Beong, Shuang, hurry into the mountains and hide. A tribesman passing us looked at me in surprise and urged them repeatedly. I heard every Tatar in this group is cavalry, more than 100 riders, all vicious brutes. They've already killed several scouts we sent to keep watch. The Tatars don't know the terrain and were lured in the wrong direction, but they have horses. They'll be here any moment. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. A force of barely more than 100 cavalry was pitifully small. The Aodon tribe had at least 2,000 or 3,000 young and able-bodied adults. They should never have feared a mere 100 Tatar soldiers. Unfortunately, the tribe also had many elderly people, women, and children. Even if its young warriors had the courage to fight, they could not ignore the safety of those behind them. A mountain-like boulder stood nearby, as if it had fallen from the sky and smashed a crater nearly 1,000 feet across and 400 to 500 feet deep into the center of the plain. Half the boulder protruded from the crater. An ancient bronze spear, mottled with verdigris, jutted from its center. My black iron staff was gone. This spear looked serviceable. I could use it like a staff and kill enemies just as well. Big brother Lin Yuan, you aren't thinking of pulling out that spear, are you? That is the Mastiff Sovereign's battle weapon. It has been lodged in the boulder for hundreds, perhaps thousands, of years, and no one has ever managed to pull it free. Nalan Shuang jogged after me, patiently explaining everything. She raised a hand and pointed toward a distant snow-capped mountain. That is Sacred Mastiff Peak, where the Mastiff ancestor lived. They say its mistress lived there too. The Mastiff Sovereign was a female immortal and the most beautiful woman in the history of the Aodon tribe. Long ago, dressed in red and wielding a spear, she battled a god atop the sacred peak to protect our tribe. The great boulder in the middle of the plain fell from the sky during that battle. Sadly, the Mastiff sovereign left even her spear behind. After the battle, she vanished together with her immortal beast, the Mastiff ancestor. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of years have passed since then. Ever since, our elders have passed down a prophecy. Whoever pulls out the Mastiff sovereign's weapon will inherit her legacy. Only that person can lead the Out-on people to rise again. Clang! Before she could finish, I reached the top of the boulder, wrapped my right hand around the shaft, and unleashed my strength. In an instant, I pulled the spear, nearly half of which had been buried in solid stone, straight out. Its weight dragged suddenly at my arm. The spear in my hand was covered from end to end in green rust and appeared extremely ancient, but it was astonishingly heavy. My 20-pound black iron staff could not have weighed even a fraction as much. Even with my current cultivation at the late-stage martial master realm, swinging it felt somewhat strenuous. More astonishing still, the moment the spear entered my hand, the panel in my mind trembled and the data in 2 categories changed. Martial skills. Frenzied Demon Staff Art, Minor Mastery. 7 kills Spear Art, Beginner. Talents. Diamond Archer, Bottom Tier Spearman Plus. I had barely glanced at it, and had no time to process what had happened when the profound principles of an incomparably fierce and domineering spear art unpacked themselves in my mind. This martial skill was called the 7 Kills Spear Art. It contained 7 forms. Heaven-killing World-ending Spear. Earth-killing Sea-overturning Spear. Demon-killing Phantom Spear. Ghost-killing Netherworld Spear. Blood-killing Nether River Spear. Plus the blood-killing Nether River Spear. Though it had only 7 forms, their overwhelming, far-reaching intent seemed to encompass all of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, perhaps because of the limits of my cultivation, I could currently execute only 2 of the 7 forms. In addition to the 7 Kills Spear Art, the talents category had gained a Spearman entry. It was still only bottom tier, but a plus sign had appeared beside it. Did that mean I could spend points to upgrade my Spearman talent? A dark light flashed in my eyes. I immediately focused my consciousness on the plus sign and gently tapped it. I did not tap it just once, but 4 times in succession. Bottom tier to bronze cost 1 point. Bronze to silver cost 10 points. Silver to gold cost 100 points. Gold to diamond cost 1,000 points. 4 upgrades cost me 1,111 points in total. I still had 765 rogue soldier points on the panel, while my newly acquired spearman talent had risen from bottom tier to diamond. I had no time to study its precise effects. They would reveal themselves when I used the 7 Kills Spear Art. Spears and lances were different, but they followed essentially the same principles. My spearman talent should manifest through the 7 Kills Spear Art. Although my cultivation remained at the late-stage martial master realm, my raw combat power had now leaped another minor stage beyond what it had been. Before this, my late-stage martial master cultivation had given me raw power equal to anyone at martial master perfection. I could fight 1 minor stage above my level. Now, despite remaining a late-stage martial master, my raw power was no weaker than that of any early-stage acquired realm expert. I could fight 2 minor stages above my level, even across the major gulf between martial master and the acquired realm. 2 stages of superior combat power let me fight an early-stage acquired realm expert while I'm still a late-stage martial master. 1 more breakthrough into martial master perfection will let me contend with the middle-stage acquired realm. Once I reach the early-stage acquired realm, I'll rival the late stage. In other words, within the same major realm, my early stage will now be equivalent to someone else's late stage. Hiya, clop clop. Listen up, people of the Out-on tribe. The rapid thunder of hooves sounded in the distance, followed by a savage, brutal roar. I am a cavalry captain under the garrison commander of Xiaolong City, in the domain of the Northern Tatars' Southern Pacification Prince. I have come to conscript soldiers today. If you know what's good for you, hand over 1,000 able-bodied men immediately. We will leave you in peace for the next 6 months. If you dare resist, do not blame me for ordering the Out-on tribe wiped out today. Every woman, child, and old person will be killed, and every able-bodied man of fighting age will still follow me in the end. Large numbers of Out-on tribespeople were still fleeing in all directions across the plain, but before they could reach the surrounding forests, the cavalry cut them off. There were only a little over 100 Tatar riders, but their speed was terrifying. They galloped around the plain, shouting and brandishing steel sabers until the fleeing tribespeople halted in fear. The young warriors seethed with rage, but with the elderly, women, and children behind them, they had no time to organize an effective resistance. If you want to seize men from the Out-on tribe, you'll first have to prove you're capable of it. As I spoke, I pointed at the cavalry captain nearby. You and I will trade one punch. If you can force me back even half a step, every able-bodied man in the Aodon tribe, including me, will go with you today. Do you dare? The cavalry captain was only a middle-stage martial master. His strength was respectable, but compared with me, a late-stage martial master whose combat power now rivaled the early-stage acquired realm, he was no different from an ant. I had deliberately restrained my aura, however, so no one could tell I was a martial cultivator. Combined with my clothing and my outrageous challenge, I looked like nothing more than an ignorant young Aodon hothead showing off and spouting nonsense. After a moment's surprise, all 100-odd riders surrounding us burst into laughter. They looked at me as if I were a clown. Ha! You said it yourself. The cavalry captain laughed wildly, rode up to me, reined in, and sprang from his horse. He punched straight at me. Since you insist on dying, I'll smash you to death first, then take every able-bodied man in the Aodon tribe away with me. I could not even be bothered to answer. Cold light flashed in my eyes as I stamped my right foot and threw a punch of my own. Boom! Crack! Puff! Our fists collided head-on, releasing a thunderous blast of force. The captain was no match for me. Every bone in his right arm shattered. The remaining force of my punch then slammed into his chest and caved in his entire rib cage. Blood sprayed from his mouth as the impact hurled him backward through the air. Thud! His lifeless body did not hit the ground until it had flown 20 or 30 feet. Cold light flickered in my eyes as I turned to sweep my gaze over the 100-odd Tatar riders. I killed your martial master captain with one punch. Have you ever seen an able-bodied recruit this strong? How is that possible? He killed the captain with one punch. Isn't it obvious? His ribs are pressed against his spine. He couldn't be any deader. A martial master. That Aodon tribesman is actually a martial master, and not a weak one. He must be at least in the late stage. No, not even someone at martial master perfection could slaughter a middle-stage martial master with a single punch like that. He must be an acquired realm expert. Acquired realm? Hiss. Then what are we waiting for? Even an early-stage acquired realm expert could kill every last one of us. Run. Hiya. Hiya. My remark had been nothing more than mockery, but it jolted them awake. The 100-odd Tatar riders surrounding us shuddered, horror flooding their faces. Amid panicked cries, they yanked their horses around and scattered like homeless curs. Trying to leave now? Don't you think it's a little late? A cruel smile curved my lips. Cold light flashed in my eyes, and I roared, "Warriors of the Aodon tribe, what are you waiting for? Stop them at once. Leave every Tatar rider here. Not one gets away." Whoosh! The moment the words left my mouth, I shook my left arm, transferred the 7 kills spear trailing behind me to my right hand, and hurled the massive weapon with one arm. A shrill whistle split the air. Though the bronze battle spear was incomparably heavy, it seemed weightless as it traced a long arc through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it crossed more than 300 feet. With a wet thud, it entered the back of the rider farthest ahead and punched straight through his chest. That battle spear. Why does it look so familiar? Hiss. That is the Mastiff Sovereign's weapon. Heavens! Who is that man? When did he pull out the Mastiff Sovereign's weapon? Can't you see the animal hide robe of our Aodon people on his body? Of course he is one of us. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of years have passed. Ever since the Mastiff Sovereign and Mastiff Ancestor disappeared after that battle, how much humiliation has our tribe suffered, generation after generation? Now it is all over. The Mastiff Sovereign's successor has appeared. He will lead the Aodon tribe to rise again. Those damn Tatars have bullied us far too much. The Mastiff Sovereign's successor has given the order. Warriors of the Aodon tribe, what are you still hesitating for? Kill them. Kill. With that casual throw of my spear, the vast plain erupted into pandemonium. Every Aodon tribesman recognized the weapon I had thrown. One glance at the now empty boulder on the summit made them understand everything. Their blood surged. The young warriors' cheeks flushed and their breathing quickened. All of them charged out without fear of death to intercept the fleeing riders. The elderly, women, and children fell to their knees with tears streaming down their faces. They prayed to the heavens, grateful that the Mastiff Sovereign's successor had finally appeared and had not abandoned the Aodon tribe. The Tatar cavalry numbered only a little over 100. After I killed their martial master captain with one punch, their courage shattered and their will to fight vanished. Not one dared even swing a saber. They merely whipped their horses forward, faces deathly pale. But the Aodon people descended from nomads and had inherited generations of hunting skills. Even a wild horse at full gallop could easily be stopped when their lassos caught its head or tangled its legs. To my surprise, Not only was Nalan Tianhong a capable fighter, but even the seemingly delicate Nalan Shuang was a qualified warrior. She moved with astonishing agility. Wielding her crescent scimitar, she sprang like a rabbit, launched herself at a Tatar rider, and tackled him from the saddle. Before he could rise, her blade swept around his neck, and his terror-stricken head rolled silently across the ground. Though she had never studied martial cultivation, her skill and technique already surpassed those of an ordinary early-stage martial artist. Once taught a cultivation art, she was certain to progress at astonishing speed. Nor was Nalan Shuang alone. Almost every warrior I saw possessed excellent combat technique. The warriors of the Aodon tribe were extraordinarily gifted, natural-born fighters. Uft, uft, uft. Dull impacts sounded without pause. Every time I struck, a Tatar died. Among the 100-odd riders were more than a dozen late-stage and perfection martial artists. I locked onto them first and killed them before they could threaten the Aodon warriors. Of the 7 killing forms within the 7-kill spear art, I could currently use only the human-killing tyrant spear and the blood-killing nether river spear. The human-killing tyrant spear emphasized a single thunderous strike. These martial artist Tatar soldiers were not worthy of witnessing its might. As I unleashed the blood-killing nether river spear, my weapon struck like a dragon. Wisps of bloody vapor seeped from every pore and enveloped me, transforming me into a bloodthirsty god of slaughter whose presence looked down upon the world. This spear art transcended ordinary martial cultivation. It was a combat technique belonging to immortal cultivators. Whenever the 7-kill spear pierced an enemy's body or its keen point opened a throat, a wisp of blood energy was drawn from the fallen Tatar, traveled along the weapon, and entered my body. The phenomenon was eerie and could not be judged by the standards of ordinary martial skills. The energy entering me seemed to be blood-baleful qi. It slowly strengthened the true qi in my meridians and even coated that qi in a strange crimson hue. At the same time, the tempering of that blood-baleful qi steadily increased my physical toughness and strength. The slaughter soon ended. I alone had killed 70 to 80% of the 100-odd Tatars. The rogue soldier points on my panel had just passed 4,000, bringing me extremely close to the 5,000-point threshold for martial master perfection. Tianhong, who is this young man? That's right, Chief. This brother is incredible. He killed at least 70 or 80 of those 100-odd Tatars by himself. When did the Aodon tribe gain such a mighty warrior? How have we never heard of him? I never imagined the tribal legend was true. Someone actually pulled out the weapon left behind by the Mastiff Sovereign. Amazing. Chiron and I tried pulling it out together once, but it never moved an inch. I have no idea how he did it. When the battle ended, the crowd gathered around. Just as I was about to speak, Nalan Shuang proudly cut in beside me. Of course, big brother Lin Yuan is powerful. He received the Mastiff Sovereign's legacy, so he belongs to the Aodon tribe, and he is our greatest warrior. After learning my name, the surrounding tribespeople grew even more excited and spontaneously raised their arms, chanting, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. I shook my head with a wry smile, but offered no correction. Lin Yuan sounded like a fine name. If they liked it, so be it. Chief, what should we do with the horses? A powerfully built tribesman approached, nodded a greeting to me, then turned to Nalan Tianhong. And what about the Tatar corpses and the sabers and other equipment they left behind? We gained a great deal of spoils this time. Tatar bodies lay everywhere, while the captured warhorses had been herded together and shifted restlessly. We've brought terrible trouble upon ourselves. Nalan Tianhong sighed, his face lined with worry. Xiaolong City, within the territory of the Northern Tatars' Southern Pacification Prince, is only a little over 6 miles from our tribe. The garrison commander sent these men to seize recruits, and we killed every last one. Once the news reaches him, he will never let this go. If Xiaolong City's 5,000 Tatar soldiers march against us, the main Khitan clans, who view the Aodon people as a disgrace, will never help. Yuping City, governed by the Southern Court Prince, lies only a little over 9 miles northeast of the plain, but we cannot count on it in the slightest. As I see it, our only path to survival is to migrate as an entire tribe, retreat deeper into the mountains, and endure in even harsher land. Nalan Tianhong's words plunged the scene into deathly silence. I turned and watched the excitement and fervor in every pair of eyes rapidly fade. The elderly and the women sighed to themselves, took their children by the hand, and silently turned away. They were going home to pack for the Great Migration. The young adults' eyes burned with resentment and defiance, but even more with the humiliation and stifled rage of people crushed by reality. It was not that they lacked the courage or impulse to fight, but whenever they thought of the elderly, women, and children, The battle spirit rising in them was doused like a flame under cold water. You have been bullied to this point, yet you still intend to swallow every insult, to do nothing but flee and yield. I could stand it no longer. Fierce light blazed in my eyes as I clenched my fist. Your tribe has so many young, able-bodied adults, and every one of them is skilled. You could strike first, fight with everything you have, and carve out a future. Why don't you have the courage to burn your boats and stake everything on one battle? You think staying beside your families and enduring humiliation is protecting them? It is the exact opposite. That is cowardice of the most irresponsible kind. The Out-on tribe is bullied by Tatar soldiers from without and rejected by the main Khitan clans from within. After all these years of helplessness and inferiority, have you lost even the most basic will to fight? If this continues, the Out-on tribe can only decline day by day until your entire people are exterminated. If death waits either way, if you have already been driven from every place you could call home, then what is left to fear? At worst, we fight them to the death. Either carve out a future for your people or die quickly and settle everything once and for all. Anything is better than living in humiliation until you perish in misery. After those final words, I turned to Nalan Tianhong. Uncle Tianhong, you are the clan chief. Remain here, command the rear, and look after the elderly, women, and children. As for every young warrior capable of taking the battlefield, follow me. Xiaolong City is nothing. What is so difficult about slaughtering a mere 5,000 Tatars until not a scrap of armor remains? The Out-on people were fierce and warlike by nature. Only hundreds, perhaps thousands, of years of suffering had worn down their will. Now my words completely reignited the courage and fighting spirit carried in their blood. Brother Lin Yuan is right. At worst, we fight them to the death. Our elders have always said the Mastiff sovereign successor would lead the Out-on tribe to rise again. We've suffered humiliation for generations. Now that the successor has appeared, it is time for all of that to end. Chief, I am willing to lead the Out-on warriors in Brother Lin Yuan's footsteps and use our blood to carve out a future for our people. I paused, then smiled and nodded. What are your names? Nalan Shueji, Nalan Chiren, Nalan Huanga. Spear and blade yearn to slaughter. Blood makes them rejoice. Fine names. I nodded firmly, drew a breath, and continued. If Uncle Tianhong agrees, I will form the Blood Mastiff Army. You three will command its 3 battalions and march with me to flatten Xiaolong City. Do you dare? A man born beneath heaven and earth must fight for his people, even if his head falls and his blood spills. The 3 answered together, breath quick and cheeks flushed. For our parents, wives, and children, for our families to live in safety with food and warmth, what would we not dare? Their impassioned words swept through the Out-on warriors. Excited, they raised their arms and roared as one. Fight for our people. Spill our blood. Flatten Xiaolong City. Good, good. Those are the true men of the Out-on tribe. My generation let its finest years of hot blood slip away. We've lived like cowards for so long. Our lives were wasted. After shouting his approval, Nalan Tianhong clapped my shoulder. Lin Yuan, I entrust the young men of the tribe to you. You are the Mastiff sovereign successor. You will lead the Out-on tribe to fight its way into a new future and rise again. Cheers thundered across the plain. Every tribesman in his prime strode forward, head high and chest out, ready to fight for his people. The first light of hope had quietly arrived. Warriors of the Out-on tribe, listen. I surveyed the plain, light flashing in my eyes, and roared. Every able-bodied adult from 18 through 39 stepped forward. Those 40 and older may still be mighty warriors, but you need not take the battlefield. Remain with the tribe. Obey Uncle Tianhong's command. Protect our people, and hold the rear. The Blood Mastiff Army was soon formed. It consisted of 3 battalions, each numbering roughly 1,100 warriors. Nalan Shueji commanded the 1st Battalion. Nalan Huanga commanded the 3rd Battalion. In addition, I formed the Mastiff Guard and the Mastiff Shadow Corps. The captains and vice-captains of the 3 Mastiff Guard squads were Nalan Lingming and Nalan Lingpa, Nalan Hanshang and Nalan Hanjia, and Nalan Yinsha and Nalan Yinshua. The Mastiff Shadow Corps would handle intelligence, reconnaissance, and assassination. Its 49 Mastiff Shadow agents received uniform code names ranging from Nalan 1 to Nalan 49. I had spoken only because anger had flooded my blood, and in doing so, I had reignited the Out-on tribe's nearly extinguished will to fight. Only now, as I abruptly returned to my senses, did I realize that I had somehow carried off an entire powerful army from Khitan territory. It was about to become a sharp blade stabbing deep into the flank of the northern Tatars' southern pacification prince. If Ji Bachu learned of this, wouldn't the old bastard cough up gallons of blood on the spot? Of course, carried off was merely self-mockery. I never intended to exploit anyone. The time had simply come, and I had acted with the tide of events. The night passed without incident. I rose early, finished a bowl of meat soup, and walked out of the house, then froze the instant I looked up. A huge war banner stood before the house, snapping majestically in the wind. Its gray-white field appeared to be stitched from animal hide. The word, Lin Yuan, was embroidered across the front in powerful strokes. On the reverse was a lifelike mastiff's head, its markings pitch black and its eyes as crimson as blood. Big brother Lin Yuan, are you satisfied with the Lin Yuan blood mastiff banner? Nailin Shuang followed me out, her face full of pride. The banner is made from the finest first layer of animal hide, so it is light, thin, and tough. The word Lin Yuan on the front and the mastiff's head on the back were embroidered one stitch at a time with animal sinew. The blood mastiff's eyes were embroidered with animal hair soaked in Tatar blood. Every auntie in the tribe worked all night on it. I nearly jumped. The tribe had at least 2,000 women who could sew. Had that many people truly spent an entire night making me a single war banner? In the distance, the Blood Mastiff Army's 3 battalions had already assembled. All 36 personal Mastiff guards and 49 Mastiff shadow agents were mounted as well, lined up and waiting for me. More than 3,000 warriors and more than 3,000 horses stood in perfect order, their morale soaring to the heavens. I strode forward. Nailin Shuang immediately followed and vaulted onto her horse. Yinsha, present, take the banner. Nailin Yinsha, captain of the Mastiff Guard's 3rd squad, galloped out and hoisted the Lin Yuan Blood Mastiff banner. He set the butt of its pole into his stirrup, and the great flag unfurled in the wind. Target, Xiaolong City. March, march. At my command, I spurred my horse forward at the head of the army. More than 3,000 Blood Mastiff warriors roared in unison. The long column followed, charging out of the plain settlement and heading straight for Xiaolong City, a little over 6 miles away. Besides its many small and mid-sized tribal settlements, the territory of the Northern Tatar's Southern Pacification Prince contained 7 proper walled cities with gate towers and fortifications. Xiaolong City was the easternmost of those 7. Its garrison commander, Dan Daunting, was a martial master at perfection and had originally commanded more than 10,000 elite soldiers. Not long ago, the Southern Pacification Prince had led his army south to attack Piang City. 10,000 elite troops had been transferred from Xiaolong City, leaving only a little over 5,000 soldiers behind. Dan Daunting had sent men to seize recruits partly to replenish the city's forces and partly to prepare in case the prince needed to draw more troops from the rear. Commander, disaster. A Tatar soldier hurried in and cupped his hands. An army is approaching the eastern gate. Its battle flag bears the embroidered head of a blood mastiff, so they must be from the Out-On tribe. The force numbers more than 3,000 cavalry. Dozens of their horses bear Xiaolong City's brand. Your earlier detachment sent to seize recruits from the Out-On tribe must have been completely wiped out. The Out-On tribe? Dan Daunting froze, then rose with a booming laugh. Did those cowards drink tiger piss last night? Since when did they grow such enormous balls? But this is perfect. More than 3,000 cavalry must mean every young adult in the Out-On tribe has come. I can capture them all at once and use them as recruits, saving myself the trouble of scraping men together from every corner. By the time he climbed the gate tower with his personal guards, the distant Blood Mastiff army had arrived. The 3,000-odd riders looked imposing, but the Out-On people had no standardized uniforms or armor. Their warriors wore animal hide coats of every shape and color, giving the force a decidedly strange appearance. A rabble like this dares form an army and attack my Xiaolong City. Dan Daunting grinned, so broadly his mouth twisted sideways. Standing atop the gate tower with hands on his hips, he sneered. Anyone who didn't know better would think a mob of refugees had arrived. Ha! Supreme Commander, these damn Tatars are intolerably arrogant. Nailin Shueji, commander of the 1st Battalion, looked livid as he cupped his hands to request battle. I am willing to lead the 1st Battalion as the vanguard. Even if we fight down to the last soldier, I swear we will break open Xiaolong City's eastern gate. The lives of Out-On warriors are not so cheap. I glanced at him and waved the request aside. Never say such a thing again, and never think that way. The lives of Out-On warriors are precious. A few mangy Tatars are not worthy of trading lives with us. As for Xiaolong City, I need only one spear to break its gate. Cold light flashed in my eyes. I dismounted, raised the spear one-handed with my right arm, and aimed it high into the sky. After a running start, I hurled it with all my strength. Rod of God. Whoosh! Before the echo faded, the 7 kills spear tore through the air amid the roar of wind and thunder. But it was not flying toward Shalong City's gate tower. It was soaring into the heavens. Everyone stared in shock. Nalan Shuang, Nalan Shueji, and the others looked completely bewildered, unable to understand what I was doing. On the opposing gate tower, Dan Dongting and the mass of Tatar soldiers behind him froze, then burst into mocking laughter. What is this supposed to be? Is that bastard blind? Can't he see a gate tower this big? Looks like he really did drink tiger piss last night. He tossed a spear into the sky. Is he planning to stab the sun? Ha! The ability I called Rod of God took its name from the orbital weapon concept of the same name. Each rank of spearman talent granted a different innate ability. Silver granted Flash Burst. The Diamond Spearman ability was Rod of God. In my previous life, the United States had experimented with the idea of dropping a tungsten rod from space. The kinetic energy from gravity alone could produce terrifying destructive power. My Rod of God was not launched from orbit, but as I hurled the spear skyward with all my strength, I drove every trace of true chi in my meridians into it, producing an astonishing burst of power. After reaching a sufficient height, the spearhead turned downward. Its arc began to descend, pointing straight at the gate tower ahead. Hiss! That bastard is monstrously strong. It looks like a bronze spear, yet he threw it so high that it's only a black speck. Something is wrong. The spear has spent its upward force and is falling. Why is the head pointing down? And why is it aimed straight at the tower beneath our feet? Run! Run! The moment they sensed danger, chaos swallowed the gate tower. Even Dan Dongting panicked. As he rushed down, he collided with a Tatar soldier and both tumbled head over heels. The next instant, the 7 kills spear accelerated under gravity and came shrieking down from high above, smashing directly into the gate tower. Boom! Rumble! A deafening explosion erupted. The supposedly impregnable gate tower burst apart as if struck by a demolition charge. Bricks and stones sprayed in every direction among severed limbs and shattered bodies. One strike. A section of the sturdy gate tower, more than 40 feet long, collapsed on the spot. Every Tatar soldier standing on that section was crushed or killed by the shock. Dozens did not even leave intact corpses. Even the sections to either side suffered damage, with cracks spreading everywhere. The Tatars screamed for their parents, frightened nearly out of their souls. The 3,000-odd soldiers of the Blood Mastiff army behind me stared in utter disbelief, their heads buzzing and their minds blank. Several breaths passed before Nalan Shueji, Nalan Shuang, and the others shuddered back to awareness. They sucked in cold air and cried out one after another. Heavens, is this real? One throw of a spear collapsed the gate tower? Such terrifying power. Even an innate expert could do no more. So this is the Mastiff Sovereign's legacy? Combined with the divine spear she left behind, one strike makes heaven and earth change color. Roar! You dared destroy my gate tower. You deserve death. As the crowd exclaimed, the gates beneath the dust-shrouded, chaotic towers silently swung open. Dan Dongting charged through the passage with dozens of mounted personal guards, waving his battle saber. Unable to contain his fury, he roared like thunder. Damn Mastiff dogs! I am Dan Dongting, commander of the Shalong City garrison. If I do not behead you today, I swear I am no man. The old bastard was truly enraged. A martial master at perfection, he galloped toward us with a savage face and a thunderous roar, his presence terrifying. Even our warhorses seemed to sense the bitter killing intent. They paced uneasily and slowly retreated. Protect the Supreme Commander. Stop him. The 36 Mastiff guards were about to charge when I merely raised my right hand and spoke lightly. Dan Dongting, your name sounds like aching balls. No wonder you're howling, as if you're dying. In that case, I'll help you on your way. Spear. My 7-kills spear was still embedded in the opposite gate tower. With no weapon in hand, I could only demand one from the Mastiff guards behind me. A Mastiff guard carrying a long spear froze for a moment, then understood and rode forward to hand it to me. Kill. Whoosh. I took the spear, cold light flashing in my eyes, and hurled it one-handed with a fierce shout. I did not use Rod of God this time. It was merely a level throw. Even so, 3 spearman abilities, Delayed Prediction, Flash Burst, and Absolute Lock, activated simultaneously. Delayed Prediction was actually 2 abilities in one. Delay was a visual effect that seemed to slow the target's movements, while Prediction analyzed data and calculated the target's next position in advance. Flash Burst enhanced my strength by injecting true chi in an instant, creating a sudden eruption of extraordinary force and speed. Absolute lock was essentially precision guidance. It ensured that a spear I threw behaved like a heat-seeking ballistic missile from my previous life. Dodging it was impossible. Either the target possessed enough power to knock it down, or the spear would strike. The weapon shot out at an appalling speed, carrying the momentum of a thunderbolt. What kind of trick is this? Why do I feel as if a savage beast has locked onto me, as if I cannot escape? Realizing something was wrong, Dan Daunting's expression changed. He yanked on the reins and cried out in horror. Almost before his voice faded, the spear locked onto his aura arrived. With a wet thud, it plunged into his chest and sent blood spraying. Dan Daunting immediately grabbed the shaft with both hands, but the spear's momentum was not spent. The terrifying impact tore him from the saddle and hurled him backward through the air. After carrying him dozens of feet, it slammed him against the city wall and pinned him there. What? Commander Dan was a mighty martial master at perfection, yet he could not withstand a single blow. He died the moment he finished announcing his name. Even a guest character doesn't get killed off that quickly. That man cannot be fought. He is at least a martial master at perfection. He alone could flatten all of Xiaolong City. Then why fight? Run. The dozens of personal guards behind Dan Daunting stared in stunned disbelief, as if questioning everything they knew. Before their cries had faded, they wheeled around and scattered left and right. The sight triggered a panic. The soldiers on the gate tower exploded into chaos. Some raced down toward the city, while others jumped directly from the tower and splattered to their deaths below. So much for the defenders of Xiaolong City. You're nothing but a pack of gutless cowards. I sneered, then swept my right hand forward as cold light flashed in my eyes. Blood Mastiff Army, hear my command. Launch a full assault. Slaughter the city's soldiers, and do not stop until you've had your fill. Kill, kill. At my order, all 3,000-odd Blood Mastiff cavalry charged. Their battle cries shook the heavens, and their morale reached its peak. My rogue soldier points had already passed 4,000. Dozens had just died on the gate tower, every one a martial artist. Combined with Dan Daunting, a martial master at perfection worth 500 points, my total gain exceeded 1,000. My rogue soldier points had reached 5,213, and a plus sign appeared beside Realm. Unable to contain my excitement, I immediately focused my consciousness and gently tapped it. When the process ended, my rogue soldier points had fallen to 213, while my cultivation had advanced from the late stage to martial master perfection. My next advancement would cross a major realm. On top of the tenfold increase in points required within the same realm, the price would double again, to 10,000 points. At that time, plus signs would also appear beside Diamond Archer and Diamond Spearman under talents. Once I enter the acquired realm, everything will change. With my ability to fight 2 stages above my cultivation, the early stage acquired realm alone will give me raw power equal to the late stage. It is only 10,000 points. The slaughter of Xiaolong City's soldiers lies before me. How could I fail to gather them? Kill. As the thought flashed through my mind, I took another spear from a mastiff guard, slapped my mount's rump with my left hand, and charged. Nailin Shuaying, her 2 deputies Nailin Du and Nailin Guyu, and their 49 mastiff shadow agents had already spread out with the Blood Mastiff Army. They roamed the battlefield, silently harvesting lives. Xiaolong City descended into total chaos. More than 3,000 Blood Mastiff cavalry poured through the open gate and cut down every Tatar soldier they saw. I galloped through the city with a spear in hand and could not find a single opponent capable of surviving even half an exchange. Whenever I swept my right arm, the keen spear point raised a spray of blood. Groups of Tatar soldiers clutched their throats, eyes wide with terror, and collapsed. Kill! Kill! Battle cries shook the sky inside and outside the city gate. As the slaughter continued, change swept the field. Faint wisps of blood-baleful chi were drawn from the fallen Tatar soldiers. They entered the Blood Mastiff banner, drifted back out, then surged into the out-on warriors around it, as if the banner were feeding them. I reveled in the battle as well. The 7 kills spear whirled like the wind in my hands, thrusting like a spear one moment and sweeping like a staff the next. I moved through the enemy as though the field were empty. No one could withstand a single exchange. There were only 5,000 Tatar soldiers, and they had lost all will to fight. They never mounted any effective resistance. The killing lasted no longer than the time needed to drink a cup of tea. Soon, not a single Tatar soldier remained standing. Nothing surrounded us but corpses in blood-soaked robes and armor, or surrendered soldiers who had discarded their weapons and now knelt trembling on the ground. That felt incredible. What a rush. I've never fought such a satisfying battle. The damned Tatars have bullied the Out-On tribe for generations. Every year, They seized our people as recruits and used them as slave fodder in their sieges. Today, everything has reversed. The Tatars became livestock beneath the Aodon tribe's blade of vengeance. Killing these prisoners so easily would be far too merciful. Supreme Commander, why not gather them together and make them mastiff slaves? In our next battle, they can serve as the cannon fodder at the very front. Nalan Shueji, Nalan Shirin, Nalan Huanga, and the other blood mastiff officers approached in excitement and cupped their hands to make the request. I approved. It was time these damned Tatars tasted the helplessness and despair of enslavement, of being forced to serve as fodder and kill their own people. All surrendered soldiers were gathered and driven into the barracks. Their total number reached 3,000. Only a little over 2,000 of Xiaolong City's defenders had been killed, but my combat power was overwhelming. I took lives with every movement, and I had deliberately targeted martial artists, each worth at least 10 points. Boom! When Nalan Yinsha planted the Linyuan Blood Mastiff banner atop the gate tower, a soft boom sounded in my mind. My rogue soldier points suddenly surged by 10,000, reaching slightly more than 15,000. Is this a reward for capturing a city? Since I had raised a war banner, leading the Blood Mastiff army to conquer cities and strongholds naturally earned rewards for captured territory. 10,000 points for a city was neither a fortune nor a pittance. Once my rogue soldier points exceeded 10,000, plus signs appeared beside realm, archer, and spearman. There was nothing to consider. I immediately focused on the plus sign beside realm and gently tapped it. Warmth spread through my body. My strength soared, and I broke through into the early stage acquired realm in one step. At the same moment, my rogue soldier points plummeted to slightly above 5,000, and the plus signs beside archer and spearman vanished. Unexpectedly, the cultivation art and martial skills categories changed as well. Overlord Force and Frenzied Demon Staff Art, both previously at minor mastery, advanced to intermediate mastery. The 7 Kills Spear Art advanced from beginner to minor mastery. My overall combat power surged again. I could still fight 2 stages above my cultivation, but the 3rd stage was now within reach. Of the 7 Kills Spear Art's 7 ultimate forms, I had previously unlocked the Human Killing Tyrant Spear and Blood Killing Nether River Spear. When the art reached minor mastery, it unlocked a 3rd form, Demon Killing Phantom Spear. Its name alone revealed the form's nature and power. When I fought an opponent of equal level at close range, a spear that filled the air with phantom shadows would surely have miraculous effects. Several Aodon warriors found the 7 Kills Spear amid the gate tower's rubble and carried it over between 2 men. I took it and inspected the weapon. Its body was completely unharmed. Not even a nick or pale mark marred the keen point. This truly is a peerless spear. A vision rose before me. Atop the back of a towering, snow-white sacred mastiff that resembled a divine steed, a woman in a blood-red dress stood proudly between heaven and earth, the 7 Kills Spear in her hand. Her long black hair streamed behind her, and her robes snapped in the wind. Was the mastiff sovereign truly an immortal cultivator? What incomparable bearing she must have possessed. Sadly, she lived hundreds, perhaps thousands, of years ago. I wonder whether I will ever have the chance to witness her immortal grace with my own eyes. I sighed softly, gathered my thoughts, and examined the true chi in my meridians. The blood-killing Nether River Spear was extraordinary. It was one form of an immortal combat art, reinforced by the 7 Kills Spear's mysterious power. Every enemy it killed released a wisp of blood energy that traveled along the spear and entered my body. The even greater amount of blood-baleful chi that remained had dyed all the true chi in my meridians crimson, filling it with a fierce, baleful aura. With my current strength, I cannot refine this much blood-baleful chi in a short time. Keeping it inside me may cause future harm. I might as well inject it into the Linyuan Blood Mastiff banner. Countless women of the Aodon tribe poured their hearts into this banner and stitched it together thread by thread. It embodies the will of the entire Aodon people. After being baptized by battle and steeped in the iron-blooded fighting spirit of thousands of Aodon warriors, it seems to have developed a kind of spirituality. During the battle, it absorbed blood-baleful chi and fed that power back to our warriors. That is proof enough. With that thought, I strode up the gate tower, pressed a hand to the flagpole, and poured all the remaining blood-baleful chi from my meridians into it. Whoosh! The Linyuan Blood Mastiff banner suddenly moved without wind. The blood-baleful chi I had injected transformed within it, drifted out as wisps of crimson mist, and flowed into the surrounding Aodon warriors. Judging by aura alone, many of these warriors are already no weaker than ordinary martial artists. My gaze traveled over the figures around me. I murmured. Unfortunately, the Aodon tribe has no inherited cultivation art. They possess the strength of martial artists, but without training, they cannot condense true qi within their bodies. It is time to find a suitable martial cultivation art for the Aodon tribe. I wonder whether the treasury of Xiaolong City contains one. Light flashed in my eyes. I strode down from the gate tower. Come, let's inspect Xiaolong City's treasury first. I had another reason for visiting Xiaolong City's treasury. I wanted a powerful bow suitable for my strength. The 7-kill spear could serve as a staff when I used Frenzied Demon staff art, so I no longer needed a black iron staff. Even the finest military staff, forged from steel tempered 100 times, could not compare with the 7-kill spear, a weapon that seemed to have belonged to an immortal cultivator. But a powerful bow was essential. Without one, my transcendent archery had no place to shine. Unfortunately, although the treasury contained several fine bows, all were merely 3-sure bows. At my current early-stage acquired realm cultivation, a 3-sure bow was already too weak. I could draw it fully with a casual burst of force, making its killing power nearly useless. Fortunately, I found 3 cultivation manuals in the treasury, including one called the Blood Shadow Art that was exceptionally well suited to the Aodon people. There were also martial skill manuals for sabers, spears, swords, and other bladed weapons. I needed none of them, so I gave everything to Nalan Shuang, Nalan Shueji, and the others. Once they studied and understood the manuals, they were to pass them down and spread the techniques throughout the Blood Mastiff army as quickly as possible. With the Aodon warriors' solid foundations, they were certain to progress rapidly in the Blood Shadow art. Many might even begin directly in the martial artist realm. Moreover, in every major battle, the Linyuan Blood Mastiff banner could continuously feed blood baleful qi back into the warriors. Before long, the Blood Mastiff army would become a mighty iron-blooded host, sweeping through every battlefield and crushing all resistance. The Blood Mastiff army's 3 battalion commanders were Nalan Shueji, Nalan Chiren, and Nalan Huanga. The captains and vice-captains of the 3 Mastiff Guard squads were Nalan Lingming and Nalan Lingpa, Nalan Hanshang and Nalan Hanjia, and Nalan Yinsha and Nalan Yinshue. Supreme Commander, we took Xiaolong City easily, but the territory of Southern Pacification Prince Ji Bachu contains 6 more large cities like it. Nalan Huanga and the others burned with battle spirit. He cupped his hands and said, Ji Bachu is leading his main army against Great Chu's Piang City, leaving his rear unable to protect itself. This is the perfect opportunity for the Blood Mastiff army to press our momentum and capture city after city. Although I had not yet returned to Piang Pass, leading the Blood Mastiff army to disrupt the rear of the Southern Pacification Prince's territory would actually help its defenders even more. From that perspective, capturing Xiaolong City alone was nowhere near enough. Hanling City, one of the territory's 7 major cities, lies roughly 20 to 25 miles west. After a moment's thought, light flashed in my eyes, and I gave the order. Notify the entire army. We rest tonight and march at first light. We will carry this momentum straight toward Hanling. The following afternoon, I led the Blood Mastiff army to the eastern gate of Hanling City. At the very front marched the 3,000 Mastiff slaves brought from Xiaolong City. Once its defenders, they had now become expendable fodder for the Blood Mastiff army. At least the trash could be put to use. Archers packed the gate tower, creating a threat at medium and long range. More than 1,000 cavalry waited restlessly below, while 3,000 to 4,000 infantry formed ranks before them, each holding a shield in one hand and a long spear in the other. Hey, listen, you Mastiff dogs. I am Pai Gyutin, commander of the Hanling City garrison. He brandished a heavy saber and challenged the slowly approaching Blood Mastiff army. Who commands your troops? Announce your name at once. My blade does not kill nameless curs. Holding the reins in my left hand and the 7-kill spear in my right, I pressed my legs against my horse and moved forward a few paces. My lips curled in mockery. You bounce awfully enthusiastically in that saddle. Your ass must have quite a spring to it. Too bad I have no interest in men. No matter how well that ass bounces, you will not escape death today. Roar, impudent brat. Do not think your clever tongue can save you. Give me your life. A mighty early-stage acquired realm commander had been humiliated before both armies. Pai Gyutin nearly coughed blood from rage. With a furious roar, he spurred his horse straight at me. Only the early-stage acquired realm? Killing one earns just 1,000 points. That is somewhat disappointing. I muttered without the slightest fear and charged to meet him. Cold light flashed in my eyes as I raised the 7-kills spear and slashed. Human killing. Tyrant spear. The spear descended like a great saber. True qi surged from my body, and threw the 7 kill spear. As though I were an innate expert projecting condensed force, I released a fierce arc of spear energy, an invisible blade that whistled as it tore through the air. Projected force? Pai Gyuten's expression changed drastically. He yanked the reins and cried in horror. You are clearly only at the early stage acquired realm 2. How can you do this? It is impossible. Uft. The moment his voice faded, a dull yet piercing sound rang out. The razor-sharp spear energy shot through the air like a gigantic, invisible steel blade and split Pai Gyuten and his warhorse vertically in half on the spot. Blood sprayed as the two have separated and crashed heavily to the ground. Human-killing tyrant spear. Even so, Nalan Shuang, Nalan Shueji, and the others stared with parted lips, nearly believing they were hallucinating. A mighty acquired realm general had been split in half together with his mount before he even came within striking distance. The terrifying impact of this strike rivaled yesterday's sight of the Rod of God collapsing Xiaolong City's gate tower. The thousands of Hanlang City defenders outside the opposite gate stared with jaws hanging open. Their faces turned deathly pale, and icy chills raced down their backs. As they wheeled around and fled for their lives, horrified cries rose like a tide. How is that possible? Commander Pai is simply gone? They never even touched. With more than 10 feet between them, he waved his spear and killed a mighty acquired realm general from a distance. Even the warhorse beneath him was dragged into it. Both were torn apart without intact corpses. That man is terrifying. His aura is only at the early stage acquired realm, yet he can crush someone of the same level, and even project force like an innate expert. With a monster like that before us and Commander Pai already dead, how are we supposed to resist? Then why are we waiting? Open the gate. I'm going home to divide the family property, disband, and run my own way. Run. One strike. A powerful acquired realm commander had been slaughtered in public together with his horse, leaving no intact corpse. The sight was too shocking. Not only did it shatter the courage of Hanlang City's defenders, but all 3,000 Mastiff slaves driven ahead of the Blood Mastiff army, as fodder turned deathly pale, bottomless despair filling their eyes. A slave mark had been branded onto every Mastiff slave's face, nailing them forever to a pillar of shame. During the attack on Hanlang City, many of the 3,000 slaves had secretly plotted to seize any opportunity to join the city's defenders, turn on the Blood Mastiff army, and betray us on the battlefield. But now they had watched Hanlang City's commander die in one strike and seen thousands of defenders lose all morale and collapse into a rout. Kill! Kill! Behind them, the Blood Mastiff army galloped forward, its battle cries shaking the heavens. More than 3,000 armored cavalry rolled onward like a flood. The Mastiff slaves blocking the way were only infantry. Anyone who ran too slowly was either trampled beneath iron hooves or cut down by an out-on warrior. They were so terrified that they did not dare look back. Their only chance to survive was to charge forward and fight with all their strength. The killing continued. Holding the 7-kill spear in one hand, I drove forward unstoppably. One man and one horse carved a broad, empty swath through the enemy. As great numbers of Hanlang defenders fell, wisps of blood-baleful chi emerged from their corpses, entered the Linyuan Blood Mastiff banner, and drifted back out to feed the Blood Mastiff army. Many Blood Mastiff warriors had cultivated the Blood Shadow art the previous night, stepped onto the martial path, and condensed a faint thread of true chi within their bodies. As strand after strand of blood-baleful chi entered them, their power rose rapidly. More and more warriors crossed into the martial artist realm. The 36 Mastiff guards, 49 Mastiff shadow agents, Nalan Shuang, Nalan Shueji, and the other leaders had begun the previous night at the middle stage martial artist realm. Now they broke through one after another into the late stage. Boom! When Nalan Yinsha planted the wind-whipped Linyuan Blood Mastiff banner atop Hanlang City's gate tower, a low boom sounded in my mind. The 10,000-point reward for capturing the city arrived instantly. By the time the battle ended, the surrendering defenders of Hanlang City had expanded the Mastiff slave corps to between 5,000 and 6,000 men. My rogue soldier points had passed 20,000, and plus signs appeared beside archer and spearman under talents. This time, I finally don't need to choose. 2 upgrades require exactly 20,000 points. I slowly exhaled and immediately tapped both plus signs. Talents: Starlight Archer, Starlight Spearman, Rogue Soldier points, 366. My points plummeted to 3 digits. But both Archer and Spearman rose from Diamond to Starlight. The Diamond Archer and Spearman abilities were Explosive Arrow and Rod of God, respectively. Now that both talents had advanced again, Their starlight abilities were Meteor Firestorm and Frost Roar. Their names alone stirred my imagination, but I was in no hurry. I still lacked a suitable bow, while the 7-kill spear fit my hand perfectly. In the next battle, I could test the Starlight Spearman ability and see the power of Frost Roar. Big Brother Lin Yuan, shall we inspect Hanlang City's treasury first? Nalan Shuang approached with her scimitar in hand. Her two deputy commanders in the Mastiff Shadow Corps, Nalan Du and Nalan Guyu, followed behind. Both were out-on women about Nalan Shuang's age, but their styles could not have been more different. You've all reached the late-stage martial artist realm already? Your foundations are truly solid, and your progress is astonishing. Combined with the Blood Mastiff banner feeding you, it may not be long before you enter the martial master realm. Halfway through, I looked at Nalan Du's weapon and frowned. Du, shouldn't you change weapons? A battle saber or spear would have greater killing power. No. She quickly hid the weapon behind her, as if afraid I would snatch it away. People in this world suffer too much, especially my enemies. Their suffering makes me grind my teeth. Whenever I meet one, I can smash his skull with my spiked club and deliver him from suffering. Me neither. Nalan Guyu held a pair of short daggers and hid them behind her back as well. I've used these daggers since childhood. They kill enemies in battle, and they're convenient for carving meat from roasted sheep or cattle. They fit my hands perfectly, so I won't change either. I had personally watched her strip every bit of meat from a sheep with those daggers. Not so much as a toothpick-sized scrap remained on the complete skeleton. A dog would have cursed her for 3 days. With skill like that, she might as well continue using the daggers. Still, using the same weapons to kill people in battle and carve dinner afterward felt strange. Did the girl truly not find it unsettling? After entering the city, we went directly to Hanlang City's treasury. But the exceptionally powerful bow I urgently needed was nowhere to be found. A treasured bow cannot be forced. It appears only when fate permits. My opportunity simply hasn't arrived yet. There's no hurry. After taking Xiaolong and Hanlang cities in 2 consecutive days, the Blood Mastiff warriors' morale soared. Every soldier burned for another battle. Nalan Shueji, Nalan Qiren, Nalan Huanga, and the other commanders were far from satisfied and requested permission to continue the campaign. After a brief thought, I issued the order. The entire army rests tonight. We march at first light. Our target, Bulang City. Bulang was another of the 7 major cities in the Northern Tatar's Southern Pacification Prince's territory, and it was the closest to Hanlang, only a little over 30 miles away. The Blood Mastiff army now had nearly 6,000 Mastiff slaves to use as fodder. Once we marched, taking another city with little effort was practically inevitable. I wondered what Ji Bachu would think when he learned that 3 of his 7 cities had fallen in only 3 days, that his rear had caught fire, and the out-on people he once despised had stabbed him so deeply in the back. The next day, in the afternoon, Pai Guqiao, commander of the Bulang City garrison, stood on the gate tower and watched the Blood Mastiff army advance in force across the plain. His face was livid, but inexplicable panic churned in his heart. At the army's front marched nearly 6,000 Mastiff slaves, the slave brands visible on their faces, arranged in infantry formations. Immediately behind them rode more than 3,000 Blood Mastiff cavalry in perfect order, their morale soaring. An overbearing, iron-blooded aura of slaughter rolled toward the city. Pai Guqiao had fewer than 6,000 defenders under his command. How could they possibly prevail? If the prince had not transferred 10,000 elite soldiers from Bulang City, why would a mongrel force from the insignificant out-on tribe ever be worthy of my notice? Pai Guqiao clenched his teeth in grief and fury, raised his head, and shouted, "Listen, out-on traitors! You dared rebel while the prince was away at war. Once he learns of this, he will exterminate the entire out-on line. I am Pai Guqiao, commander of the Bulang City garrison. If you know what's good for you, throw down your weapons and surrender at once. If I tell the prince of your repentance, I may still persuade him to spare your people from extermination." Idiot. I rolled my eyes, too lazy to waste another word. I raised the 7-kill spear over my head with my right arm, poured all my true chi into it, and hurled it with explosive force. Whoosh! Rumble! The strike was astonishing. As the 7-kill spear crossed the sky with a piercing whistle, the faint rumble of wind and thunder followed it. The spear itself was extraordinary, a suspected weapon of an immortal cultivator. Now it carried my true chi as well as the system-enhanced spearman abilities. Layer upon layer of power combined, producing appalling destructive force. In addition to delayed prediction, flash burst, and absolute lock, I activated the Starlight Spearman ability Frost Roar. The 7-kill spear tore through the few hundred feet to the gate tower in the blink of an eye. Frost roar erupted, and furious white frost boiled around the weapon in terrifying waves. What is happening? He merely threw a spear. How could it produce an effect like this? Every hair on Pai Guqiao's body stood on end. He could feel the temperature plummeting. Though a mighty early-stage acquired realm general, he instinctively turned to flee. Boom! Rumble! Almost the instant he turned, the 7-kill spear arrived. It entered Pai Guqiao's back, lifted him into the air, and pinned him violently to the battlement opposite. Nor was he alone. Every Tatar soldier within dozens of feet had frost coating his hair and eyebrows. Shivering like wet dogs, they scrambled and crawled away from the area. Kill! Kill! At the same moment, the 3,000-odd blood mastiff cavalry on the plain roared in unison and charged. By the end of the battle, the Aodon army had grown to nearly 9,000. I captured another city. Combined with the conquest reward, my rogue soldier points again reached slightly more than 15,000. After spending 10,000 points on an upgrade, I had a little over 5,000 remaining. My cultivation rose from the early to the middle stage acquired realm. Advancing from the middle to the late stage would require 20,000 points. With my ability to fight 2 stages above my cultivation, my raw strength in close combat now rivaled acquired realm perfection. Beneath the innate realm, I was invincible. More gratifying still, after being fed blood baleful chi by the Linyuan blood mastiff banner, all 3,000 blood mastiff warriors had entered the middle stage martial artist realm. Commanders such as Nalan Shueji and Nalan Shuang had broken through to the late stage or even martial artist perfection. I later confirmed Ji Bachu's reaction to the loss of 3 cities through scout interrogations and intercepted military reports. Hiya! Hiya! Make way! Clear the road. I have urgent military intelligence for the prince. Several horses galloped in from the distance. Their riders were scouts dispatched by Pai Guqiao. When Bulang City fell, they escaped through the northern gate and made a long detour before reaching this camp. Inside the command tent, Southern Pacification Prince Ji Bachu was meeting with several of his generals. The scouts rode all the way to the tent before dismounting. They rushed inside, cupped their hands, and bowed. Your Highness, disaster has struck the rear. 3 days ago, the Aodon tribe raised the Linyuan blood mastiff banner and launched an overnight surprise attack on Xiaolong City under the command of their supreme commander, Linyuan. In only 3 days, Xiaolong, Hanlang, and Bulang cities have all fallen. Linyuan commands only 3,000 Aodon cavalry, but he has taken surrendered soldiers into his ranks after every siege. The Blood Mastiff army now has nearly 10,000 Mastiff slaves to fill its front lines. They were once northern Tatar warriors under your highness, but now slave brands scar every face, leaving them in a state worse than death. Please send reinforcements at once, crush the rebellion, and annihilate the Aodon tribe. What? In just 3 days, 3 of the 7 great cities in my rear have fallen? Ji Bachu shuddered violently. His expression changed, and he sprang up in shock and fury, nearly overturning the command table. The Aodon tribe has always been weak and cowardly. When did they become so brazen? And what in the hell is this man called Linyuan? Set Xiaolong City's commander aside. Pai Gutan and Pai Guqiao of Hanlang and Bulang were both early-stage acquired realm generals. Could they not suppress one insignificant tribe of savages? Your Highness, all 3 commanders were killed in battle. One scout spoke in grief, his voice choked, though he could not hide the terror in his eyes. This Linyuan appeared from nowhere and is far from ordinary. They say he pulled out the immortal spear that had remained in the boulder at the center of the Aodon settlement. According to the Aodon elders, whoever pulls out that spear is the successor of their ancient protector, the Mastiff Sovereign. That person will inherit her legacy and lead the Aodon tribe to rise again. In each of the 3 battles, Linyuan was only in the acquired realm, but with that immortal's treasured spear in his hand, he killed each commander publicly in a single strike. His power is so overwhelming that no one beneath the innate realm may be able to withstand even one exchange. I learned of the arrangement between Ji Bachu and the Southern Court Prince only later, after interrogating prisoners and comparing their testimony with intercepted orders. No matter how fierce he is, could he be fiercer than I, Ji Bachu? Hearing a scout praise the enemy general to his face made Ji Bachu's anger erupt. I am near the late stage of the innate realm. I could slap a tiny acquired realm ant to death. As for you, blind cur, you dared praise another man's might before me. If you do not deserve death, who does? Uft. The moment he finished, Ji Bachu drew his saber and cut off the scout's head. It rolled across the floor. The generals in the tent exchanged glances and hurried forward to cup their hands. Please calm your anger, Your Highness. They are merely cowardly curs of the insignificant Aodon tribe. They dared make trouble only because Your Highness was away. When Your Highness has time to return, you will not even need to act. One glare from your tiger eyes will make that Aodon pup's courage shatter and send him prostrating himself to beg for mercy. Xiaolong and the other 2 cities may be lost, but none will grow wings and fly away. We must focus on the greater plan. That is right, Your Highness. Emperor Xuanzong of Chu's peace delegation should already be on the road and will likely reach Piang Pass within days. Lu Dingquan now commands Piang Pass and will cooperate from nearby, while Lu Yin of the Lu clan maneuvers in Great Chu's capital. Once negotiations begin, we can maximize our gains. We can force Great Chu to cede Piang City, securing a vital fortress for our future invasion of the empire. If the plan succeeds, Your Highness will become the most accomplished prince in northern Tatar history. Your name will live forever, and even His Majesty will show you greater deference. We must not sacrifice such a grand achievement for the sake of one insignificant Aodon cur. Though Ji Bachu's anger had not subsided, he listened. With peace negotiations imminent, if I withdraw troops now to reinforce the rear, I will lose leverage at the negotiating table and forfeit enormous gains. His expression eased slightly. He drew a breath and sat again. After calming himself, he frowned. Still, 3 of the 7 cities in my territory fell within 3 days. If that Aodon dog's arrogance goes unchecked, it may damage the morale of my southern pacification army. Send a messenger at full speed to Yulong City. Meet Wang Wolio, the Khitan southern court prince, and convey my order. He is to send troops and eliminate the Aodon tribe. Afterward, he may enslave the entire Aodon tribe. I will also grant him Xiaolong City as payment. Yulong City, the domain of the Khitan southern court prince, contained 5 large cities. Yuping City was the nearest to the plain where the Aodon tribe lived, only several miles away. Yulong City housed the southern court prince's residence and was personally guarded by Wang Wolio. The secret envoy sent by northern Tatar southern pacification Prince Ji Bachu had just visited. Wang Wolio had agreed to Ji Bachu's request for aid almost without thought. Yet the moment Ji Bachu's envoy departed, Wang Wolio summoned his generals and military advisors for a private conference. Ji Bachu has made quite a clever calculation. Wang Wolio sneered, contempt twisting his lips. He plots to seize the strategic fortress of Piang City beyond the pass, yet offers me only Xiaolong City to pacify the rebellion in his rear. Does he take me for a gullible 3-year-old? Your Highness, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. We must not miss it. The generals and advisors exchanged delighted glances, then cupped their hands and spoke in turn. Ji Bachu has taken an army of 80,000 against Piang City and is now tied down, unable to protect his rear. Otherwise, a little personal friendship with Your Highness would never have persuaded him to send a secret plea for help. Receiving Xiaolong City for nothing would already be a rich reward. But if Your Highness seizes Xiaolong, Hanlang, and Bulang, holding all 3 will become a thorn in Ji Bachu's back. He will have no choice but to approach you and negotiate again. The northern Tatars have plotted an invasion of Chu for years. Ji Bachu will never cede Piang City, the vital gateway for that southern campaign. But if he wishes to swallow Piang City while stabilizing his rear, Xiaolong City alone will not satisfy you. After enough bargaining, Ji Bachu may retreat for the sake of the larger plan and cede all 3 cities. However, the Aodon tribe was cowardly for hundreds, perhaps thousands, of years. Now that it has suddenly become so forceful, it may not bow easily to Your Highness. The Aodon line willingly degraded itself by adopting mastiffs as its totem and has long been considered a disgrace by the main Khitan clans. We should use this battle to end the problem forever, capture them all, and make them slaves. Your counsel expresses precisely what is in my heart. Wang Wolio stroked his beard, entirely satisfied. After a moment's thought, he issued an order. Send word to the commander of Yuping City. The moment he receives it, he is to assemble 10,000 soldiers, march on the Aodon settlement, and first seize every woman, child, and old person left behind. With those hostages in my hands, the man called Lin Yuan will fear the consequences of resistance. Without losing a single soldier, I can force him and the entire Blood Mastiff army to lay down their weapons and surrender to me. Outside the city gate, the 9,000 infantry of the Mastiff Slave Corps and more than 3,000 Blood Mastiff cavalry had assembled for war. Naylan Shueji, Naylan Shuang, the other commanders, and I rode out through the gate tunnel. Just as I was about to order the army forward, an unexpected development arrived. Hiya, Supreme Commander, wait. Several riders galloped toward us from across the plain. Every figure on horseback was a tribesman who had remained at the Outon settlement. As they drew near, they did not even dismount. Faces frantic, they hurriedly cupped their hands. Supreme Commander, disaster. Last night, our agent inside Yuping City sent back intelligence. Yesterday, the Southern Court Prince issued a battle order to Yuping City's commander. He is to personally lead 10,000 soldiers against our settlement, seize every woman, child, and old person, and take them back to Yuping City as leverage to force you and the Blood Mastiff army to submit. When the clan chief learned of it, he was deeply alarmed and sent us through the night to warn you. It is already daylight. Barring the unexpected, Yuping City's army may already be marching toward our settlement. Supreme Commander, for the survival of the Outon people, please lead the Blood Mastiff army back at once, protect our families, and crush the Yuping army head-on. At those words, every commander behind me changed expression. Blood Mastiff army, hear my command. Depart immediately, ride at full speed, and return to the tribal settlement. I swept my hand forward, cold light flashing in my eyes, and roared the order. Then my gaze moved to the 9,000 Mastiff slaves assembled at the army's front, and my voice grew even colder. Every one of you bears a mark on his face. You and all your descendants will remain slaves of the Outon tribe. That warning includes the inhabitants of Xiaolong, Homlang, and Buelang. If anyone dares use this opportunity to betray us, when I return to settle accounts, I will slaughter every last one of you. Hiya. After those final words, I ignored them, squeezed my horse's flanks, and charged ahead. Follow the Supreme Commander. Full speed. Reinforce the tribal settlement. That damned Yuping garrison. We are all chitin, yet they stab us in the back. This battle will not end until one side is destroyed. Until one side is destroyed. Hiya. Nalan Shueji, Nalan Shuaying, and the other commanders followed at once. In moments, they led more than 3,000 Blood Mastiff cavalry after me and vanished over the distant horizon. The commander of Yuping City had arrived with 10,000 troops and surrounded the Outon settlement. They had arrived only now because merely 2,000 of those troops were cavalry. The remaining 8,000 were infantry. Clan Chief Nalan Tianhong had gathered more than 2,000 middle-aged men who remained with the tribe. Battle sabers in hand, they confronted the invading Yuping army on the plain before the settlement. A rabble of barely 2,000 dares stand against my Yuping army? Seated high on his warhorse, Yuping City's commander swept a cold gaze over the assembled Outon people before settling it on Nalan Tianhong. Nalan Tianhong, since the Outon tribe can at least be considered chitin, I will give you one opportunity. Put down your weapons immediately and lead them in surrender. I promise that as long as you abandon resistance and return to Yuping City with me, I will order my soldiers not to harm a single Outon tribesman. I spit on you. Nalan Tianhong was not deceived. Face livid, he spat thickly onto the ground. Don't think I don't know what you are plotting. You want to use us as hostages to force Lin Yuan and his army to surrender. Keep dreaming. Even if every Outon tribesman dies today, we will never submit in humiliation or let shameless bandits use us to shackle the Blood Mastiff army. You refuse the toast only to drink the punishment. At those words, the Yuping commander's expression darkened and his voice turned icy. Since they refuse to appreciate mercy, there is nothing more to say. Soldiers of Yuping, hear my command. Attack at once. Kill everyone from 15 through 49. Capture the remaining women, children, and elderly. Take them to Yuping City with the young adults and enslave them forever. Kill them. Kill. The long ranks of the Yuping army roared and surged forward behind their commander, morale soaring and battle cries shaking the sky. At that very moment, a shocking upheaval suddenly arrived. We are all chitin, yet you dared attack the Outon tribe's women, children, and elderly while the Blood Mastiff army was away. Death itself is too good for you. Whoosh. We arrived at the edge of the distant plain at the perfect moment. More than 3,000 Blood Mastiff cavalry thundered toward them like a rolling flood. Delayed prediction. Flash burst. Absolute lock. Frost roar. For spearman abilities, all except Rod of God, were poured into the same strike. The 7 kills spear tore through the air, frost spreading over its entire body. Billowing frozen mist enveloped it like a gigantic white arrow as it locked onto its target and arrived in a flash. Hiss! What kind of technique is this? How can a thrown spear carry frost? Uft! The Yuping commander's expression changed drastically. He sucked in a cold breath and cried out in horror. The old bastard was clearly afraid and turned to flee, but it was already too late. With a wet thud, the 7 kill spear entered his chest. Its momentum carried his body 70 or 80 feet through the air before it slammed down and pinned him to the ground. His frozen corpse shattered like glass, a chilling sight. A mighty early-stage acquired realm expert fell, his only value the 1,000 points he earned me. Your commander is dead. All soldiers who followed him, listen. Before they recovered, I spoke again, expression stern. Those who follow me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. If you want to live, cut off your left ear as proof of loyalty. From this moment, forsake the Southern Court Prince and join the Out On line. If anyone refuses and continues to resist, kill without mercy. The Yuping army erupted into an uproar. Cut off our left ears as proof of loyalty? Wouldn't that mean betraying the prince? Once that blade falls, no number of explanations will ever clear us. Those damned Out On traitors. This move does more than kill our bodies. It destroys our hearts. I will never surrender. At worst, I spill my blood here. Fight them. Kill. Kill. Seeing their answer, the Blood Mastiff army no longer hesitated. More than 3,000 cavalry became a flood of slaughter and thundered forward. The bloody battle erupted. I charged alone at the very front. Though I carried only an ordinary spear, no one along my path could withstand a single exchange. I crushed everything before me, and all living things fled. The enemies had already collapsed. This was nearly a one-sided massacre. A wisp of blood-baleful chi was drawn from every fallen Yuping soldier. It entered the Linyuan Blood Mastiff banner, emerged again, and flowed into the warriors of the Blood Mastiff army, strengthening them. Nearly 2 hours later, the battle ended. I glanced at the panel in my mind. My rogue soldier points had exceeded 18,000, bringing me extremely close to the 20,000 point threshold. More than half of Yuping City's 10,000-man army had been slaughtered. Only a little over 4,000 remained. The survivors had lost all courage. Before laying down their weapons, they obeyed my demand and cut off their own left ears, marking their betrayal of the Southern Court Prince and the main Khitan clans, and their allegiance to the Out On line. I turned and looked across the field. Everywhere I could see, bloody severed ears lay on the ground. Deeply satisfied, I nodded and announced, "We are all Khitan. The Out On people will not treat you as expendable Mastiff slaves." Effective immediately, the Blood Mastiff army will expand. You will form the 4th through 7th battalions and follow me in campaigns across the land. The 4,000 Yuping soldiers who surrendered were different from the northern Tatar prisoners of Xiaolong, Hanlang, and Bulang. The latter were foreign enemies who had bullied the Out On people for years. But no matter their conduct, the Yuping soldiers were still fellow Khitans. The Out On warriors could therefore accept absorbing them into the Blood Mastiff army as the 4th through 7th battalions. After everything was settled, Uncle Tianhong, the commanders of the Blood Mastiff army, and I took seats in the tribal hall. The wisdom handed down by our Out On elders truly did not deceive us. Linyuan, I never imagined you were so powerful. In only 3 days, you captured 3 Tatar cities. Uncle Tianhong was deeply gratified when he learned of the victories I had won while leading the Blood Mastiff army. Halfway through, however, he seemed to remember something. He sighed, his face filled with worry. Unfortunately, the main Khitan clans are too prejudiced against the Out On line. The Southern Court Prince actually sent the Yuping army against us at a time like this. Alas, although we have crushed that army, the incident means the Out On line has completely broken with the prince. This is precisely what I feared. Life has always been so difficult for the Out On people. Now we are fighting both the Northern Tatars and the Southern Court Prince, foreign enemies before us and internal danger behind us. I fear our warriors cannot endure. Uncle Tianhong, you need not worry. I merely sneered. The Northern Tatars' Southern Pacification Prince is tied down outside Piang Pass and cannot spare attention for us. We can ignore him for now. Since the main Khitan clan's Southern Court Prince is determined to court death, we will turn around, destroy his court, and drive straight toward Yulong City. Yuping City has already fallen, so our people have no reason to remain on that wilderness plain. Pass down my command. The entire tribe will prepare. In 2 hours, everyone migrates to Yuping City. Nalan Shueji, Nalan Shuaying, and the other Blood Mastiff commanders were thrilled. After only a few days of following me from victory to victory, crushing every obstacle, the boldness carried in their blood had long since awakened. Our long procession crossed the several miles to Yuping City. More than 1,000 defenders remained inside, but when they learned their commander was dead and his 10,000-man army had been killed or captured, they instantly lost all will to fight. I did not absorb these 1,000-odd soldiers into the Blood Mastiff army. That force followed me on campaign and was different from troops left to defend a city. Boom! The moment the Linyuan Blood Mastiff banner was planted atop Yuping City's gate tower, the familiar low boom sounded in my mind. The 10,000-point conquest reward arrived, sending my rogue soldier points soaring past 28,000. A plus sign appeared beside Realm once again. Without hesitation, I gently tapped it. Familiar warmth spread through my body. My cultivation rose instantly from the middle to the late stage acquired realm. With my ability to fight 2 stages above my cultivation, my raw power now rivaled the early stage innate realm. Although my true chi was abundant, I still could not condense it into projected force like a genuine innate expert. The flaw was offset by wielding the immortal weapon 7 kills with the human-killing tyrant spear. The spear energy I released worked in much the same way as an innate expert's condensed projected force. I have a little over 8,000 points left, and advancing to acquired realm perfection requires 50,000. The upgrades are getting harder and harder. I sighed and stopped dwelling on it. After entering the city, I took Uncle Tianhong and the Blood Mastiff commanders straight to the garrison commander's residence. Others arranged housing and barracks for the thousands of Aodon tribespeople and Blood Mastiff soldiers behind us. Yuping City was enormous and had tens of thousands of residents, so clearing sufficient space posed no problem. Now that we rule Yuping, we have no road back and need none. After taking our seats in the residence's main hall, I swept a bright gaze over everyone and spoke clearly. To repel threats from without, we must first secure peace within. We can ignore the Northern Tatars' Southern Pacification Prince for the moment, but the Khitan Southern Court Prince must be dealt with as quickly as possible. As for the Khitan Khan and the other princes behind him, if they object, we can overturn all Khitan and replace the sky above it. How difficult could that be? Nalan Shueji, Nalan Shuaying, and the other commanders breathed rapidly, eager to try. Uncle Tianhong was so frightened that he waved both hands repeatedly. No. Would that not make the Aodon line true rebels against the Khitan people? Linyuan, you may rest easy. Khitan customs are fierce. The princes are not forbidden from fighting among themselves. Fists decide everything. Moreover, Khitan Khans have always come from the Yelu clan, but the 4 court princes do not all bear that surname. Anyone with sufficient strength may rise to the position. In other words, if I could truly kill the Southern Court Prince and overturn his rule, even the Khitan Khan would raise no objection and might simply recognize the new reality. That made matters far easier. At least the Aodon people would not face an existential threat for my actions. The Southern Court's territory contains 5 major cities. Besides Yuping, the others are Yuji, Yutsong, Yuzhou, and Yulong. After a moment's thought, Uncle Tianhong explained, the Southern Court Prince's residence is in Yulong City, which is also the farthest from Yuping. The nearest is Yuji City, a little over 30 miles away. Its garrison commander is said to be a powerful middle-stage acquired realm expert. Then it is settled. I cut in and decided at once. We rest tonight. At first light, all 7 battalions of the Blood Mastiff army march with me against Yuji City. Nalan Shuaying hurried after me and wrapped both hands around my arm. Big brother Linyuan, are we going to inspect Yuping City's treasury? This time, surely you won't be disappointed in your search for a powerful bow. She cared even more about the matter than I did and had already been thinking about it when we entered the city. Watching us leave together, Nalan Tianhong stared in surprise. Only when Nalan Du and Nalan Guyu covered their mouths and giggled beside him did he recover. He shook his head with a wry smile, but gratification shone in his eyes. It's true what they say, a grown daughter is beyond her parents' control. A short while later, Nalan Shuaying and I arrived at Yuping City's treasury. Nalan Shueji, Nalan Du, Nalan Guyu, and several other commanders followed. The treasury naturally held gold, silver, and jewels. I had no interest in such things, but the Blood Mastiff warriors all had families. The treasure was perfect for rewards and bonuses. We also found more martial skill manuals, all within the realm of ordinary martial cultivation. I gave them directly to Nalan Shueji and the others so they could spread the techniques throughout the Blood Mastiff army. As for the great bow stored so carefully inside a chest, how could it possibly be ordinary? Oh, it really is a great bow. Nalan Shuaying waved me over and cried in delight. It looks ancient, both heavy and agile. Look at the bowstring. It seems to be made from the main tendon of some gigantic animal. It's so thick. Could this be a 6-sure bow? Everyone gathered around. A moment later, the great bow was placed in my hands. 2 ancient seal script characters were clearly engraved near the grip. Dragonfall. The Dragonfall bow? What a magnificent name. My spirit soared. I took it and tested the draw, quickly reaching a conclusion. It truly is a 6-sure bow, an exceptionally rare treasure. At last, I found the right weapon. A 3-shur bow had a maximum draw weight of nearly 400 pounds and an effective range of 300 paces, more than a quarter mile. A 6-shur bow doubled those figures. Nearly 800 pounds of draw weight and a range of 600 paces, more than half a mile. Its killing power, however, was far more than merely doubled. The Dragonfall bow might as well have been made for me. Even after I entered the innate realm, it would barely remain adequate. After opening Yuping City's treasury, all 7,000-odd blood mastiff cavalry received warhorses and even standardized armor. They no longer resembled a motley force. Their presence had become even more imposing and dominant. The distance was only a little over 30 miles. The cavalry galloped the entire way and, despite stopping several times to rest their horses, reached the destination in the afternoon. Outside the city gate, 10,000 troops had already assembled for battle. At their front, acquired realm commander Wang Tai galloped back and forth, shouting at me. Insignificant mastiff dogs dare raise an army and invade the southern court's territory? You truly have no idea how to value your lives. Lin Yuan, you little cur, I will give you one opportunity to kneel and beg. Dismount and kowtow at once, and today I will leave you, an intact corpse. I could not be bothered to answer. Holding the 7 kills spear one-handed in my right arm, I poured true chi into it and hurled it without even dismounting. Delayed prediction. Flash burst. Absolute lock. 3 of my 5 spearman abilities activated instantly. The 7 kills spear tore through the air at an appalling speed, its piercing whistle and overwhelming momentum impossible to face. But Wang Tai's middle stage acquired realm cultivation was not weak. Uft. Nay. A dull impact sounded, followed by a warhorse's shrill scream. The animal had barely been flung 30 or 40 feet before the 7 kills spear pinned it to the plain. It twitched twice and died. The throw had been too powerful. Even Wang Tai had not dared confront it head-on. But if he could not block it directly, he could obstruct it with something else. An acquired realm expert could hook a several hundred-pound warhorse with a halberd and toss it into the air without great difficulty. The response was something of a trick, but Wang Tai did not care. He laughed in a booming voice and mocked me. Is that the legendary Lin Yuan throw? It seems thoroughly mediocre to me. Meeting you truly cannot compare with hearing your reputation. His 10,000 Yuji defenders erupted in thunderous cheers. Their morale surged, and their military presence swelled. Brat, your spear is gone. What can you possibly do now? Proud of his success, Wang Tai circled on horseback and continued to provoke me. Come, if you have the courage, dismount and retrieve your spear. We'll see whether I cut you down. I looked at him sidelong and sneered. You think I can't kill you without a spear? That throw was merely a warm-up. You're only at the middle stage acquired realm. I can kill you without even getting off my horse. As the words left my mouth, I casually raised the Dragonfall bow, drew an arrow, knocked it, and locked onto Wang Tai. Whoosh! I released my right hand. The arrow tore through the air with startling speed. I used neither a returning arrow, a wave rider shot, nor explosive arrow. The only reason I had not killed Wang Tai with the spear was that I wanted to use him as a target and test the Starlight Archer ability Meteor Firestorm. At first, the arrow flew normally. Halfway to its target, the true chi inside triggered a chain reaction. With a rapid series of cracks, the arrow split into more than 100 fragments smaller than a finger. Their speed soared, and a fierce red glow ignited around them. A single arrow became a vast rain of flaming projectiles covering dozens of feet of sky. Even the air temperature seemed to climb under the searing red light. What kind of technique is this? Wang Tai looked up, and his smile froze instantly. His eyes widened until they were perfectly round, filled with terror and shock. One arrow became a whole rain of fire, shrieking toward me like meteors. Can an archer truly do something like this? Uft, uft, uft. Before his despairing cry faded, the meteor firestorm struck. A small portion hit more than a dozen soldiers nearby behind him, unleashing a chorus of screams. Most of the fragments struck Wang Tai head-on, turning him into a hedgehog. Nearly every searing fire arrow buried itself inside his body, roasting him alive where he stood. The mighty acquired realm general never had a chance to make another sound. He pitched from his horse and died on the spot. One arrow, and the entire battlefield fell silent. When Commander Wang Tai fell from his horse and died, even Nalan Shueji, Nalan Shuang, and the other commanders behind me were stunned by the terrifying sight. They stared blankly, heads buzzing. The thunderous cheers of Yuji City's 10,000 defenders stopped in an instant. Several breaths passed before horrified cries erupted like a tidal wave. What happened? What did I just see? Was that really archery? One arrow created a whole storm of flaming meteors. An illusion. It must have been an illusion. Merciful heavens. The commander was hit by one arrow, and in the blink of an eye, he was cooked. I can smell roasted meat in the air. A demon. He kills people and roasts them at the same time. A true demon. Run. Lin Yuan, the great demon of the Out'on tribe, is here. Chaos erupted. Yuji City's 10,000 defenders, previously assembled in battle formations, completely lost their will to fight. Every face twisted with fear as they cried out and scattered. Kill! Kill! Nalan Shueji, Nalan Chirin, and Nalan Huanga raised their sabers and charged. All 7 blood mastiff battalions followed at once, battle cries shaking the heavens. Nalan Yinsha led more than a dozen mastiff guards from the 3rd squad, carving a bloody path to the gate tower. He climbed it and planted the Lin Yuan blood mastiff banner, which unfurled in the wind. A low boom sounded in my mind. I glanced at the panel and saw my rogue soldier points surge by 10,000, the reward for capturing a city. By the time the slaughter ended less than 2 hours later, my points had passed 26,000. Roughly 1/3 of Yuji City's 10,000 defenders, the most stubborn among them, had been killed. More than 6,000 threw down their weapons and surrendered. Today's prisoners need not cut off their ears. I swept my gaze over the 6,000 surrendered soldiers herded together and announced, "Not everyone who wishes to join the Blood Mastiff Army will be accepted. The exception made for the 4th through 7th battalions will not be repeated lightly." Nalan Shueji and the others froze at those words. For one thing, the rule would prevent the Southern Court Prince from sending suicide agents to infiltrate the Blood Mastiff Army by the same method. For another, it made the 4,000 one-eared soldiers of the 4th through 7th battalions unique. The Southern Court Prince could never accept them again. Their only path was complete loyalty to the Blood Mastiff Army. Once they understood my deeper intent, their confusion gave way to bitterness. The last faint hope of returning to the Southern Court Prince's command vanished forever. At dawn, the Blood Mastiff Army's 7 battalions and 5,000 soldiers I selected from Yuji City's 6,000 prisoners assembled again on the plain outside the city. Our next destination, Yutsong City, lay only a little over 30 miles from Yuji. Although half of the 5,000 Yuji soldiers were infantry, they could take turns riding. With the army traveling at full speed, we would undoubtedly reach Yutsong City that afternoon. Hiya, you Out'on dogs, a ragtag rabble, dared raise an army, throw my territory into disorder, and seize my cities. Your crimes demand death. While he was still far away, the man roared, unable to contain his fury. Listen well, Lin Yuan. The man who will behead you today is Wang Wolio, Lord of the Khitan Southern Court. Wang Wolio? Play with my cock. What the hell? You damned pervert, making that request on a battlefield. I'll yank yours off first. I was only in the late-stage acquired realm, but my ability to fight 2 stages above my cultivation gave me raw power equal to the early-stage innate realm. Southern Court Prince Wang Wolio was an innate expert, but only in the early stage. Why should I fear him? Clang. Crack. We were both probing with this exchange. Wang Wolio did not project condensed true chi, while I used no spearman abilities. Even with pure physical force, however, this was a full-power collision between 2 innate-level combatants. Our warhorses could not bear it. Bones cracked as the animal's legs broke and both collapsed. So this is the innate realm? It is nothing impressive. My confidence soared. I slapped my horse's back with my left hand and launched into the air. As I mocked him, my right wrist snapped forward and the 7-kill spear thrust out. It was the demon-killing phantom spear, one of the 7 ultimate forms. The moment I used it, true chi surged and danced like a gale. Phantom images filled the air. Though I was one man carrying one spear, Wang Wolio and the distant onlookers suddenly saw 3 figures. 3 men and 3 spears, each radiating the same overwhelming presence. No flaw distinguished truth from illusion. All 3 attacked Wang Wolio from different directions. Hiss! What spear art is this? Wang Wolio had never encountered anything like it. His expression changed drastically, and he sucked in a cold breath. The Out'on line has no inheritance like this. Who are you? Whoosh! Whoosh! Before he finished, Wang Wolio's battle saber was already dancing wildly. He unleashed his famous returning sea saber art at full power. Countless saber shadows rolled outward like overturning waves, protecting his entire body. His opponent was only in the late-stage acquired realm, yet the mighty innate cultivator had been forced to withdraw his saber and defend. This spear art is extraordinary, but empty phantoms can only confuse the senses. They possess no real killing power. After several exchanges, the layers of phantom shadows surrounding Wang Wolio left his head spinning. Anger rose in his heart, and his voice turned savage. You may take pride in dying beneath my innate saber force, and close your eyes without regret. Returning C/. Boom! A thunderous blast erupted. A wave of innate saber force roared outward. Though invisible, it possessed substance, seeming to split the very air as ripples spread through the space on either side. This was innate condensed force. Released through a saber, it was called saber force. Projected through a fist or palm, it became fist force or palm force. I was not an innate expert, but the human-killing tyrant spear, one of my 7 ultimate forms, could release similar spear force, enough to oppose it. As the thought flashed through my mind, I stamped my right foot and advanced instead of retreating. Wielding the spear like a halberd, I brought it down from above. Human-killing tyrant spear. Boom! A ribbon of white spear force tore through the air. It met Wang Wolio's saber force head-on. The two invisible powers exploded together, sending sonic booms through the air. Within 30 feet, the shock wave swept sand and stones in every direction. Our weapons never touched, yet the terrifying force drove both of us backward. After 4 or 5 steps, we planted our rear feet and steadied ourselves at the same instant. Projected condensed force? Impossible. Wang Wolio's expression changed drastically. He cried out in unwilling disbelief. You are clearly only in the late-stage acquired realm. How can you condense true chi into projected force? No, this is not your own ability. It comes from that spear art. Who are you? As the Southern Court Prince, he had naturally heard the legends of the Mastiff Sovereign. The model battle spear lodged in the boulder at the Aodon settlement had endured wind and rain for hundreds, perhaps thousands, of years. Now someone had pulled it out, and Lin Yuan truly seemed to have inherited the Mastiff Sovereign's legacy. Not only had he reached the late-stage acquired realm in an incredibly short time, but with the spear and its martial art reinforcing him, he could condense and project true chi before entering the innate realm. Boom, boom, boom. Driven by bitter unwillingness, Wang Wolio continued attacking. Every slash released another arc of saber force. He committed all his strength, forming a dense, relentless assault. Unfortunately for him, it was useless. I repeatedly slashed with the mottled spear, sending wave after wave of spear force roaring outward. Every strike blocked his offense. After 7 or 8 exchanges, I even seized an opening. I slashed out another wave of spear force, turned defense into offense, and took the initiative. Condensing and projecting true chi was an innate expert soul advantage, yet Wang Wolio could gain nothing from it. Continuing the battle would only humiliate him further. After all, his opponent was merely in the acquired realm. The fact that a mighty innate expert could do nothing against me was itself an enormous disgrace. Roar! Do not grow arrogant, Lin Yuan, you little cur. The thought flashed through Wang Wolio's mind. Eyes bulging with rage, he released a heaven-shaking roar, forced me away with one strike, then retreated and turned to leave. I have just sensed an opportunity. I must return and enter seclusion immediately. I will spare your miserable life today. Once I break through to the middle stage innate realm, the first thing I do upon emerging will be to behead you. A tidal wave of laughter erupted from the Blood Mastiff army. The mocking voices of the 6 Mastiff Guard captains, Nalan Lingming, Nalan Lingpa, Nalan Hanshang, Nalan Hanjia, Nalan Yinsha, and Nalan Yinshua, were especially piercing. As expected of the Khitan Southern Court Prince, he fought for a while and suddenly found himself on the verge of a breakthrough. What magnificent talent! He is already so powerful in the early stage innate realm that he forced our acquired realm Supreme Commander to handle him with effortless ease. Imagine how terrifying he'll be in the middle stage. Exactly. What if he comes after us again? The Supreme Commander might be unable to prevail and lose several hairs. An innate expert truly is terrifying. The Southern Court Prince's ferocity nearly frightened me to death. How terribly worrying. Hearing the ridicule from the distance, Wang Wolio's chest tightened with rage. He stumbled and nearly fell. The 4,000 one-eared soldiers of the 4th through 7th battalions flushed with embarrassment. For the first time, the once-renowned name of the Southern Court Prince made them feel ashamed. He is nothing but a ridiculous clown, not worth mentioning. I watched Wang Wolio's back recede, curled my lip, and waved as light flashed in my eyes. Target, Yutsong City. March. I did not take a single word of Wang Wolio's threat seriously. Even if the old bastard truly stood on the verge of the middle stage innate realm and entered seclusion the moment he returned, I had nothing to fear. I might advance to acquired realm perfection before he completed his breakthrough. At that time, with my ability to fight 2 stages above my cultivation, my raw power would equal the middle stage innate realm. Killing an early stage innate expert would be effortless. Yutsong City. I arrived outside its walls with the Blood Mastiff Army's 7 battalions and 5,000 soldiers from Yuji City, more than 12,000 troops in total. Although a general had arranged 10,000 Yutsong defenders outside the city, every soldier's hands were empty. Not one carried a saber, spear, axe, or blade. Supreme Commander Lin Yuan, I am Tan Zhan, commander of the Yutsong City garrison. Before I could speak, an acquired realm general rode forward. He was likewise unarmed. After studying me expressionlessly, he cupped his hands. The Blood Mastiff army has advanced unstoppably, and no one can resist it. I will not let my soldiers shed their blood and die for nothing. The city gates are open, and we willingly surrender. Hiya. At my wave, Nalin Yensha led the Mastiff Guard's 3rd squad forward. They rode into the city, climbed directly to the gate tower, and planted the Lin Yuan Blood Mastiff banner atop it. Boom! A low rumble sounded in my mind, and the 10,000-point conquest reward arrived instantly. I glanced at the panel. My rogue soldier points had passed 36,000, leaving me a little more than 13,000 short of the 50,000-point threshold for acquired realm perfection. We rest here tonight. At first light, we march on Yuzhou City. Commander Tan, remember to bring these 10,000 Yutsong defenders with us. I withdrew my gaze from the panel, looked coldly at Tan Zhan, and waved the army toward the city. Enter. Several early and middle stage acquired realm generals of the Yutsong garrison clenched their fists in secret, their faces resentful. There is no need for anger. He will not strut for many more days. A sinister light flashed in Tan Zhan's eyes, and his voice turned cold. The prince has returned to Yulong City and entered seclusion to break through to the middle stage innate realm. For now, we will endure the humiliation and pretend to comply. Once he emerges, that brat will lose his head. Until then, we bear this disgrace only to avoid pointless sacrifices. He is merely a grasshopper after autumn, with only a few days left to jump. If you cannot contain your anger, simply regard him as a dead man. After those final words, Tan Zhan pressed his legs against his horse and led the army into the city. Pass down the order. Tell the men to rest well. At first light, we march with him. We can follow all the way to Yulong City and watch with our own eyes how he dies.